This is Heartland Holidays, a Heartland Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 6. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Could she do it? Candace lifted her chin and stared at her target. Jefferson Connally, the third eldest brother in the Connally family. He stood in a group with his brothers, his arms crossed across his chest, the only one who wasn't laughing. He wasn't talking at all. That was the main reason she picked him. He seemed serious, driven, and a part of the group, but not necessarily a part of the conversation. He didn't seem like the kind of man who got hung up on emotions or matters of the heart. He'd be reasonable, analytical. He'd see the reason in her proposition and be able to tell her that she was offering him something valuable and worth the small sacrifice he'd need to make. She could also probably pull him away without anyone noticing, if she had the nerve to go through with the plan that she had cooked up 2 months ago, as her sister Esther planned her wedding to Jefferson's brother Monroe. Her baby shifted, and Candace put an automatic hand over her stomach. Just 3 more months until her due date. She was running out of time. Once the baby was here, rather than being able to help her sisters on the farm, she would be a liability. Someone her sisters would have to help. Someone who needed things instead of someone who was able to give things. But the plan she'd come up with would enable her to give her sisters a lifelong gift. If Jefferson agreed.
You'd better not let Esther see that look on your face. She's not going to think you're happy about her marriage if she does.
Her sister Meg spoke next to her ear, low enough that no one else would hear. They were standing outside the small Sunday school room in the basement of the church, waiting for Catherine, Esther's future sister-in-law, to get done fixing her hair. Candace had stepped out of the room, hoping to catch Jefferson, whom she decided was her best bet after looking the brothers over last night at the rehearsal dinner. Unfortunately, Meg had decided to step out with her. She hadn't yet figured out how to get rid of her sister, so she could go and make a proposition that had the potential to completely change her life. Her stomach churned, and she was grateful she hadn't eaten any breakfast.
"Are you okay?"
Meg asked, tilting her head and looking at her with eyes that saw far too much.
"I am. I think it was the hair chemicals that were making me a little queasy. Would you mind going back in so Esther isn't by herself?"
That wasn't a total lie. The smell of the hair products really had been bothering her. But she really hated that she'd exaggerated how much they were affecting her, leaving her sister alone on her wedding day.
"Are you going to be okay?"
Meg asked, concern written all over her face. Candace nodded, feeling grateful and guilty as those emotions warred in her chest. Grateful because both of her sisters had been nothing but supportive after finding out that she was expecting. They had respected her non-answers and hadn't pried, not too hard anyway, when she'd refused to talk about the father. The thought of the father of her baby sent more waves of apprehension through her. That was another one of her wild schemes that had gone miserably awry. Not that she was known for wild schemes. The one that she was hoping to embark on today was only the second one she'd tried in her entire adult life. Currently, she was 0 for 1.
"I'll be fine,"
she said, knowing her words came too late. Meg's lips pressed together firmly, and her eyes narrowed. But then the group of men in the middle of the large, open church basement broke into laughter, and her eyes went to them before she glanced back at the closed door.
"I'd probably better check on Esther."
She bit her lip, obviously not wanting to leave.
"I'll be right in. I think I might just walk outside and grab a few quick, deep breaths to clear my head."
Meg nodded, her gaze thoughtful. But she didn't question Candace again, walking down the hall and slipping into the Sunday school room, keeping the door closed as much as possible. It wouldn't do for the groom to see his bride. Monroe stood over with his brothers and seemed to be the butt of most of their jokes. The circle had shifted, and now Jefferson stood slightly back and behind everyone else. He hadn't laughed with that last outburst, and he had his hands shoved in his pockets, leaning a shoulder against the metal supporting beam that broke up the middle of the room. Lifting her chin and straightening her shoulders, Candace walked toward him, hoping she would be able to speak to him without being noticed. She didn't want to have to answer a bunch of questions, and she didn't want him teased, or worse, she didn't want anyone telling her sisters that she'd pulled him aside. Especially if he said no to her proposition. As had been her lot in life, lately anyway, the entire room grew quiet, and all eyes fastened on her as she stopped beside Jefferson. Two of the brothers, at the prompting of the guys who were standing facing her, even turned halfway around. The better to see her, she supposed. Well, this wasn't working out the way she had planned, but she wasn't going to abandon her course of action just because everything wasn't going her way. The group had gotten so quiet, she was pretty sure they could all hear her heart thumping in her chest. Her breath sounded loud to her ears, too. Regardless, sometimes a person just had to fake it until they made it. This seemed like one of those times, so she kept her face serious, her bearing confident, and cleared her throat before she said as boldly as she could,
"Jefferson, if you have a few minutes, I'd like to step outside with you. I have a question I need to ask you."
She almost didn't add that last explanation, but while most of the ladies she knew would be mature enough not to titter at her asking a man to step outside with her, she didn't have as much confidence in men. In her experience, some of them never matured past junior high level. Jefferson, who hadn't looked up as she'd gotten within 3 paces of him, didn't blink, but his eyebrows raised. His face, never losing that serious look, didn't even twitch with the idea of a smile. She would not allow that to bother her, holding his eyes with hers, allowing her face to give away nothing of her inner turmoil and the fact that she was scared to death that he was going to refuse her, not just dashing her very last hope, but embarrassing her in front of the entire group of men who stood and stared. He never did say anything, but he jerked his chin and his brow twitched, and then he turned and strode toward the door. She would not hurry after him, but walked, as confidently as she could, behind him. To his credit, when he reached the door, he held it open for her, allowing her to walk out first. She did so without looking at him, walking straight ahead, away from the church into where the cars were parked in the parking lot, hoping for some privacy. She didn't turn until she'd passed 3. Then she cut in between an old farm truck and a new, sporty car. Something that looked expensive, although she didn't know enough about cars to know what kind. She barely noticed the sweet blue sky, the gentle April breeze, the fresh spring scent. Normally, this was her favorite time of year. A time for new beginnings and fresh starts. A time for planning and hoping for an expected harvest in the fall. A time of busyness and work she loved. This year had been busy with all the normal things, planting and working in their family's hog barns, but there were too many unknowns about the future for Candace to enjoy it much. Maybe this conversation would settle some of them.
But it would dig up more.
She ignored that very logical statement in her head and focused on the cowboy in front of her. Tall and loose, he projected a relaxed confidence that she envied, especially now. She felt like she was wound tight and hard, and her fixed exterior could crack at any moment. Maybe that's why she blurted out the first sentence the way she did.
"Would you marry me?"
Chapter 2.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
Jefferson blinked, and blinked again. His brows went up, and his relaxed manner straightened. In shock or in disgust, Candace wasn't sure. "I'm sorry," he said, like there was a problem with his hearing, and that's why the crazy thing had come out of her mouth. Resisting the urge to close her eyes and gather her brain power to salvage a situation that she'd pretty much destroyed before she began, she held his eyes steadily and kept her face as serene as she possibly could.
I live on an 800-acre farm with my 2 sisters. You know Esther, she's marrying your brother.
This wasn't coming out much better. At least she was selling herself. Or her farm, rather. That's what she thought a man like Jefferson would be more interested in anyway. Know who Esther is?" She angled her head, acknowledging his comment. Of course he did. She was just so nervous her words were deserting her.
I know. I just want to be very clear. She owns 1/3 of our farm, as does my other sister Meg, and I own the last 1/3.
He crossed his arms over his chest. She didn't view that as a good sign.
I will give you my 1/3 if you agree to marry me.
This time his shock was even less apparent, just a twitch of his brows. A breeze ruffled through the parking lot, blowing a dead weed from last summer across the blacktop, pushing Candace's hair off her face and making her dress ripple. Her words floated on the warm spring breeze, but the longer he stood silent, the heavier they felt until she felt like she needed to move to get out from underneath their weight. "If you want to sell the farm, just say so. I might be interested," he finally said, his arms still crossed, his legs braced and feet spread. His eyes were hooded, his face serious. Candace was not a small woman, but his chin was even with her eyeballs, and that's what she stared at.
I don't want to sell the farm. My sisters don't want to sell the farm.
"So you want to sell yourself?" he asked, and if he weren't such a serious person, she would have said there was sarcasm in his words.
I wasn't thinking about it like that, but more along the lines of a business agreement that would benefit both of us.
"This isn't the Dark Ages. Marriage isn't business." There was a short pause. "But farming is, and I'm definitely interested in the farm if you're selling."
We're not selling. I haven't even talked to my sisters about the possibility.
"Then I don't understand." His mouth twisted just a little. "I definitely don't understand what marriage has to do with anything." Of course not. This was one of those crazy ideas that would have been better off left in her head. One of those ideas that sounded fine in the dead of night while she was lying in bed, worried to death about saving the farm and taking care of her sisters. But once it came out in the air in the light of day, it sounded like something a 2-year-old would say in the middle of a temper tantrum. Still, the solution would work. She'd already faced the embarrassment, and she had nothing left to lose. Her pride was already in tatters at her feet.
I can't just sign my 1/3 of the farm over to you. But if we get married, we would have Silas draw something up at his office in town. Something that says if anything ever happens to me, or if anything happens to the marriage because of me, like if I leave or something, you get my 1/3 of the farm.
"What if I leave?" He still didn't look like he was understanding anything, but that seemed to be a knee-jerk question.
Then you don't get anything. Part of the deal is you need to be there.
"Where?"
On the farm.
Maybe there was a little bit of irritation in her voice, although she didn't mean for it to be. She hadn't really explained anything to him, but kind of started in the middle.
I'm sorry. I haven't been clear. I guess.
A little of her facade slipped, and she bit her lip.
I guess I should just level with you.
"That'd be nice," he said, and along with the touch of sarcasm, his words had an edge. Like he didn't appreciate her beating around the bush. She knew he wouldn't. A man like him never did. He'd want her to get straight to the point. She bristled automatically at his tone, but forced herself to stay calm. After all, not only was she trying to talk him into her insane plan, but she also deserved his irritation for not being more forthcoming. Still, her chin notched up.
You know Esther has been ill for over a year.
Monroe says she's getting better.
She is, but she's probably never going to be well enough to survive farm life. You know they're going to live in town, and Monroe is going to help at Catherine and Elias's shop.
So?
My sister Meg and I have struggled this past year to handle everything on the farm, with Esther being ill. With her leaving, I'll have Aunt Bev to care for, plus Patty, and all the chores and work on the farm. We just can't do it.
Then hire someone.
We've tried. Wages have outpaced the profits we've made on the farm, and if we hire someone, it'll take most of what we make.
His expression hadn't changed, and his arms remained crossed over his chest. His body had relaxed since she'd first shocked him, but she wasn't deceived. He wasn't nearly as easygoing as his casual pose made him look. Still, he waited patiently for her to continue.
And I'll be having a baby in a few months, and I'll be even less help then than I am now.
That made his brow lower just a fraction. She wasn't sure if that meant he hadn't realized she was pregnant, or if that made him feel uncomfortable that she was talking about it.
So,
she tried for an easy tone.
I heard Monroe say that all his brothers want to eventually buy farms and settle down. I thought this might give you what you want a little sooner than you expected it.
A third of a farm isn't a farm.
No, but there's a farm to our north that could be for sale. We could use my third as collateral or possibly finagle a down payment from that somehow.
His look became thoughtful, although there was still distrust in his eyes.
I'm truly hoping this arrangement would be beneficial for both you and me.
For me, you'd be, if not giving, then sharing ownership of your third of the farm. What are you getting?
I'm getting someone who will work the farm so we don't have to hire anyone. Someone who will take care of the things that Meg and I can't. Who will work to make it successful and keep us from losing it.
Basically, you want a hired hand for your farm, but you can't afford to pay him, so you're going to marry him instead. She hadn't thought of it like that, but yeah, that was one way to look at it. Not the best way.
You would be more than a hired hand. You'd be family.
He allowed his gaze to lower and linger on her protruding stomach. And what about the father of your baby? A snort escaped before she was able to smother it. That had been a huge mistake.
We don't need to worry about him. He never wants to see me again.
Does he know about the baby? Jefferson wasn't going to let her off the hook that easily. Chapter 3. Yes. That was why the father of her baby never wanted to see Candace again. Because of the baby. And
he won't want to have anything to do with her.
A girl? Jefferson sounded like he'd been hoping for a boy child all his life.
Yes.
Her mouth flattened.
Are you going to have a problem with that?
A girl or a baby? He asked, sounding truly confused.
Either. Both.
No, never been around kids much. Never been around girls at all. Not too interested, but no problems. That's what she'd thought. He wasn't going to be interested in her or what she did. That he'd want the farm, and he seemed to, and be willing, or uncaring, about being married to someone he didn't know. He didn't exactly look like the type of man who would fall in love and read poetry at night to his blushing bride. And that's what she wanted, she reminded herself, thinking she'd forgotten, which she really hadn't. She just hadn't expected it to cause a reaction in the vicinity of her chest. It wasn't disappointment, and she wasn't hurt. At least, she didn't think she was. But his words made her uncomfortable in a way she couldn't explain. So she brushed it aside.
Okay, because that would be a deal-breaker for me. I am going to have a baby, and we'll be raising her in the same house as husband and wife. I don't have any expectations in that area.
She hadn't even really thought of that area. She'd known the Connally family, knew they had a good reputation, and hadn't even considered that her child would be in any danger. Jefferson would take care of his own. I know I can farm. I know I can work. I know if it's possible to keep your farm afloat, to make it prosperous, I know I can do that too. And I like the idea of buying the farm on the northern side of your property. I'm not sure what kind of father I'll be, but if that's part of the bargain, I'll do my best. He didn't sound super happy about it, but again, she hadn't expected him to.
That's all I ask. Like I said, I don't have any great expectations in that area. I wasn't really asking you to do this because I needed a father for my baby.
Her voice trailed off a little, and she felt a little pang in her heart. She wanted to have a father for her baby. She certainly never planned to have a baby without one. But her baby was part of the package now.
Actually, I won't be able to work like I normally do, and that prompted me to try to think of ways that we can save the farm anyway. So I guess it does have something to do with it, but it's really the farm I'm thinking about, and what I thought would entice you.
I see. She truly thought he did. She did brace herself, though, because she thought there might be more questions about the baby. If this man were going to marry her, it probably wouldn't be wise for her to brush them off, like she'd done with everyone else's questions. But he didn't follow through, changing the subject again. When were you thinking this marriage was going to take place?
Tomorrow?
He blinked again at that, then his brows lowered. I've already promised my dad that I would be a man on the harvest crew for him. I can't leave them short-handed, so I could do the marriage tomorrow, but I'll be leaving at the end of the week for Texas, and I wasn't planning on coming back, other than for work if we have any in the area, until this fall when we're done. Drat, she hadn't even thought of that he would already have his summer planned out, even though she knew that working on the harvest crew was his job. Of course he had his summer planned out. They didn't wait until they were ready to leave for Texas before they started putting the crew together. She just hadn't realized that they were going to leave this early. Maybe she should have paid more attention to Monroe and Esther. Then she might have heard them discussing when his brothers were leaving. Although most of the time when she was with them, they were talking about the wedding. Should she tell Jefferson to forget it? She really needed someone for the summer.
The baby's due in July,
she said softly, with far less confidence than she had uttered anything else. If he went on the harvest crew, that would mean another almost year of them trying to make it by themselves. Only this time, Esther wouldn't even be on the farm, and Candace would be having a baby. It might be too late to save the farm when he made it back. I can't leave my dad high and dry. I doubt he'll be able to find someone else fast enough to have them on the crew before they leave. He straightened up, dropping his arms and shoving one hand in his pocket while raking another hand through his hair. Candace took hope with that, because it seemed to show in agitation. Agitated maybe because he had actually been tempted by the idea of having the farm?
No, I'm sorry. I hadn't even thought you'd already have plans, and I should have. I couldn't ask you to cancel those at the last minute. That wouldn't be right.
She meant that. And then the thought occurred to her.
Are any of your brothers staying? Aside from Monroe, of course.
She supposed the thought in the back of her head was that she could proposition one of them, although there was a part of her that rebelled at the idea. She wasn't sure why. If she could proposition Jefferson, and it felt okay, why did it feel so wrong to proposition any of the other ones? She didn't question that, but went with her gut feeling and shook her head.
Never mind.
None of them are staying, he said at the same time. His face didn't give much away, but she thought she saw a little disgust cross over it. Disgust, maybe, that she could flip from one brother to the other without a care. It certainly wasn't something a modern woman was supposed to do, especially when it came to proposing a business arrangement marriage. Were there rules for this type of thing? For the first time, something that could almost be termed a smile turned the corners of his mouth. You're not interested in any of my other brothers? Candace shook her head.
No. If it doesn't work with you, I'm going to give up. Losing the farm won't be the worst thing that's ever happened to us.
What in her life would have been worse than losing the farm? Losing her parents, that was an easy answer, but she supposed losing the farm would be number two. You made me a proposition. How about I give you a counter-proposition that we both can think about?
Both?
I haven't had a chance to actually decide whether this is something I truly want to do or not, but I do have an idea that might make things work out since you need someone on the farm right away. I assume you must be behind in your spring work? She nodded. That's what I thought. So this is what I'm thinking, and it's just off the cuff. She nodded again. At this point, she'd pretty much take anything, even something off the cuff. If I were to accept your offer, we'd get married before I left, and I'd hire someone to help you out on the farm. It's going to be short notice, and I can't guarantee that he'd be able to do everything I can do, but it would hopefully be someone who would ease your burden a little bit. I'll talk to my dad, and I know he'll work on finding someone to replace me. I can't leave until he does. That wouldn't be right, but I'll leave as soon as he does. Does that sound doable? Candace didn't have to think hard before she nodded.
We can hold on for a while. We'll probably be late getting our corn in the ground, and our hogs are scheduled to go out in 8 weeks. It will be hard to get that done ourselves as well. Still, we can do it, but where we're really going to run into trouble is July, when it's time for me to have the baby.
I'll tell my dad I can't stay past July. That's 3 months' notice to find someone else. That's more than fair.
I'm not sure how much we can pay anyone you find.
Candace tried to keep the worry out of her voice, but she couldn't help it. Their health insurance premiums had gone up since the new year, and they couldn't afford to drop it. Not with her being pregnant. Although, with Esther getting married and not needing to be on it anymore, they might have some wiggle room. Candace knew it didn't do any good for her to stand around and berate herself for her stupidity and bad decisions, for doing something very similar to what she was doing now. But she couldn't dwell on that thought, so she tried to shove all of the guilt and the might-have-beens aside. Don't worry about it. I'll hire him. I'll pay him. It won't be your concern. She wanted to argue. She wanted to say it was her farm too, and she should have a say in what happened. But in order to save it, she had to give up some of her rights. Still, she didn't want to let him walk all over her.
Maybe I want it to be my concern.
She kept her voice low, reasonable, and void of any animosity. She was making a suggestion. He had been staring off into space as though he were trying to put all the puzzle pieces he'd just gotten together. His brow furrowed, like he was trying to figure out her comment. Finally, he said, "So you want to be responsible for paying whoever I hire? Should I send the money to you just so you can write a check out to him?" To her surprise, part of her was tempted to roll her eyes. Of course, that wasn't what she was saying. Maybe marriage wasn't going to be as easy as what she thought it was, even if she did have a business arrangement rather than a love match.
No, I didn't really mean that. I just meant that I guess I was expecting we would make decisions together and work together.
It seemed like he'd spent most of their conversation being surprised, but that quickly turned to consideration. And then, to her surprise, one side of his mouth quirked up. I guess that's what marriage is. I suppose it's going to take a little getting used to. He paused and his eyes shifted. If we decide to go through with it. He emphasized the if, which made her think that maybe he wasn't as sure of everything as what she was thinking.
How long do you think you're going to need to make a decision?
Just then, the church door opened, and Preston Emerson, who was not in the wedding party but was good friends with the Connally family, walked out into the parking lot, looked around, spotted them, and strode over. The look on his face was cheerful but questioning. He spoke when he was halfway to them. Everyone is looking for you guys. Is there some kind of problem? He kept walking, and neither Candace nor Jefferson answered until he stopped beside them. No problem. I just had a little business to take care of. Jefferson glanced at her, and she nodded, her face serious and carefully controlled. This was what she wanted, a business arrangement. She didn't want him to all of a sudden pretend that they were more than mere acquaintances and there was somehow romance blooming between them. In order to make their sudden announcement of the marriage, if that's what he decided to do, less shocking to everyone. They weren't even standing close together. There was no way anyone would get the idea that there was anything more than casual friendship between them. I see, Preston said, looking first at Jefferson and then at Candace. Maybe it was her imagination, but his look softened a little as he seemed to take her in, her expression, her stance, and if she wasn't mistaken, it was like he was getting a bead on her emotional state. He must have been satisfied with what he saw because he nodded. Finally, Preston lifted a shoulder. I think Esther wants you. He nodded at Candace, then turned to Jefferson. And I was sent out to find you because guests are starting to come in and they wanted all the guys together in the other Sunday school room. Be right in. Thanks for letting us know. Jefferson waited for Preston to turn before he looked at Candace. Let me think on it for a bit. I'll let you know by the end of the day. It wasn't the answer she had hoped for, but she couldn't begrudge him time to think. After all, she'd had it. It was only right that he got to think at least as long as she had. It was a big decision. Maybe she didn't really understand the magnitude of it. After all, just in this conversation, she'd been shocked, surprised, and had to reconsider, especially about the baby. She wasn't used to having to think about someone besides herself and her sisters. But with everything in her, she wanted to protect her child. That was part of the reason that she'd come to Jefferson to begin with, so that she could protect her baby's legacy.
That's fair. If you need more time, let me know.
She wasn't sure where those words came from, but she appreciated them. Some kind, benevolent part of her that she didn't realize she had. I don't think I will. I just need some time to run things through my head and maybe talk to someone who's a little wiser than I am. Make sure I'm not thinking of doing something that I'll regret for the rest of my life. He raised a brow at her. You might want to do that too. Part of her wanted to resist his words, resist the idea that he could tell her what to do or even give her advice. Who was he to think he knew her well enough to tell her what to do or to even make suggestions? But she smoothed those ruffle feathers down because the man was right. She should talk to someone. Maybe if she'd done that the last time she had a harebrained scheme, she wouldn't be pregnant now. And even though she saw the wisdom in that thought, She rebelled at it because she loved her baby, sight unseen. And even though she'd made stupid mistakes that had gotten her to where she was, she wanted this baby with all her heart.
I'm sure you're right. I'll see if Miss Matilda has a few moments at the reception.
That's a good idea. Come on, he said, jerking his head toward the church. She followed him to the door, and again, he opened it and allowed her to go through first. Maybe she was crazy, but just that little courtesy made her think that maybe she wasn't making such a huge, terrible decision after all. Chapter 4. Jefferson held the door open, waiting for Candace to walk through. She hurried away, not looking back at him, but disappearing into the Sunday school room where her sister was getting ready to get married. Jefferson just stood inside the door for a minute. He really had nothing to do other than to make sure his tie was straight, and while he normally enjoyed hanging out with his brothers, he was deep in thought and also shocked at himself that he might actually be thinking about marrying a woman he didn't even know. Nothing other than her name, and that she was expecting another man's child. And she had 1/3 share of a farm, which, combined with the money that he'd saved, which he hadn't even told her about, would probably be enough to buy the farm to their north. What was he thinking? "Is there something I can help you with?" Preston asked from beside him, startling him because he had completely forgotten he was even there. He'd managed to get the door closed, although he didn't remember doing it, and Preston stood 3 feet away, his legs braced, his hands in his pockets. Not threatening, but ready to help. Jefferson appreciated that. He also knew Preston was known for being level-headed and wise. Jefferson had considered going to his dad and talking to him, but his dad didn't exactly have a great track record with women, considering that their mom had left, claiming that he never spent time with her, a claim that felt absolutely atrocious and completely untrue when he'd been a teenager. But now, looking at it through an adult's eyes, his mom had probably been neglected. Their dad had seemed to learn from it, and his stepmom seemed happy. She would have been someone else he could have gone to. She had a take-charge kind of personality, and she wasn't afraid of hard work. She also didn't let his dad get away with anything. She wasn't going to stand around and be neglected. But Preston was standing in front of him, and he'd promised Candace that he would have an answer for her by the end of the day. So he turned to Preston and said, "Actually, maybe I do, but this isn't something I want to get out, especially if I decide not to do it. Even if I do." Did she want everyone to know that they were getting married because of a business arrangement? The question hadn't even entered his mind when he'd been talking to her. He made a mental note to ask. "I can usually be discreet, as long as we're not talking about something that's morally wrong and should be reported to the police," Preston said casually, leaning his shoulder against the door jamb and raising his brow slightly, a humorous look on his face, but it had serious undertones. Preston wouldn't be party to anything immoral. That actually made Jefferson feel even better about talking to him. He would shoot straight and wouldn't give him a bunch of pretty words. That's what he needed. "Candace just asked me to marry her." At that, Preston's brow shot up. Probably not quite as high as his had done when Candace actually popped the question. He almost laughed. If they ended up getting married and staying married, 50 years from now that would be a good story to tell their children. How his wife had proposed to him in the parking lot of a church when she didn't even know his name. At her sister's wedding, no less. Yeah, a good story. If they made it that long. Most marriages didn't. What made him think that his would be any different? Because you're not getting messed up with love and all those mushy things, You're using your brain and rational thought to go into this. That made sense. But if that made marriages last longer, why didn't everyone do that? You guys have done a really good job of keeping your relationship a secret. Everyone's wondering who the father of her baby is. I guess it makes me wonder why you didn't step up earlier. It was Jefferson's turn to be shocked. He hadn't considered that people might think he was the father of the baby. But that made sense. He wanted to deny it immediately. After all, if he was the father of someone's baby, he wasn't going to leave her out on the farm wondering how in the world she was going to pay her bills, how she was going to take care of their child while he ran around with not a care in the world. But maybe this was part of Candace's offer. She hadn't said. Maybe she wanted everyone to think that he was the father of her child. Their child. He'd said he would be a dad. She'd specifically asked about that. He told her that he wasn't sure he would be a good one, and that was the truth. But did she want the town to believe a lie? It's complicated, he finally said. Preston didn't push, and Jefferson appreciated that. His estimation of Preston went up. He wasn't trying to get the gory details. He was sincerely trying to help. We're not really in love, but she's offered to give me her third of the farm if we get married and stay married. The baby wasn't good enough reason? Preston asked. Oh yeah, the baby. How was he going to explain anything without saying that he wasn't the father? Should he even try? The situation with the baby is complicated, and I'm not sure exactly what Candace wants to say about it. So, if we take the baby out of the equation, for now, and just focus on the fact that I'm seriously considering getting married to someone that I barely know as a business arrangement. Am I crazy? Preston snorted, but to his credit, he didn't laugh. Rather, he put a hand on his chin and rubbed it thoughtfully, his face serious, his eyes staring off at nothing while he seemed to roll Jefferson's words through his head. Jefferson, for his part, thought about the situation, trying to figure out if there was any other pertinent information Preston needed to know. Do you love her? Preston finally asked. I barely know her, Jefferson said as though that answered the question. He didn't really even know what love was. He loved his mom like any kid loved his mom, and she'd left. He'd barely heard from her since she walked out. He loved his dad, but sometimes it seemed like all his dad wanted from him was the work he could do. Since his dad had gotten married again, he seemed to have made more of an effort to actually hang out with his boys rather than just work with them, but it felt awkward and unnatural. For the first time, Jefferson considered that his dad had been wounded just as much as he had, maybe even more, when their mother, his wife, walked out. Maybe that was why work always seemed to be so much more important than relationships to him. Or maybe it was just a man thing. So, this is a love at first sight deal? Preston asked, his brows knitted, like he was truly trying to figure out what exactly was going on. No, it's not. He said the words confidently, but in his brain he was rolling them over. He wouldn't have looked twice at her. She was pregnant, and it wasn't his baby. That said to him that she was taken by somebody else. But obviously, whoever the father of her baby was, he wasn't stepping up. And for the first time, Jefferson wondered what the story was. Had she been forced? Candace wasn't exactly shy. Surely she would have gone to the authorities and reported it. Maybe she did and he just hadn't heard. But if she wasn't forced, then what? How? Who? Maybe he'd better find out. He supposed he didn't want to be married for 3 months before he found out that his wife's baby was fathered by one of his brothers. although he couldn't imagine that actually happening. Now that he thought about it, though, it was quite possible. Candace had dated Monroe off and on. They were at Monroe's wedding right now. Jefferson didn't have a clue about how a woman's mind worked, but maybe this was some kind of payback. Somehow marrying Monroe's brother, asking him at Monroe's wedding, when Monroe was the father of her child. No. Even as his brain was considering that conspiracy theory, he had to dismiss it. He never thought like that anyway, and he couldn't believe his mind had gone in that direction now. Shows what a woman would do to a man. 5 minutes with her, and all of a sudden he was thinking things he'd never thought before. Maybe marriage wouldn't be worth it, he murmured out loud. Worth what? Preston asked. Worth putting up with a woman. He expected Preston to be shocked or upset or ask what in the world, but Preston didn't do any of that. He just nodded thoughtfully. Maybe Preston knew about his mom. He supposed that's where the old feelings came from. That women weren't to be trusted, that he couldn't love them, because, after all, if a man's mom didn't stay, who would? Well, I'll be honest with you. I think a marriage of convenience could work, especially if both partners are committed to the marriage. If divorce is not an option. There is no rule or law or even good advice that says love has to be the foundation of a marriage. Marriage is just as likely to break up when people claim to be in love as it is otherwise, I suppose. That's pretty much the conclusion that he'd come to. It was nice to know that Preston agreed. But, Preston said, smiling when Jefferson's head jerked up to him, but women are emotional creatures. They make a lot of decisions based on their emotions, how they feel. I'm not saying it's right, he added quickly. I'm just saying that's how it is. And that makes a difference. Jefferson figured he didn't have to explain that he really didn't know how a woman's mind worked. He wondered if Preston did, considering Preston had 3 brothers and no sisters. And Jefferson had 1 sister, even if she was younger and he barely spent any time with her growing up. It might, Preston said, still leaning against the door jamb and rubbing his chin. I think for a man, we just want to be admired. We want people to respect us. We want people to look at us and see our accomplishments and admire us and think we're pretty great. Jefferson nodded. That was true. He did want to be successful, and he wanted people to see it and respect him for it. Maybe go to him for advice. A woman? She needs different things. I don't know that she necessarily wants to be admired and respected, but I think love is more important to a woman. Not all the tingly feelings, although maybe. But love is in, she wants to be cherished. She wants to have affection and know that she's loved by the way you treat her. That she's special, irreplaceable to you. And if she doesn't have that, I'm not sure that she wouldn't be dissatisfied. Maybe not dissatisfied enough to leave, but definitely dissatisfied enough to be unhappy. I kind of feel like it would be wrong of you to go into a relationship knowing what she needs and having no plans to give it to her. Well, Jefferson had never considered that. He supposed he hadn't really thought about what their relationship would look like in a year or 10. I take it when you said business arrangement, you meant you aren't going to have any kind of personal relationship? Preston asked. No, I wasn't thinking that anyway. So you'll just have 1 child? Jefferson nodded absently, murmuring, A girl. That's what she'd said. They were going to have a girl. You wouldn't want to try again for a boy? Jefferson's head came up. Of course he wanted a boy. He wanted more than 1. Not that he didn't want girls, but he wanted his kids on the farm with them doing things, working. Girls or boys, but boys were more likely to want to, and there was just a little bit of a longing in there to give his son a better life than what his dad had given him. More love, more attention, more affection.
I hadn't thought about it.
I guess that's why you needed someone else to bounce an idea or two off of, because that's definitely something you'll want to consider. There are certain things you need to do in order to have children, and from what I understand, it's helpful if you like the person you're doing them with. Jefferson snorted. He didn't need that spelled out for him. Women in particular seem to need a little more than a business arrangement in order to want to try for children.
No. I don't know much about women, but I do get that.
I think it would work, but I'm not sure you want to spend the rest of your life in a business relationship with someone if you want more children. And while it might not matter to you too much, if there's not a whole lot of love and affection involved and she doesn't feel special to you, it might matter to her. Jefferson nodded. He wasn't sure what to do about it, though. He couldn't make a woman fall in love, could he? After all, he didn't really know exactly what love was, and he certainly couldn't make himself feel anything that he didn't.
So, should I fake it? Learn to fake feelings?
You don't want your marriage to be based on a lie. I say you need to learn to feel it. The Sunday school room door opened then, and his brother Truman stuck his head out.
What are you doing, Jefferson? It's almost time for us to line up. Everybody's been texting you, trying to figure out where you are.
He grabbed his phone out of the pocket of his suit jacket. He hadn't realized it had been buzzing, but there were 19 unread messages.
I need to go. I appreciate your insight. You have some wise words. I appreciate you sharing them with me.
Preston nodded. I hope things work out for you. Candace is a good girl, loyal, and a hard worker. You really can't go wrong with her, but you want to treat her right. Jefferson nodded. He didn't even know her well enough to know that much about her. But Preston wasn't the kind of man who would lie about her. Plus, he had nothing to lose by speaking the truth and nothing to gain by giving him empty compliments about Candace. He'd certainly made it clear that he wasn't completely on board with the idea of such a marriage, so he wouldn't have been trying to talk Jefferson into it by lying about Candace. The things he said about her were probably true. Go on, you have time, Preston said, smacking him on the shoulder. Then he stopped. Don't you?
I told her I'd tell her by the end of the day.
Oh, I see. Preston paused. Then he said, a little slower, a little more hesitantly, and I don't know how the baby figures into this, but if it's yours, you definitely need to do right by her, even if you don't marry her. Jefferson nodded. The baby wasn't his, but for some reason those words didn't come to his lips. Instead, he said,
I know.
Chapter 5. Jefferson stood in the large fire hall, leaning a shoulder on the side wall. Most people were done eating and the toasts had been made. Folks were mingling, some dancing, and others getting ready to leave. He needed to talk to Candace. He'd been putting it off because he didn't know what he was going to say to her. The words Preston had said rang in his ears. A woman wanted affection. She wanted smiles and laughter and sweet words. She wanted to be cherished. She wanted to be special. He thought of all those things while he was watching his brother get married. He didn't know too many men who could work harder than his brothers, and Monroe was one of the hardest working out of all of them. He was driven, always had been, as had all of them. They wanted to own their own farms, and that wasn't the kind of thing that was going to come to someone who wasn't willing to work for it. None of them thought money was going to drop from the sky, plop in their laps, and they were going to fulfill their dreams that way. But Monroe had been happy. His whole face had shone. He was excited, and every time he looked at his bride, Esther, it softened into some sweet, almost mushy look that half repulsed Jefferson, half made him jealous. He supposed that's what being in love looked like. Did it look like that all the time? He didn't remember his dad looking like that as he married his stepmom. He was pretty sure they were in love, though. That was the thing. Love seemed like a slippery concept, and he wasn't sure exactly what it was. If it was flowers and poetry, he wasn't going to be able to do it. He would look like an idiot trying to spout poetry to someone. He'd feel like he was 12 or something. And flowers weren't exactly his thing, although he supposed he could buy them from somewhere and hand them over. But he'd feel dumb doing that, too. Flowers weren't practical. There was no use for them. If someone gave him flowers, he'd feel like it wasn't a real gift. In fact, he'd question if they even liked him if they gave him something as worthless as flowers. He couldn't see himself doing that for someone else. But, to his knowledge, Monroe had never given Esther flowers, and he was almost certain that Monroe didn't stand around reciting poetry to Esther. So maybe love didn't mean flowers and poetry. But what was it then? And did he really need to have it with Candace? He supposed divorce wasn't the worst thing that could ever happen to him, and he hadn't mentioned this to Preston when Preston was talking, but Candace had said that she would have a paper drawn up. The paper would say that if she ever left the marriage, he still got the farm. So it didn't really matter if she wasn't getting what she needed. She was going into this with her eyes open, and if she left because she was unhappy, it wasn't his fault, and he wasn't going to lose anything. Except he didn't want to have a marriage that didn't work. He didn't want to not be able to make his wife happy. No matter how they started their marriage, he didn't want her to be miserable. You can't make someone be happy. Right, he knew that, but he could make someone miserable. Happiness is a choice. He didn't want her to have to struggle to be happy. He didn't want her to have to get up every morning and have to choose to be happy. He didn't want her to have to ignore her circumstances and put up with the man she married. He wanted her to admire him, to respect him. He wasn't sure if he actually wanted love. He supposed he'd take it if she offered it, but he'd take it with both eyes open and a glance at the door, since it had been his experience that when women offered love, they left. That wasn't a thought he wanted to keep thinking about. He shoved it aside. Was he going to be able to provide Candace what she needed? He didn't want to go into a marriage without at least being able to do that. Sure, he couldn't make her be happy, make her choose happiness, but he could do his level best to provide an environment where she would have to be miserable in order to be unhappy. Could he? Those were questions that were running through his mind, and that was the reason he was standing against the wall and hadn't tried to talk to her throughout the reception. Now the music was still playing, but the hall had cleared out some, and other people were preparing to go. Candace seemed mostly happy, if not smiling, at least serene. She didn't seem to be the kind of woman who smiled easily, or maybe that was just the pressure she was under. He could admire someone who wanted to save the family farm. He could admire someone even more who was willing to go to the lengths that Candace was, not just for herself, but for her sisters as well. She had been talking to his sister Catherine, but now Catherine moved away from the table where Candace sat, and Candace touched the rim of her cup, slowly running her finger around, watching her finger like the answer to life's questions were right there. Jefferson didn't consciously think about it, but his feet began to move, and he realized he was walking across the floor toward her. For what, he didn't know. He still didn't know as he stopped beside her and she looked up. surprise, then awareness in her eyes. "Would you like to dance?" It was the only thing he could think of to say, and thankfully there was a slower song playing, so he could probably put his arms around her and sway back and forth, since he really had no idea how to do anything else. Not to mention, he had no desire to do anything else. He found, though, that he did desire to do this, to touch this woman, like touching her made her real, made her request real, made him think that this woman would be his wife, living with him, sleeping with him. He didn't want a marriage that wasn't real. That insight came crystal clear as she stood, graceful despite the belly that seemed to set her slightly off balance. He held out a hand, and she clasped it as she finished standing up. "Thank you," she said graciously, her words sounding like the words of a queen, royal and regal. With that thought came another, that she was too good for him. She was a farm girl, just as he was a farmer, but her bearing, her carriage, and everything about her said class and dignity. What did he know about those things? And could he make someone happy who believed those things were important? Would she be happy with him, seeing how he was rough and the furthest thing from dignified? He knew how to work. He knew how to fix things. He knew how to get things done. That was the kind of man she needed. He knew that. But what kind of man did she want? If you could choose to marry anyone, what kind of man would you choose? It wasn't what he expected to say as she turned and his arms came around her. Her hands went up to his shoulders, and they started swaying to the music. He hadn't even led her out to the area that had been cleared for dancing. They were still standing beside the table. She didn't seem to notice where they were, but she was surprised at his question. Her eyes opened wide, and her body stiffened a little. He had his hands on the back of her waist, and he could feel the tension pull her muscles tight. "It doesn't matter, does it?" "I guess not. I was just wondering. Maybe I was wondering why you chose me." Maybe she had propositioned other men. He hadn't considered that until a guilty look crossed her face. Something tight balled up in his chest. Hot. It set his teeth on edge, and he wasn't admiring her anymore. Maybe she did deserve someone like him. Or maybe she felt like she was scraping the bottom of the barrel. "Am I the first person you asked?" he said before she answered his last question. Maybe he should have waited. "Yes, but you're not the first person I thought of." That hurt. He didn't even like her, and that hurt. The business arrangement sounded much better, much easier, cleaner, definitely not hurtful. If he didn't like her, she couldn't hurt him. "Not because I don't admire you, and you are absolutely a better man than the first person I considered." That was a little better, but it still upset him that she considered someone else before him. "Who did you consider?" She shook her head. "Not now, please." She glanced around. He could give her that. It was a crowded room, and anyone could come and overhear them. The music wasn't terribly loud, and they weren't even dancing in front of the speakers. No matter whether she asked someone else first or not, she didn't deserve to be treated badly just because his pride was hurt. He still wasn't feeling super happy with her. She took a breath, and he thought she was going to say something, but then she looked around. When she spoke, her voice was low. "I thought money was more important. The first person that I thought of had a lot of money, and I thought affection, if not love, would be nice in a marriage. And I thought that person liked me, maybe even loved me too." Her proud head was lowered, and where earlier when she'd propositioned him, she had her chin up and her eyes on his, now her head was down, and her eyes landed somewhere on the buttons of his shirt. She'd been hurt. He was surprised at the emotions that went through him at the realization. He wanted to hurt the person who had hurt her. He wanted to comfort her, which was even odder. He wanted to hold her and somehow make the hurt go away. He could never remember feeling that before. Maybe when a guy thought about marrying someone, he automatically became protective of them. He'd never heard of that before, but then again, he didn't pay attention to all those girly, squirrely feelings. The song ended, and he had to admit he was disappointed when something a lot more upbeat and rock-like came on. "Do you want to go outside? I think we probably need to talk a little bit." He supposed they could go home and get changed and they could talk this evening. He was about to suggest that when she nodded.
"Please, you haven't given me your answer, and it's making me nervous."
He grunted. She didn't look nervous. She didn't look disconcerted at all as she walked gracefully beside him to the side door, which he pushed open and held for her. She walked out, and he followed her into the bright April sunlight.
"It's a beautiful day for a wedding,"
she said, almost to herself, and he wasn't sure if he was supposed to answer her or not.
"What a great way to start a marriage, with a beautiful, sunny, warm day and lots of family and friends to celebrate with you. I'm so happy for Esther."
She turned, looking at him.
"And Monroe. He's a good man."
"Is he the father of your baby?" He'd never been able to beat around the bush very well, to temper his words, to make them sweet. If he couldn't do it now, what in the world made him think he was going to be able to do it when he was married? He didn't know how to say sweet words to a woman. He knew how to ask questions to get information to make decisions that would affect his bottom line today and next year this time. Packaging the words in a pretty box with a fancy bow wasn't something he ever thought useful or helpful.
"He's not. I know that's what a lot of people think, and he's not really said anything, to my knowledge, to make them think otherwise. Nor,"
her head hung,
"have I."
I think before I give you an answer, I need to know who the father is." She looked up quickly.
"Why?"
"If it's one of my brothers, I don't want to find out 3 months from now. I don't want to find out that the preacher's the father of your baby sometime during our marriage. I want to go into this with my eyes open. Surprises, especially a surprise that could be as explosive as this one, aren't welcome."
"You don't know him, I promise. He's not from around here, doesn't run in your circles, isn't a farmer, and while he does live in Iowa, he'd prefer not to."
He watched her face as she spoke. She didn't seem to be harboring any affection for this man she didn't want to tell him about. "He doesn't live in Prairie Rose?"
"Fort Dodge. That's where he lives, but I don't think he'll be there long. He's just there for some business opportunities. He is originally from California. He'll be going back as soon as he can. It's very provincial here."
She said the last bit almost sarcastically, which surprised him, because she wasn't a sarcastic kind of person. "I see." And he thought he did. "Did you get pregnant on purpose?"
"No."
She shook her head. It was obvious something was going on, something he wasn't sure about, but he decided to let the topic drop. For now. I guess I can understand your reluctance to talk about it. I think I should know. However, I don't need to know that in order to make my decision."
"You don't?"
She looked up, fear in her eyes. "No, I don't."
"Then you've made your decision. You have an answer?"
If she were the kind of woman who fidgeted, she'd be twisting her hands right now. As it was, She didn't move, not any part of her body. "I do." Chapter 6. Candace held her breath. It felt like Jefferson was stringing her along. Why hadn't he come out and just told her no instead of asking her a bunch of questions if he was going to turn her down? And if he was going to say yes, why didn't he just say it already? If he'd made his decision and it was a yes, the questions he was asking were things they would have to work out, not things that were determining whether or not he was going to accept her proposal. But her frustration wasn't really at him. It was at herself, for being in this predicament to begin with. He had every right to be asking about the baby, the father, and anything else he wanted. She was asking him to marry her, a lifetime commitment. He deserved to have answers. She was opening her mouth to tell him so, to apologize for being impatient, to offer to tell him anything he wanted, when the side door opened, and her sister Esther threw ice water out of the container that had been holding the fruit and keeping it cold.
"Oh, there you are. People thought maybe you'd left."
Her smile didn't dim as it turned to Jefferson.
"Monroe was asking about you. He said he felt like he'd barely seen you all day."
Her smile was friendly, her voice easy.
"You're always kind of quiet anyway," he said, "but today he just felt like you were invisible."
"I'm sorry. I've been preoccupied with some other things. You guys shouldn't have to clean up at your own reception. I'll come in and help. You go sit down." Candace bit the insides of her cheeks. His voice was so tender and considerate with Esther. He knew about her medical issues and her exhaustion, and he cared about her. It was obvious from the tone of his voice and the tender look in his eyes. Candace resisted the tightening of her throat and the hardening of her heart. She would not be jealous of her sister. Esther had had such a hard road, and she'd tried and struggled so hard to get better. She'd despaired of ever getting married, ever really having a life, and Candace wouldn't begrudge her 1 second of happiness.
"I'm coming in too, and I can do whatever it is that you were going to do. Jefferson is right. You guys should be leaving."
As Candace spoke, Esther's brows crinkled together, and her eyes went from Candace to Jefferson and then back to Candace, as though just realizing that they had been outside alone and were standing quite close. Questions popped up in her eyes, and she said,
"Am I interrupting something?"
Jefferson moved then, going toward the door. "No, you're not interrupting anything. We want to come in and give you guys a hand." That was true. Candace really did want to help, but what she actually wanted more was to know what Jefferson's answer was. Just a few more seconds. She resisted the urge to stomp her foot in frustration and followed Jefferson to the door, where he grabbed it from Esther and held it while they both walked in. She glanced up at him as she walked by, and his eyes were hooded, his expression unemotional. She couldn't tell what his answer was going to be from the look on his face. Maybe that was for the best. Maybe she didn't want to know what his decision was. If he told her yes, she'd be scared and nervous, wondering if she'd made the right decision. If he said no, she'd be back to where she was before, so desperate for a way to save their farm that she would proposition a virtual stranger and ask him to marry her. Neither place was a spot she really wanted to be. The tables were mostly cleared off, and the people who had still been sitting there were helping to clear everything else. Knowing Miss Matilda wanted to save the plastic table coverings, Candace walked down to the end, grabbed a rag out of a soapy bucket, and started wiping them off. Technically, they were disposable, but Miss Matilda never threw anything away unless it was completely unusable. Even when these were no longer good for table coverings, she'd probably keep them to use as backdrops for Sunday school plays, ghost costumes for Halloween, or head coverings for shepherds and gowns for angels in the Christmas pageant. Miss Matilda was a genius at repurposing. Wiping the tables was a mindless job, and she almost wished that she had something to do where she needed to engage her brain. Although she didn't want anything where she would need to talk to anyone. She wasn't sure she could actually hold a conversation. She managed to get 3 tables wiped before Miss Matilda walked along beside her with a large roaster pan in her hands. Candace smiled and nodded, scrubbing a little harder on the tablecloth than strictly necessary, hoping that Miss Matilda would keep on walking. But she stopped.
"Would you mind opening my car door for me, honey?"
she asked, indicating the roaster pan in her hands and smiling cajolingly.
"Of course. Actually, I can't walk beside you while you carry that. Let me."
Miss Matilda handed it over without a word of protest, which shocked Candace, since Miss Matilda was the kind of lady who seemed very self-sufficient. Nevertheless, she followed Miss Matilda out to the parking lot and to her little blue car. Miss Matilda opened the back seat and said,
"You can go ahead and set it right in there. I had to be careful on the way here that nothing spilled, but it's completely empty now and washed out, so it can toss and turn all it wants to."
"Looks like you made it without spilling anything on the seat," Candace said as she straightened, her back pinching some as she twisted. She couldn't help but put a hand on the spot with the pain.
"Bothering you?"
Miss Matilda said, making a move to shut the door as Candace stepped back.
"I guess that's one of the banes of pregnancy, right? Aches and pains."
Miss Matilda nodded sympathetically.
"That's right. Although, as you get older, it becomes an everyday occurrence, even without the blessing of the promise of the baby at the end."
Candace had never considered that, and she thought about it for a moment before she nodded. At least with the pregnancy, she knew a baby was coming, one that she loved fiercely, even if she was going to complicate her life. She didn't care. Complications were worth it in order to have the little one.
"I'd take a lot worse than that in order to have a baby,"
Candace said, meaning it, although she had never thought of it quite like that before.
"So you wanted a baby, and you didn't want to wait to find a husband?"
Miss Matilda asked. Then she shook her head.
"I'm sorry. I'm prying. Sometimes we just need someone to talk to, you know?"
Her comment made Candace want to cry. Her throat tightened and squeezed, and she blinked.
"I guess I like to think I can handle everything myself, but I seem to have messed everything up, and I don't know how to fix it."
She hadn't wanted to confide in anyone. She hadn't wanted to ask for advice because then she would have to admit how incredibly stupid she'd been.
"Is there something I can help you with? Something I can listen to?"
Miss Matilda said, her voice holding so much care and concern that Candace didn't even think of refusing her.
"I asked Jefferson Connally to marry me, not because I love him, but because I'm trying to save the farm." "He's a good man. He'd make anyone a good husband. But have you guys been seeing each other in secret? Is he the father of your baby?"
That was a question everyone was going to ask. She didn't know what to say. She didn't want to go into everything. Obviously, she'd done things she regretted and wished she could take back. But now, it wasn't just her. She wasn't sure what Jefferson would want. Would he want people to know they were getting married and she was obviously pregnant, but not by him?
"No, we haven't been seeing each other in secret. We don't know each other very well at all. I really only offered him a business arrangement." "That's interesting,"
Miss Matilda admitted. She opened her mouth as if she were going to say something, and Candace braced herself. If she asked about the baby again, she didn't think she could put her off. She didn't think that would be right. Although maybe a woman was entitled to a few secrets. She shouldn't be keeping secrets from her husband, though. She knew that. Her parents had had a great marriage, and they would never even consider keeping anything from each other.
Your parents were madly in love with each other up until the day of their accident,
Miss Matilda said, maybe a little thoughtfully, as she watched for Candace's reaction. Candace swallowed. It was rather uncanny the way Miss Matilda almost read her mind.
I know, but not everyone gets a relationship like that. And sometimes we just have to do what we have to do. So why would you feel like you have to do this? I don't want to lose the farm. I know you might not understand.
Miss Matilda put her hand up.
Child, have you forgotten I was married for 60 years to a farmer? I understand how important keeping the farm is. It's almost like it's programmed into our souls. We'll do anything to keep from losing the farm, whatever it takes.
Candace had forgotten. It had been a few years since Miss Matilda had moved to town, and it was easy to forget that she had lived a whole life before she'd gone back to her childhood home on Main Street in Prairie Rose.
I'm sorry, I forgot. It's okay. We have a tendency to focus on the here and now in our lives and other people's as well. So, I do understand about losing the farm. What makes you think you're going to lose it? We're already behind. We're not nearly as far with the spring work as what we should be, and Esther's too frail to help. I don't begrudge her that, and I'm thrilled that she and Monroe are married. But because of her health, instead of working on the farm, he's going to be helping his sister and brother-in-law at their shop in town. That leaves Meg and me. The two of you were doing it for the last year and a half while Esther was sick. I know, but in a few months, I'm going to have a baby to take care of,
Candace said, putting her hand on her stomach like it wasn't obvious.
Babies don't stop the world. You keep on going. They do need time and attention, you're right.
Miss Matilda conceded, and Candace let out a breath, realizing she'd been hoping that Miss Matilda was going to say something that would give her hope. But she really hadn't.
We're starting out behind, and it's too much for Meg and me, and I'm going to be no good at all come summer. I needed to do something, and I needed to do it before we had no choice but to sell, or before we're too far behind to get ahead ever again. I think you're right to get a jump on it. It's always a bad idea to wait until your choices are limited. Exactly.
Maybe she was making a bad decision. She knew she needed to move. Chapter 7.
But do you really think this is your only choice?
Miss Matilda tilted her head at Candace.
Do you think you can hire someone? We tried. It's just so hard to find anyone who's willing to work that we can afford to pay. And corn prices were down last year, and we can't afford to spend the little profit we have on hiring workers. We wouldn't be able to buy groceries. I see. I've definitely heard the talk around town about how low grain prices were last year. Yeah, it's irony, I guess. When you have a great year with lots of rain at the right times and a huge yield, everybody else does too, and the price goes down. Supply and demand. At least as a grain farmer, you have a more honest pricing system than it is for dairy.
Candace nodded feelingly. There was no time in her life that she'd wanted to be a dairy farmer.
That's too much work for little or no profit. That's what my husband used to say, too.
Miss Matilda had a faraway look on her face for a bit. Then her eyes sharpened once again.
So, did Jefferson accept your proposal? He hasn't yet, but I haven't really gotten a chance to talk to him. You know, marriage isn't easy, and it's a pretty big commitment.
Candace might have bristled at Miss Matilda's words if they had come from someone else.
but she knew she was just reminding her, helping her not to get so blinded by the problems that she couldn't see that the solution might not be any better. You think you need love to get married? Oh, honey, that's a question that people smarter than I can't answer. But you're wise. You see a lot of marriages. You see a lot of marriages fail. Does it have to do with how much you love someone? That's a pretty probing question for someone as young as you are. I guess I've been thinking about it, since I'm considering going into a marriage as a business proposal and not in the conventional way. Marriages used to be arranged. The idea of dating is a rather modern one, and the idea of choosing your own spouse, rather than having your parents choose for you, is also a modern idea. And those marriages stayed together. That's because divorce wasn't an option. It was socially unacceptable. Were those marriages happier? I don't know. Miss Matilda sounded like she truly didn't know. I wish someone would just tell me that this is a good idea, that it's going to work out. Or no. Do it or don't do it. Do this instead. You know, like the idea that I just want to do whatever's going to be best, but I don't know what that is. Candace threw her hands up in the air, her frustration coming out in her voice. Jefferson is a good man, solid and strong. He's not very demonstrative, though, and he's probably not going to coddle you or do a bunch of romantic stuff. In fact, you might have trouble getting him to talk to you, and that could be frustrating, as well as difficult for your marriage, especially one that's based on a business arrangement. You're going to need to talk about things. I know. I had thought of that, but you're right. That's part of the reason I thought I could proposition him, because he's not romantic, and he wouldn't feel like he needed hearts and flowers in order to get married. He probably isn't interested in falling in love. Probably not. Probably the farm is the most important thing to him. I think you're right. That's another thing I was banking on. Well, then, it sounds like you know what you're getting into. Just know that might be all you ever have. I feel like I'm okay with that. I feel like as long as we save the farm, I have a safe place to raise my baby, and he's agreed to be the father, then what more could I want? Miss Matilda looked sage. I think in her heart of hearts, every woman wants to be cherished. She wants to have someone who takes care of her and cares about her, who wants to listen to her and who treats her like she's special. I feel like I can live without that, even though just talking about it does make me long for it. Just be careful. But, Miss Matilda smiled, and her look was a little crafty. Maybe you two will fall in love with each other, or at least develop a deep affection, which I think is probably about the same thing, since, honestly, love is more about action than feeling. Oh, he's not my type. I swore I'd never marry a farmer. I don't want to lose the farm, and I don't mind working on it, but I definitely like a guy in a business suit, someone who knows which fork to use in a restaurant. Someone who's charming and funny and sweet and will talk with me. Candace almost rolled her eyes because everything she was saying was about the opposite of what Jefferson was. Her face fell. But I know I can be faithful to Jefferson. It doesn't matter if he's not anything I've ever looked for in a man. He's what I need. He's the kind of man that can save the farm. So, the father of your baby is the kind of man you just described to me? Candace's mouth flattened. Finally, she nodded. Yes, that's right. That didn't work out? No, it didn't even start to work out. It was a big mistake. So maybe you don't like that kind of man after all? Or maybe that kind of man doesn't like me. I'm a farm girl, and nothing is ever going to change that. It doesn't matter how I talk, how I walk, how I act, or however many degrees I have. Nothing will change the fact that I grew up on a farm, and I kind of like it. And you want to raise your child on the farm? I guess. Yes. I mean, if things had worked out, I would have been okay raising her in the city. It can't be that much different. Oh, it's a lot different, for sure. What should I do, Miss Matilda? Candace finally said in frustration. She was tired of thinking about it, tired of trying to figure out the best thing, tired of wondering if she was messing up her life forever, and tired of wondering if Jefferson would even want her. How about you pray about it? Candace managed not to heave a bitter breath, and she didn't roll her eyes, but maybe she felt like it a little. Not that she didn't believe in God, just praying about things never seemed to do anything for her. You didn't ask me about this, and maybe I'm overstepping, but I think a lot of times when our lives go well, we have a tendency to walk away from the Lord because we don't need Him. Candace crossed her arms over her chest. She knew that. And I know when your parents died, you were probably really close to the Lord at that time. He helped you through it. What a devastating accident. He did. He was probably more real to me in that time of my life than at any other time. That's what I thought. But then, you guys could manage the farm without them, and things went well. And when things are going well, we don't really need God. I'm guilty of that. I think a lot of people are. I guess what I'm saying is when we don't need God, when we walk away from Him, when we spend so much time on our own, He becomes less familiar to us, harder to run to. I guess that's true. Think about it like this. If I were a stranger, someone that you'd never met before, you wouldn't come to me and ask me for advice. Not without knowing me. At least knowing that I had a degree or knowing that someone else recommended me. You want someone you're familiar with. Someone who knows you. Someone that you know, right? I see, Candace said, and she truly did. That opened her eyes in ways that she had not considered before. God is the same way. If we're not trying to get closer to Him, reading our Bibles and praying, when we have a situation like the one you're in right now, where we need answers, we're going to God, and while we know He loves us and we know He wants us, we don't know Him. It's like going to a stranger. I'm not saying He won't answer your prayer. I'm not saying He won't talk to you. I'm just saying maybe it's not something that you can pray about today and expect an answer about this afternoon. Maybe you need to spend a little bit of time reading my Bible, Candace said. Her belligerence faded. Miss Matilda was absolutely correct. She hadn't been spending much time with the Lord. She'd been busy trying to solve all of her problems on her own. Now, when she needed to know what to do, when she was at the end of her rope, she was saying, God, tell me what to do. I feel like I've just done nothing but be stupid for the last year. That's all in the past. This next second is the first second of the rest of your life. Turn around now. Miss Matilda had a little smile on her face. I'm old. I've seen decades and decades of living. And yet, I'm the same as you. Each second of my life is the first second of the rest of my life. It's my choice as to what I'm going to do with it. You think I should put off any marriage and just read my Bible and pray and wait until I'm sure about what God wants me to do?
Candace nodded her head. That seemed to be what Miss Matilda was saying.
Not necessarily.
Candace stopped in the act of turning toward the fire hall.
But I thought that's what you just said.
No, I just said when we're not close to God, we don't always hear what He's saying.
But I need to make a decision today.
And how much time have you spent praying about it? Candace hung her head.
Not much.
Then maybe you might want to take some time right now and do that. And not come back until you have a peace about what you've proposed. And if you don't, then, and only then, maybe you should take it back.
You really think God would give me peace about it this afternoon?
Do you have any peace now?
No. All I feel is anxiety, and I keep thinking it can't be good for the baby.
I agree. It's probably terrible for the baby.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your advice and your suggestions and your comments. You definitely gave me a lot to think about.
I guess those 9 decades that I've lived need to be good for something. You're making this old lady feel useful.
Oh, you are. It's so good to know that there's someone I can go to who will give me not just advice from a long life well lived, but advice that goes along with what God says.
That's no guarantee things are going to work out. It might be that God has a trial for you to go through, and this is just the beginning.
I know. That scares me.
He's with you. That's the promise. That's the promise you can bank on.
That's reassuring.
Candace leaned forward and put her arms around Miss Matilda, wrapping her in a hug and squeezing. Sometimes she wished she still had her mother, but it was nice to have someone like Miss Matilda who stepped in and filled that gap. Chapter 8. Jefferson stepped outside, his eyes scanning the now empty parking lot. The hall was clean, Esther and Monroe had left, and he hadn't seen Candace since shortly after they'd walked back in. He wasn't worried about her exactly, but he did think maybe she had gotten cold feet, changed her mind, and rather than saying something to him, had just left. He didn't even have her phone number. He did know where she lived, but he figured it probably wasn't his place to go look her up to talk about her proposal. If she wasn't around, he could probably assume that that meant she wasn't interested. The thought disappointed him, because he almost had talked himself into the idea that they could actually make it work. And not just make it work, but make it something really great. Even though Preston had talked about feelings and he could tell they were probably going to be important, the fact that they didn't have them to mess up their interactions now gave them a leg up, in his opinion. Maybe all that thinking was for naught if she changed her mind and walked out on him. But somehow, he thought that Candace wouldn't do that. If she were going to decide that she didn't want to do it anymore, he felt like she would tell him. She would have looked him up before she left. And that's where he got a little concerned, because if she hadn't looked him up before she left, it probably meant that she'd left in a hurry. Was she sick? Was there a problem? Did she need help somehow? Because while he was pretty sure she would be considerate of his feelings, he wasn't entirely sure that she would let anyone know she needed a hand. After all, that's what had driven her to propose marriage to him. She hadn't been willing to ask anyone else for help. He was almost positive if she had said something to Monroe, even with Esther's condition, Monroe would be chomping at the bit to try to help. That's what made him think that Monroe had no idea. Maybe he was so wrapped up in Esther that he wasn't paying attention, but certainly Candace wouldn't have said anything. She might have even asked her sister Meg to not say anything. He could see her not wanting to ruin Esther's honeymoon, or the preparations for her marriage, or the beginning of her married life. He'd already searched the building, and she was nowhere around. Most of the bridal party had left, and the hall was about as clean as he'd ever seen it. He pushed the door closed with his hip and hefted the 2 big garbage bags, walking to the dumpster, his eyes scanning the few cars in the parking lot, trying to see if there might be someone sitting inside of one or beside one. Man, he didn't know where she might be. But he didn't see anything as he made it over to the dumpster, lifting the lid and hefting the bags inside, allowing the plastic top to slam down. He brushed his hands off and spied a hose attached to the outside of the building. Maybe he could wash his hands there since he didn't want to get in his truck with trash grime on his fingers. The hose was turned on, and after he washed his hands the best he could and shook them off, he stood, and his eyes caught on something across the street. It was a park, and a beautiful day for children to play, but off to the side there was a small pond with a bench beside it, and that light blue dress was familiar. He didn't stop to think, but started striding around the building, across the road, heading toward the pond. Candace was so deep in thought, staring at the placid water on the pond, that she didn't hear him until he stopped beside her. She jerked her head toward him and let out a startled, "Oh!" "I'm sorry. You're thinking pretty hard on something." "I can't imagine what," she said, a little smile on her lips. He felt that smile boded well, for their conversation anyway, if not for his desires. Funny, at the beginning of the day, he'd been shocked and almost appalled at her proposition. But now, he was scared that she was going to change her mind, trying to think of ways to talk her into it. Prepare himself for the worst. The worst being that she would say no, that she'd changed her mind, didn't want to go through with it. "I'm going to want more kids," he said. Figured he might as well say the thing that had been the most on his mind. It kind of said everything anyway. That they would have a relationship beyond the business relationship. That was what he wanted, and that was what he was going to need if they were going to go through with this. She didn't seem surprised. "I talked to Miss Matilda. She pointed out that you might want more." Her fingers twisted in her lap. Her eyes were on the water. "I'm fine with that." "I was kind of hoping for something a little more than fine." Her head turned up, her brows lifted. "What more do you want?" "I think if we're going to do this, we're going to need to have something a little more than a business arrangement between us." "So instead of getting married, you want to date?" She wrinkled her nose but didn't say anything. It was obvious that wasn't what she wanted, and it hadn't been what he had been thinking. "That's not really going to solve your problem, is it? And it's not going to give me a third of the farm." "No, I guess I was thinking that you're going to want me to go to the lawyers and give you the third of the farm, regardless of marriage, and I have to say I don't really want to do that." "Nor would I ask you to. I can still get married tomorrow. I haven't had a chance to talk to my dad. I didn't want to bother him because of the wedding and all of that, but I'll let him know tomorrow that he needs to replace me as soon as he can." "When did you want to get married?" "We don't always take any time for lunch, but I can do that tomorrow. Does lunchtime work for you?" Something that he said caused her to look disappointed, to look down at her hands. He wasn't sure exactly what it was. He supposed he was going to have to learn to figure these things out, but honestly, he didn't have a clue. "Ask her, silly." Pressing his lips together, he said, a little belligerently, "What did I say?"
"Huh?"
she said, surprised, apparently, that he'd spoken. "I said something, and you looked, I don't know, disappointed or something. What was it?" She laughed humorlessly, shaking her head.
"I talked to Miss Matilda a little bit, and she said I was going to have to be prepared because you weren't exactly a touchy-feely kind of guy, which I already knew, and that was part of the reason I chose you. But she said that I would have to be prepared to not have you be considerate of my feelings, basically. Not in a mean way, just in a that's how you are way."
Well, I guess she has me tagged pretty well. I always felt like love was a dumb thing. I would never do stupid stuff because of my feelings. I guess I'm surprised Miss Matilda knew that.
"Well, I knew that too. A woman just looks at you and she knows."
"So I should try to hide that?"
"Why? If that's how you are, you don't want to give the wrong impression. It will attract the wrong kind of people and won't attract the right ones."
"I guess I don't understand what that has to do with me saying the wrong thing." Somehow, when he was in a conversation with Candace, he felt like he went in circles. Hopefully that would get better.
"It's nothing."
"I can't get better if I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I wasn't going to ask you, but then I thought if I knew, I might be able to learn something, even if I can't fix it now." This time, when she looked up at him, her head tilted, and she seemed to be seeing him with new eyes, almost like she was impressed. There was no disappointment on her face now. Yeah, that's the way he wanted it to stay. He tried a word he didn't say too often. "Please?"
"I'll tell you, but I don't want you to change anything, okay?"
"Okay, I won't, but I'll know for next time."
"Well, hopefully there won't be a next time."
She laughed that humorous laugh again.
I just loved Esther and Monroe's wedding. It was so beautiful. He loved her so much."
"I thought we were talking about that. Us, what we're doing is a business arrangement."
"I know. I wasn't expecting any of that. It's just, it was sad to hear that at my sister's wedding that we've just spent the entire day celebrating, just being happy for them. And me? Tomorrow we're going to take a lunch break and do it." She sighed. "It's not your fault. See, it was my choice. Just, sometimes I can be sad even though I don't want to change it."
"You're sure you don't want to change it? Because I can wait as long as you want, until you plan a wedding. How long does it take anyway? A week or two? I'll have to drive back from Texas. My brothers probably won't be here." She laughed.
"Esther's been planning her wedding for months, and that's not something I've ever really wanted."
"You sure?"
"I am."
She paused, and his stomach clenched, wondering what bomb she was going to drop on him now.
"Thank you. Thank you for asking and for caring. I guess that means a lot."
He almost smiled. He got credit for asking her to tell him what mistake he'd made. He was glad he found that out. If it meant so much to her for him to ask what he'd done to upset her, it was probably a question he should use again. Normally, he didn't worry too much about soothing his brothers. Someone was always annoyed about something. Then they got over it. That's just the way life went. They didn't go around apologizing to each other 100 times every day. Maybe having a wife, living with her, might be a little different than putting up with his brothers. She smelled better anyway. Her scent was a little sweeter, something like cherry blossoms, and maybe vanilla, too. Definitely she smelled better than his brothers. "So, Do you want me to take the day off tomorrow?
No, I wouldn't want you to do that to your dad, and especially when he's getting ready to leave. Let's just plan on meeting at the courthouse at 12, okay?
How about I drive to the farm and pick you up at 11:30? We'll go to the courthouse, then we'll do lunch. It won't be fancy since there's nothing fancy in Prairie Rose, but there will be at least a little bit of a celebration. He wasn't sure whether a little bit of something was better than nothing, if a little bit of something wasn't that great. But she smiled, and he found he wanted to keep doing things that would make her smile.
Thanks, that sounds good.
One more thing.
Yeah?
She tilted her head a tiny bit. He shifted, putting his foot on the bench beside her, leaning on his leg. She moved as well, not away necessarily, but just so she could look up at him better. People keep asking me if the baby is mine. I don't know what to say.
Well, I guess I can say the same thing. People have asked me if the baby is yours. They've also asked me if it's Monroe's. I suppose Monroe's been getting that question too.
If he has, he hasn't said anything. But it makes sense.
Yeah, I haven't been fair to Monroe. Not about this. I can't really change that, but I want to be fair to you.
I want to do the best thing for you.
And the baby, she added.
He nodded. Her too.
I haven't said anything because it's going to be a long, drawn-out story. The person involved is kind of famous, and we were never really together. He is not happy about the baby and has been difficult. I have a lot of explaining to do to all of my family and friends, and I've just been taking the easy way out and not saying anything.
I get it. It's a story you're not proud of, and you don't want to have to tell it over and over. And it's also a story that you don't want everyone to know for when she's growing up.
That's exactly right, she said, looking at him like she was surprised he was able to figure that out.
Then let's do it like this. We'll just not answer those questions and let people assume that she's mine, although we won't say it because I don't want to lie. Eventually, I think she's going to need to know the truth. But I don't think that necessarily needs to come from townspeople who are nosy or from classmates at school if we wait that long to tell her. We'll just tell her what we want her to know when we decide she's ready.
That sounds perfect. Are you sure you don't mind?
She squinted up at him, seeming truly concerned about how he felt. And honestly, he wasn't super thrilled about the idea that people either thought that he was rushing into a marriage because he had to, or wondered whether or not the baby was his or his brother's. I suppose I ought to talk to Monroe. He's probably expecting the truth to come out.
Maybe we can kind of push things along since it's not lying to say you're her father, since that's what we've decided is going to happen, that you would be her father. You're just not the blood father.
Yeah, that would shake out eventually, but hopefully the rumors will die down before she's old enough to be concerned with them. He narrowed his eyes at her. And you'll be okay with that?
I have to be. I think my feelings are probably the least important in this situation, since it was my mistake that led to this issue to begin with.
That's a big way to look at it, he said, appreciating the fact that she wasn't trying to protect herself, and her thoughts were about the baby and him. He liked, too, that she felt bad about Monroe, but it was obvious to him that she hadn't known what to do. There was some kind of issue there, something with the father, that he hoped eventually to figure out. You ready to go back? I'll walk with you. He wasn't sure where that came from, but he supposed it was the right thing to do. They might never have a lovey-dovey relationship, but he needed to show deference, kindness at the very least, consideration, affection.
Yeah, thanks.
She took one last look at the pond, as though drawing calmness or maybe peace from the water, before she pushed to her feet. He hadn't considered, but the day had been long, and she was probably tired. Didn't pregnant women get tired easily? Do you want me to drive you home? Her head turned to him, and she smiled before shaking her head.
Thank you, but I can do it. Otherwise, my car would just be sitting here.
They didn't say anything more as they walked across the park, then the road to the parking lot. He thought about taking her hand, putting his arm around her, wanting to give her something to lean on because it was obvious from the droop of her shoulders and the fact that the starch had gone out of her back that she was tired and maybe felt defeated. He kind of wished that the idea of marrying him didn't make her feel tired and defeated. Her car and his pickup were the only two vehicles left in the parking lot, and he walked her to the driver's door, opening it for her. I'll be out at the farm tomorrow at 11:30. Then he remembered. Can I have your phone number just in case something comes up? Things always came up. They were always postponing lunch or foregoing it all together. Hopefully not tomorrow. Actually, he couldn't let that happen tomorrow. He couldn't not have lunch with Candace. He couldn't miss their wedding. She gave him the number, and he put it in his phone before texting her. She looked down, then back up. Got it. I'll see you tomorrow. She nodded, then he shut her door. Chapter 9. Jefferson closed the door to his bedroom, shoving his utility knife in the pouch on his belt loop and starting down the stairs. Probably a decade or more ago, his dad had built a huge pole-building garage to house his equipment over the winter. There were 3 combines still on the floor, getting the last repairs they needed in order to travel south to Texas at the end of the week. When his dad built the shop, he'd left the space open to the ceiling except along the south end, where he'd added 4 rooms and a set of steps leading to them. That's where Jefferson and his brothers stayed when they weren't working on the crew, if they didn't have houses of their own. The rooms weren't huge, and they didn't have any windows, but it enabled them to save money since they didn't have to rent or figure out a place to stay. "Morning, sunshine," his brother Franklin said, glancing up from the laptop sitting open on the toolbox in front of him. Looked like he was studying some kind of spreadsheet, probably trying to make projections about this year's harvest. Franklin was the one who loved numbers. "Morning, Grumpy," Jefferson returned. Franklin wasn't grumpy, and Jefferson wasn't sunshine. Not in the morning, at least. Not before coffee, anyway. He went straight to the pot at the back of the shop and poured himself a big cup. "Did Dad make it in yet?" Jefferson asked, looking around the shop but already having a hunch that he wasn't there. Everything was quiet. It was just after 5 a.m. on Monday morning. It wouldn't be long, though. Normally, his dad rolled in between 5 and 6. Jefferson figured his dad and his stepmother would probably eventually build on the same property where the shop was, but for now, they'd bought a house. It was probably nice to get away from work. "Nope," Franklin said, his eyes on the computer. Jefferson jerked his head but didn't bother answering. Obviously, Franklin was involved in something, and since it didn't seem to pertain to him, at least not right now, he took his coffee and walked out the man door into the dawning April sky. There was a haze over the bare fields that lay flat in all directions, and just the hint of a rising sun in the eastern sky. It wasn't too early for birds to be singing, though, and somewhere in the distance, he could hear a train whistle. He loved this early morning time when everything was just waking up, with the promise of a new day filled with unlimited potential. Considering that he was about to become a married man, he'd slept pretty well last night. He had to chalk that up to being at peace with God's plan. It didn't mean he wasn't nervous and wasn't questioning himself, but he didn't have that unsettled, wrong feeling that said he was making a colossal mistake in walking away from the Lord. He'd made a few of those in his life and didn't care to repeat. He took a sip of his coffee and heard the rumble of his dad's truck before he saw the headlights coming down the road. Just a few minutes later, his dad stopped. He made his way over to the front of the garage so he could intercept his dad before he walked into the shop. Hopefully, he could get this conversation over with before Truman and Lincoln, his other brothers, showed up for work. Truman would be early, and Lincoln would probably mosey in at about 7:30 a.m., carrying donuts in one hand and a bag of sandwiches from a local fast food joint in the other. "Morning, Jefferson. You awake yet, or should I just walk on by?" "I'm awake," Jefferson said, his tone flat, but inside he shook his head. Was his reputation really that bad in the morning? He knew he had earned his grumpy tag, but that was back when he was a teenager. Just because he didn't talk much, and talked even less in the morning, didn't mean he was in a bad mood. He was just not a talker. But since he seemed to be questioning himself, perhaps just marking things that he might be able to do to improve himself so that Candace wasn't getting a total loser, he wondered if maybe not talking equaled grumpy in some people's eyes. He knew he wasn't grumpy, but maybe the rest of the world really didn't. He didn't want Candace to get the idea that he was a grouch at any time, even in the morning. "It's a pretty morning. Wheat's going to be ready in Texas. I'm itching to go," his dad said, sounding like he really was itching to go. His voice boomed in the early morning, and the mug of coffee he held in his hand was about 3 times the size of the one that Jefferson held. His dad would have it all day, sipping from it, even in the afternoon when the coffee was cold and disgusting. Around 5, he'd fill it up with whatever was left in the carafe before he left to go home. It was a wonder any of his boys drank coffee, with the travesty that his dad made out of it. "I'd like to talk to you if you have a minute," Jefferson said, knowing his dad would make the time. His dad stopped looking around at the beautiful morning sky, which had lightened considerably since Jefferson first stepped out, and gave his son a piercing glance. His eyes were roving all over his face as he tried to figure out whether this was going to be good news or bad news. Jefferson honestly wasn't sure. Monroe had made waves when he announced that he wasn't going to be following the crew to South Africa, but his dad hadn't exactly thrown a fit because he wasn't going either. This was a lot different. Monroe had been given a hard time because last fall he'd told his dad he wasn't going to be on the spring crew. Their dad had tried to talk him out of quitting, trying to guilt him into staying, and trying to get the brothers on his side to pressure Monroe. Monroe hadn't even seemed to notice since he was so infatuated with Esther, although none of them knew it until about Christmas time. They'd all thought he was hung up on Candace. There was a mystery there with Candace that Jefferson hoped he could eventually find out. "I suppose you don't want to be on the crew anymore either," his dad finally said, disgust in his voice. Jefferson had figured it wasn't going to be easy. His dad's comment confirmed his suspicions. "I'm still going south with you on Friday, but I'd like you to start looking for someone to replace me. I'll come home as soon as you do." His dad shifted on his feet, gave a heavy sigh, then looked off toward the horizon. "You won't believe this, but I just signed the papers on a new truck and a brand new combine last month. They're not even delivering either of them here. They're taking them straight to Texas. I'm already down 2 people, and now I need to fill your spot too. Can't believe you'd do this to me." "I'm not leaving now, Dad. I can work as long as you need me to. You just need to be looking for someone to replace me with. There's no time frame. I'm not giving you a 2-week notice. If I need to work a month, I'll work another month. I'm not going to leave you short-handed. You know how hard it is to find good, dependable guys. Guys that don't mind being away from their families for 9 months. I know, Jefferson said simply. He never knew what it was like to have a dad who was actually home during the summer. In fact, even his earliest memories involved going out and spending days at a time with his dad and his nomadic crew. He couldn't really ever remember longing to have a normal family. But he supposed he wouldn't mind. He did at times wonder what kind of life the farmers had, the ones that they harvested for. Not necessarily their day-to-day life, where they got to be home every day, but the idea of owning the ground, planning, harvesting it, knowing that it came from your hand, with hard work and God's blessing. It must not be urgent, whatever it is you want to do, his dad finally said, his face serious again, his eyes not exactly thunderous, but definitely not happy. Jefferson wasn't afraid of his dad, although he was a hard, driven man who expected his boys to work just as hard as he did, didn't believe in taking off work for anything, and didn't believe his boys should feel any differently. His marriage to Melinda had softened him some, but Jefferson suspected that his dad's reaction to him quitting the crew had less to do with his dad needing to find another worker, and more about his dad being upset that another of his boys was leaving him. Jefferson supposed he should be upset that his dad seemed more concerned about the work that needed to be done than about what his son might be doing or his plans. To an outsider looking in, that would probably be a strike against his dad. But Jefferson knew the kind of work it took to be successful at what they did. He knew that his dad had to work hard and be concerned about the business. It wasn't that he didn't care about his children. A person couldn't be perfect in every area. He'd figured out long ago that his dad was a little unbalanced. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because it made Jefferson aware that in his own life, if he wanted a wife and family, he might need to adjust things some. Melinda had slowly but surely been working on his dad that way anyway. I have an opportunity to buy a farm. It's not time-sensitive necessarily, although I definitely need to be back in July. July is our busiest month, his dad said irritably and with not a little heat. He might be exaggerating some, too. They were pretty busy in corn season from September to November, with October being the high month. But Jefferson didn't argue. He took another sip of his coffee and waited. He supposed it was possible that his dad would tell him to just forget about it and leave immediately. His dad was still stewing, pacing a little, and then he stopped with his hand on his hip and stared off into the horizon where the sun had risen, the haze obscuring it some, filtering the light into a soft, warm yellow. Jefferson noticed a figure coming down the highway, and he squinted before he realized it was the same kid that had been hanging around all day Friday. His dad had made a parts run to Iowa City and had been gone the entire day. He and his brothers had wondered what his dad would say, since the kid wasn't really old enough to help, but had asked for a job. They'd given him a few jobs around the shop and paid him in cash at the end of the day. Jefferson figured that was the last they'd see of him. They'd had Monroe's wedding on Saturday, and Jefferson was betting none of his brothers had mentioned the kid, Oliver, to his dad. Not then, nor in church on Sunday either. His dad did have compassion, but it didn't usually extend to hiring people they didn't have any use for. Jefferson flinched inside because the kid had been a good worker despite his tattered clothes and skinny frame, and he hated the thought that his dad might send him away even if they could only use him for the rest of the week. He'd been eager to please, but when they'd asked him about his home, he hadn't really said anything. "I was going to offer you all a raise, too," his dad finally said. He looked out from under his bushy brows, like that might change Jefferson's mind. "Would that make you reconsider?" "I'm sorry, Dad. I guess this is something I should have talked to you about over the years instead of springing it on you today. But I've never wanted to work on the harvest crew for the rest of my life. If I'm going to have a family, I'm going to need to settle down." "I raised you boys on the harvest crew. You seemed to turn out okay." "I guess we did, but Mom couldn't take it." Jefferson didn't like to kick his dad, but it was the truth. Maybe his parents would have gotten divorced whether they'd been on the harvest crew or not, but it couldn't have contributed to the raising of a stable family. His parents had spent a lot of time completely separated. "That wasn't because of the harvest crew. That was because of her being fickle and unable to stick with what she'd promised she'd do, and her chronic discontentment. Some people are never happy. No matter what I did, she wouldn't have been happy with it." His dad didn't usually talk badly about his mom, but that was about the most he ever said, and Jefferson had heard it all before. His mom had never given her side of the story. She'd left and never said anything. He couldn't disagree with his dad. Someone who would leave their husband was one thing, but someone who would walk out on their 6 kids was something completely different. "I guess I can't disagree with you, Dad, but that's not what I want." His dad sighed, and it sounded like a sigh of defeat, before he looked up and said, "You know, Melinda is always saying that there can be a huge difference between what I want and what God wants. She tells me I fight things that I shouldn't. I guess she's right." His dad didn't say anything more for a bit, and Jefferson thought maybe it was a lecture aimed at him. But then his dad continued, "I know she's right, and I know she's right when she says sometimes I try to control things to make them go my way." He looked at his coffee cup like he'd never seen it before. "If you feel like this is what the Lord wants you to do, then you need to do it. Even if I don't like it, it's not really because of the inconvenience." His dad hung his head a little. He was never very good at talking about his feelings. "I hate to see one of my boys leave the crew, but if that's what needs to happen, just make sure that's what God wants for you." Jefferson couldn't keep the shock off his face, and he blinked several times before hiding it by taking a sip of his coffee. Oliver was almost to the parking lot, and he didn't want to make a big deal about this, so he just said, "I appreciate that, and I meant it. I'll work as long as you need me to. I don't absolutely have to be done until July, and even then, I guess it doesn't matter." Candace hadn't said whether she wanted him to be there when the baby was born or not, although he assumed she did. Except for that, if he was hiring someone to work on the farm, he supposed it wouldn't matter if he spent the year on the harvest crew, other than that one little detail that he had just told his dad, the one about it not being good for families to be separated so long. "I'll work on finding someone. In the meantime, if you don't mind, I need to hire 2 other guys first." "Of course not, Dad. You need them next week." "I know, and I've been working since January to find some guys. I haven't said anything because I wasn't entirely sure that everything was going to go through. There were some delays in getting the combine ready and delivered. I wasn't even sure we were going to be able to use it in Texas." "That must have been frustrating," Jefferson offered as Oliver turned into the parking lot from the main road, his ragged shoes dusty, his pants stopping well above his ankles. It didn't look like he'd showered since Friday when he was there, nor did it look like he'd eaten. Jefferson made a mental note that if Lincoln didn't show up with donuts and sandwiches, he'd be going for them himself. It was, his dad said, a little chuckle in his voice. He must have been thinking back to all of the days when he wasn't sure whether his equipment was going to arrive. Does anybody else know about them? No, I wasn't going to tell anyone until today. Saturday after the wedding, I actually got the confirmation that they were being shipped. Chapter 10. Oliver had walked past his dad and stopped a little closer to Jefferson, still kind of in the middle between them, like he wasn't sure whether he could get close to anyone. There was a tough, almost belligerent look on his face, but Jefferson wasn't fooled. The kid was bluffing. "Hey there, Oliver. Have a good weekend?" he asked. It was the same thing he might ask any of his brothers. The kid shrugged. "I guess," he said, his voice a little hoarse, like he'd been doing some coughing. "Who's that?" his dad said, jerking his head toward the kid standing there. Jefferson figured him to be 14 or 15, not old enough to drive, and too young to get a job at most places. "Dad, this is Oliver. He was here on Friday when you were running for parts. Oliver, this is Mr. Connally, my dad." His dad narrowed his eyes at the kid, and Jefferson readied himself to step in. If his dad didn't want to hire him, that was fine, but he wanted to try to protect the kid's feelings, not make him feel like he was worthless if he couldn't work today. He didn't think his dad would do that, but sometimes his dad was focused on practicality, not so much on compassion. "What are you doing out this way, Oliver?" his dad said, jerking his head at the kid but not offering his hand. He looked both ways up the road. "Did you walk?" His question was incredulous, which was exactly how Jefferson and his brothers had felt on Friday, since the shop had been built in the middle of a huge field, surrounded by other huge fields. There wasn't another building in sight, and it was miles to the nearest house. They'd found out on Friday that Oliver's family lived in Prairie Rose. At least, that's what he'd said, which was a good 5 miles away. He'd walked the whole way out. "Yes, sir, I did." Oliver didn't add anything. On Friday, they'd had to feed him and work beside him for a couple of hours before they got him to talk much. "Why?" his dad kind of barked out. Oliver didn't flinch, which made Jefferson wonder if he was used to being yelled at. "I found some work here on Friday, and I thought I'd come back and see if I could lend a hand with something else today." Jefferson almost shook his head at the bluster of the kid. He was scared to death. Jefferson didn't have a problem seeing his hand shake, but he was hiding it with gruff confidence. "Here?" his dad said, looking at Jefferson. "The boys and I found some odd jobs for him to do around the shop. Some sweeping, and we had him washing the trucks, and Truman was showing him how to change the oil in the combine." "Really? You come from a farming family?" "No, sir." "And you wanted to work today?" His dad's voice was a little softer. His dad had grown up in town and had longed to be on the farm all his life. He didn't talk about his childhood much, but Jefferson had heard that over and over. How they were lucky to be able to work outside and not behind a desk. "Yes, sir, I do. I'll do anything you want me to do." His dad nodded thoughtfully, one hand going to his chin and rubbing it. "You're a little young, and we're going to be pulling out at the end of the week. I'm not sure I have anything for you." "I'll hire you," Jefferson said, and was rewarded for his interruption when the kid's eyes lit up and his bluster couldn't hide his excitement and relief. "Thank you," the kid said, adding, "I can start any time." Then Jefferson thought of something, and he said, "Why aren't you in school?" A bit of a cloud passed over the kid's face, and he shuffled his feet. "I didn't feel good this morning, so I didn't go." Jefferson pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at the time. The bus probably hasn't even gone yet. If the kid walked the whole way out from Prairie Rose, He'd left well before sunup. He raised his brows at the kid. "If you feel well enough to work, I'm sure you feel well enough to go to school." The kid lifted a shoulder, and the belligerent look fell back down across his face. Jefferson knew what the right thing to do in this situation probably was, but sometimes the right thing tended to be shaded with gray, at least in his eyes. So he said, "How about I pay you to work today, then maybe tomorrow you can come after school. Actually," he shrugged his shoulders, "Lincoln can pick you up, and you can start at 5 and work a couple of hours before school if you want to." The kid nodded eagerly at first, then he caught himself and straightened his shoulders. "I can do that," he said. "I'll walk out," he added. Before Jefferson could address that last comment, his dad said, "You can't keep that kid working. We're leaving at the end of the week. You're just wasting our time. By the time we teach him to do anything worthwhile, we won't need him anymore." His dad humphed, but he didn't stick around for an answer, taking a drink of his coffee, then walking toward the door. "When you're ready to work, come on in," he said, like he hadn't been standing there talking for 20 minutes. "I don't think that grumpy man wants me here," Oliver said, giving the area where Jefferson's dad had disappeared a dirty look. "Half the time, he doesn't want the rest of us here either, so don't let that bother you," Jefferson said, figuring he should think of something positive to say, but what he'd said was the truth. He loved his dad, but there were a lot of things about his dad he didn't want to emulate. He also wanted to be the kind of dad that his kids could look at and attempt to be just like, not the kind that a kid looked at and knew what he didn't want to do. The kid gave him a look but didn't say anything. Jefferson glanced once more at his dirty, tattered clothes and decided that maybe the information he had been given wasn't all the information that he needed. "You don't have a home, do you?" he finally said on a hunch. The kid looked up at him with such fear in his eyes that Jefferson almost grabbed him because he thought he might run away. Still, he couldn't keep from pushing. "In fact, you've never gone to school." "I have to. I can read. I can add and subtract." The kid crossed his arms over his chest, but then the fearful look came back in his face. "Of course I go to school." "But not here, and you haven't been for a while." "I don't think I can work here after all." The kid turned to go, attempting to mask his fear with swagger. "Wait." The kid couldn't resist the command in Jefferson's voice, and he stopped short. "I want to help you. I want you to work here, and I'll pay you. We always eat together, you know that from Friday, and I'll feed you too. But I can't be an adult and not check your home life and make sure you're getting a good education." "I got enough education." "You need at least high school level. With that much education, you can do pretty much anything you want, whether you go on for more education or whether you build a multi-million-dollar business with only your high school diploma. But the high school diploma is essential." "I'm never going to build a multi-million-dollar business." The kid's words sounded like they each kicked the dirt as he spoke, and so certain. "You just saw my dad. All he has is a high school education, and maybe his home life wasn't as bad as yours, but he had nothing, and he built something out of it." Jefferson didn't add that he'd lost his wife in the process, but again, that might have been just as much his mother's fault as his father's. "He never lived on the back porch of an old church building with his sister, with no money and no place to go." Jefferson's brows went up, and the kid glared at him, almost like a challenge. The words had been ripped out of him, and they hit Jefferson straight in the forehead, especially the word sister. "Where's your sister now?" he asked, trying to keep his words casual so that Oliver wouldn't understand how horrified he was. "I dropped her off at Miss Matilda's this morning.
She'll make sure that she gets on the school bus and gets to school. I think she feeds her, too."
The boy added that last sentence softly, almost like he was jealous, but also happy that his sister got fed. "So you haven't had anything to eat yet this morning?" Jefferson asked, even though it was barely 6 o'clock yet, and most people probably hadn't had anything to eat yet this morning.
"No."
Maybe it was the thought of the donuts that he'd had earlier on Friday that made the kid's eyes light up. "Don't you cook?" Jefferson asked, just trying to pry a little more information out of the kid. Where were his parents?
"I told you, we live on the church porch."
"What about Sunday?"
"The church beside the fire hall. Sometimes we go in the basement when it's cold."
"It's never locked, is it?" Jefferson said, and he imagined that they went into the basement a lot more and didn't actually live on the porch.
"No,"
Oliver conceded. "If you give me your story, tell me why you're living in the church, I promise I'll help you. And by helping you, I'm not talking about turning you over to the authorities, which I assume you're trying to avoid. I'm also not talking about taking you back to your parents, which I also assume you're trying to avoid." The kid uttered a swear word, and Jefferson put out a hand. "No. Did you hear anyone talking like that on Friday?" If he was going to help the kid, there had to be some firm rules in place, lines that would not be crossed. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on with this kid, but the language was an easy thing to solve, and it could be done today.
"My parents are a waste. I don't know my dad. Kelly doesn't deserve the title of mom."
Jefferson kept his face passive. "Then I won't call her that."
"I won't go back. I won't allow you to send my sister back."
"Fair enough. I won't send you back. I won't send your sister back, and I'll call your mom Kelly."
"She's not my mom."
The kid spit that out. "Okay, Kelly is not your mom." There were lines Jefferson wouldn't cross, and things he didn't have a problem agreeing with. Whatever this Kelly had done to her kids, Jefferson was on Oliver's side until he found out something that would convince him that Oliver wasn't right. "So, what's up?" Jefferson said, casually leaning back against the garage, taking another sip of his coffee. "We might as well talk about it while we wait for Lincoln to get here with the donuts. If he doesn't bring any, I'm going for some because I'm starving." Jefferson figured the kid was hungry, and he added that last bit just so when he went for food, the kid didn't think he was doing it just for him. He didn't want to feel like a charity case. Obviously, the kid had pride.
"I've always taken care of my sister. That's the only reason I stayed home. But she's 7 now, and she's pretty, and my mom tried to sell her out for a night. That's when I took her."
Jefferson was able to keep his face mostly still, but he couldn't keep his brows from shooting up. If he had any questions about whether or not he should be on Oliver's side, they were answered with that statement. He felt like Kelly should be imprisoned. "When was that?"
"After Valentine's Day."
"It's April now, and you haven't been in school since Valentine's Day?"
"I guess."
"You've been living in the church basement since then?"
"Yeah."
"What have you been eating?" Oliver's head went down, and Jefferson wasn't sure the kid was going to answer him. Then he looked up.
"I stole some money from Kelly. I felt like it wasn't really stealing since I've been taking care of Lisa since she was born and Kelly has never paid me."
"I guess I can't condone stealing, but I'm assuming you used the money to buy food for yourself and your sister, and that's kind of the mom's responsibility." He could definitely justify that theft, even if it wasn't exactly right. After all, it wasn't like Oliver stole the money so he could buy himself fancy sneakers or a new car. "Where does Kelly live?"
"I don't know. She never stayed in one spot very long."
"Where was she when you left her?"
Jefferson clarified. I came from Fort Dodge, but I know Kelly was moving soon. She always does when the landlord starts calling about past rent.
Did you steal her rent money?
No, I stole her drug money.
Jefferson's lips flattened, but he didn't say anything for a moment, thinking. Well, I'm not sure what we need to do, but we really need to take care of your sister.
I know.
The kid's voice softened a little, and even his face relaxed as he thought of his sister.
I've been taking care of her since she was a baby, and there isn't anything I wouldn't do for her. That's why I need to work. The money I stole is gone, and we need to eat.
Does Miss Matilda know what's going on with you guys?
I don't think so. I told her my parents leave for work early, and it's my job to get her on the bus, but I ride a different bus. It's kind of a lie, but it's kind of the truth, too, because we go to different schools.
How did you get her registered for school?
I have ways,
Oliver said, and Jefferson left it at that. Maybe he didn't want to know. When Oliver said he'd do anything, it sounded like he meant he'd do anything. Jefferson supposed if he had to take care of his family, he'd do anything too. Lincoln was sure taking his good old time this morning. I'm going to text my brother, make sure he's bringing food, and if he is, we'll go in and get started. I want to help you, but there's some things that you're going to have to do in return.
I'm not going to school.
I think you need to, Jefferson said. But I think I can give you a job as well. He wasn't sure exactly what. He couldn't go on the harvest crew. And as he was thinking about that, he remembered that he was supposed to get married today. How could something like that slip a fellow's mind? He shook his head at himself. Maybe this was something he could talk to Candace about. Maybe she'd have an idea of where the kids could go. And in the meantime, he also needed to be looking for someone to hire for the farm. He looked at Oliver. Too young. He wouldn't work out. He might not be dependable either. Although maybe he needed to think about that. Somehow, he was going to have to figure out what to do without breaking his promise not to tell the authorities. This was more complicated than anything he'd done before, but he needed to keep his promise, protect the boy, and not scare him to the point where he grabbed his sister and ran. His phone chimed with a message from Lincoln. On my way with donuts and sandwiches. Chapter 11. Candace didn't typically stress about what she was going to wear. But she didn't typically get married either. She threw the jeans she'd just taken off onto the bed. She hadn't been able to get them up over her hips, which was discouraging but probably a natural part of pregnancy. Still, she was not enjoying the fact that none of her wardrobe fit her. She gave the yoga pants she'd been wearing before she started trying other things on a baleful glance. Looked like they were coming back off the bed, back on her body. At least they went over her hips, and they were black, so slimming, right? What was wrong with her? She wasn't usually this vain. She told herself it was because this was her wedding, but part of her knew better. She had enjoyed talking to Jefferson the previous day. He was exactly what she'd thought, serious and unemotional. But he'd surprised her with his consideration, with his willingness to give her a little, not demand that he did everything for himself. To her surprise, she had liked him. Of course, she'd expected to like him, but not to like him. She looked again at her jeans. She had known they probably wouldn't fit, but she'd been hopeful. Sighing, She put yoga pants back on and grabbed the blue shirt that brought out the color in her eyes before she slipped into a pair of ballet flats. Maybe she should wear a skirt? She just turned back to the closet when the rumble of a motor made her pull the curtains back and look out. He was here. Her stomach dipped and dove and swirled. Was she making a mistake? Maybe she should suggest they wait. Maybe she should tell her sisters. Except she couldn't because Esther was on her honeymoon and Meg had gone to Fort Dodge to pick up some seed. She needed to just go through with it. Still, she took an extra 5 minutes to switch from the yoga pants to a long flowing skirt and cowboy boots. This was more her than the yoga pants and ballet flats. Hurrying down the stairs, she was surprised to find that Jefferson was not in the house. When Monroe came, he knew her well enough that he didn't bother knocking on the door, especially when no one else was home. Jefferson did not. Taking another glance around, she grabbed her purse from the counter and ran to the door. Jefferson was parked, but he was still sitting in his pickup, his hands on the wheel, his head down. Maybe he had cold feet. Maybe he'd just come to tell her that he wasn't going to make it. He had her number, but he hadn't texted her. She reached for the doorknob but hadn't opened it when he started moving, opening the pickup door and getting out before looking at the house. She stepped out, closing the door behind her. There was no need to invite him in. She hurried toward him, and he waited at the front of the pickup for her, walking around and opening her door as she came closer. "Thank you," she said, walking around him but pausing before she got in. "I thought maybe you were having second thoughts." She might as well face the facts head on. He might have changed his mind. And she didn't want to force him into it. If he wasn't on board, it was probably better to know now than an hour from now, when they would have to then go through the trouble of annulling their marriage. Plus, she didn't want to have to make vows she wasn't going to be able to keep. "No, I just have some things I need to talk to you about. I was trying to think of the best way to do it and wanted to make sure that what I'm thinking is the best thing for us to do." "Oh, okay." So maybe things had changed since yesterday. But it sounded like he was still getting married. She climbed in the truck, since that seemed to be what he was expecting, and he closed the door behind her. He walked around the front, and, so help her, she admired him. Of course, she knew when she was looking at him back when she'd been considering making an offer that he was good-looking. Maybe not the most handsome man she'd ever seen, but definitely not bad to look at. Rugged in a manly kind of way. He had a confident walk, not quite graceful, but definitely coordinated and smooth. A man any woman would be proud to be beside. The baby stirred inside her, and she put a hand on her stomach, loving her child but knowing that she wasn't exactly the kind of woman that any man would be proud to be beside. He got in and started the pickup, backing slowly out before he started to talk. "You know how I said I would hire a guy to help you on the farm?" "Yeah." "I know it's spring and it's really hard to find anyone who's looking for work right now. I knew that when I said it." "I know. That's not news to me either." "Well, I've been looking all day and haven't been able to find anyone, but something happened this morning that made me think that maybe something else was the Lord's will anyway." "Really?" She wasn't panicking. If they had to struggle on the farm for another summer, they would. The only problem was by the time he was done with the harvest crew and took over, it might be a little bit more difficult to get out of the hole they were in, if they could. But she sat there knowing she had done every single thing she possibly could to save the farm. Everything. She'd laid it all out. She'd lost some, but possibly gained more with Jefferson. If they lost the farm, it wouldn't be because she hadn't tried. There's a kid, probably around 14 or so, I never asked his age, that was at the shop on Friday looking for work. We gave him some odd jobs and he was back today, asking again.
He wasn't in school?
That's just it. No, he wasn't. And he should be. But he's been living in the church, the old one beside the fire hall, and his money has run out.
That's so sad. Where are his parents?
He said he doesn't know where his mom, he calls her Kelly, is. I did get out of him that he has a grandmother who actually has custody of him, and I have some people looking her up.
I see.
She wasn't sure exactly what this had to do with anything, but Jefferson seemed invested in this kid, and whatever he wanted to do, she was all for it. The poor thing. He's been taking care of his 7-year-old sister as well.
Wow, and he's only 14?
Yeah, he's pretty responsible.
He must be if he's taking care of his 7-year-old sister. How long has this been going on?
She couldn't believe people didn't know. He said since after Valentine's Day, so just a few months, but still, a few months more than it should have been.
I'd say. So who has them now?
He's still living in the church.
And the sister?
Her too. I promised him before he told me all this that I wouldn't report him to the authorities. I can't go back on my promise.
I see. I appreciate that.
She did appreciate people who kept their promises, and particularly to children. She really appreciated someone who kept his word, even to a kid. So I've been thinking about how to do this without breaking my promise. He took a breath. I had an idea that came to me, and I've been tossing it around, but I'm not sure what you're going to think of it.
Okay,
she said, wondering what in the world could be so terrible that he was afraid that she was going to not like it. Because obviously, he was nervous. I'm hoping the grandmother will tell us it's okay for us to keep the boy and his sister. Obviously, if anyone was concerned about them, they would have reported them missing. My lawyer said he could draw up a paper, but he said it probably wouldn't hold up in a court of law. It would just give us something to show authorities to prove we didn't kidnap them. But if I can get the grandmother to sign it, I thought maybe Oliver, that's the boy's name, Oliver, could be the hired guy that I promised. She sat still for a moment as he pulled to a stop sign and looked both ways before pulling out again.
You said he was 14?
Yes, and he's very responsible. He doesn't have any experience running tractors or any kind of equipment or anything like that, but he could definitely help you in the hog barn and do all the other million things that need to be done. And he's eager to please. I don't know how that would be for you. He paused for a moment, his eyes on the road as fields, still bare and brown, passed by them on either side. He hates his mother. I don't know if that would translate to a hatred of all women.
No, I couldn't imagine it would. Just because your mother isn't nice to you doesn't mean you think all women are bad.
Jefferson didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead at the road. Finally, she said,
You disagree with me.
He blew out a breath, then laughed humorously. I'm sorry. My mom left. She just packed it up and left one day. Left 6 kids. Ran off with someone I've never even met. Still to this day haven't met him. And haven't heard from her but maybe once or twice in the years since she left. She walked out on her entire family without a word and without contacting us at all.
Wow, that's terrible.
I know it wasn't because of me. It wasn't anything I did. However, there is always a voice in my head saying that if she loved me, she would have stayed. Why didn't she want me? Was I the reason? I think of all the bad things I did as a kid, all the times I irritated her, All the times she yelled at me. All the times. He shrugged his shoulders, then kind of shook his head. I never really told anyone all that before. Just forget it.
No, actually, that's interesting. I didn't know all of that.
Well, there's a lot I don't know about you, he said, looking over at her.
You're right. I need to tell you. Maybe not now?
She smiled a little cajolingly.
This is your story. You're talking.
I guess I'll make that deal. I want to hear about you.
I'm afraid you'll hate me.
She said that with a lot of feeling, because it was true. We'll get married first, and I won't hate you, but then you don't have to worry about changing my mind.
That hardly seems fair to you, but I don't want to put off getting married.
She smiled, a nervous smile, and stared down at her hands sitting clasped together in her lap.
It was hard enough to get ready and leave without calling, like I wanted to do about 500 times, and tell you that maybe we should wait.
If that's what you want.
No, it's not. That's why I'm here. I'm just saying it's a big step, and I'm nervous.
You know, I'm so not nervous about this, I actually forgot about it for a while today. She laughed.
I don't think a woman ever wants to hear a guy say that he forgot about her. It's very unflattering.
He shared her grin. I'll keep that in mind. Since Saturday, I've been collecting words of wisdom for relationships. My list isn't very long.
Well, that's a good one. I'd like to hear you trying anyway.
I definitely am.
Okay, we got off track. You were trying to tell me about Oliver? Was that his name?
Yeah, it was. Nice thing you remembered.
Well, there was a tractor.
He laughed before she could say anything more. That's how I remember it, too. Chapter 12. Jefferson and Candace laughed a little more together before he sobered. That's pretty much it, except for one other big thing. We'll have to do something with the little girl, Lisa. He's been watching her since she was born, and she's 7, and there's no way he's going to be separated from her. That was part of the problem with the grandmother. They'd stayed with her for a while, but she didn't want the responsibility of a teenage boy, so she sent him back to live with his mother. The little girl didn't want to live without him, so she went too. Then the mother tried to sell her. He paused. For a night.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. That woman should be shot.
Yeah, well, I don't know that there's anything we can do about that. It's his word against hers. No one saw it happen. He stole money and took his sister and ran away.
You promised not to report this to the authorities?
We're taking a chance by contacting the grandmother. She might decide to try to get the children back. At that point, if she's not going to at least sign a document that gives us permission to have them, we'll go to the authorities and I'll do my level best to make sure they don't end up back in her home. But if she can fight that allegation, and she'd be crazy not to, I'm not sure there's anything we can do.
Yeah, people aren't likely to believe a 14-year-old over his mother, especially if she looks semi-decent and reputable.
That's exactly what I thought. So I already said I think Oliver can work on the farm, but of course he'll have to go to school.
Of course.
And I was hoping Lisa could stay with you too.
Of course.
She didn't hesitate. She wasn't going to turn a little girl away who needed a good home. And considering that she would have a husband, so the little girl would have a mom and dad, there was absolutely no other choice to make other than yes. I thought you might have to think about it.
I don't.
Well, you are already overwhelmed with work, and when I told my dad that he needed to find someone to replace me, he wasn't super happy about it. In fact, That's when he informed me that he had bought another truck and was already having to hire 2 people, and he couldn't afford to let me go.
No. So you're working the full year on the harvest crew?
We haven't really talked about it, but I assumed that you wanted me to be there when the baby was born. He looked toward her, his brows raised, then looked back and slowed down as he drove into town.
Well, yeah, I would.
She hadn't really thought about it, just assumed he would be. But
how do you feel about it?
I'm going to be your dad, so I suppose I'll start being a dad when it's time to start being a dad. He wrinkled his nose a little, then turned the turn signal on as he pulled into the church. Maybe that's now?
There's not much you can do now. But yeah, I guess I really appreciate that consideration. I guess July would be a really great time for you to be able to be there, mostly because I'll be out of commission for a while, and I don't want to leave everything on Meg's shoulders.
Right. Oliver will be there all day since it'll be summer, but I'm not sure how much help he'll be. We'll have to wait and see about that. The pickup stopped in the church parking lot. She needed to change the subject, but this wasn't what she was expecting.
I thought we were going to the courthouse.
I thought that too, and I meant to say something to you about it, but with all the excitement of Oliver and his sister, I forgot. But I talked to Pastor Tom and asked him to do our wedding. I prefer to get married by a preacher, but if you don't want to, we can go on to the courthouse. I don't think you need an appointment.
No, this is fine. Actually, I prefer it too. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He ran a hand through his hair, which wasn't long enough to be messed up when his hand came down. I know I need to get used to having someone else that I need to talk to before I actually make a decision. It's new to me.
I'm used to being in charge too, but I think it's more natural for women to want to talk about things than men. I appreciate the effort, and I'll try to remember that you're not going to be perfect at it.
I appreciate that. I remembered as I was stopping that I hadn't said anything, and I was concerned you might be angry.
I'm not angry. I am a little worried. You were disagreeing with me about Oliver and his mom, and it makes me feel like you don't like women. Maybe this is something we need to talk about?
He laughed a little, and she smiled but didn't share in his laughter. Seriously, if he didn't like women, she really needed to know. I have a tendency to think that all women will do what my mom did. I know it's not reasonable, and I know it's not true. But, for example, I could see a scenario where you'd go somewhere without telling me, and I'd come home to an empty house, and I would think, well, I expected this to happen, and it has.
Okay, so I can never go anywhere without saying something to you.
His lips tilted up, but he shook his head. No, I
think I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked. You're saying that it would be easy for you to think I might have left you. That might be a conclusion that you could jump to without being completely rational about it. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we're all scarred in some way from it. And while I know it's not rational, the thoughts are still there.
I'll try to keep that in mind. I guess telling you that I usually stick to things, that I plan on keeping our vows because I don't break them, and that I've never been one to quit when things got hard, that I'm loyal to a fault. Probably none of that will help.
I'll keep it in mind. I guess I probably already know most of those things. Maybe not about being loyal, but I know you work hard, and I know you don't quit. They didn't say anything for a bit. She couldn't make him trust her. He'd just have to learn that she was trustworthy. Are you truly okay with Oliver and Lisa living with you?
Yes, I understand it will be more work, but we have the room. Several empty bedrooms upstairs. We'll need to clean them out, but it won't be an issue. Meg won't care, and plus, Esther just moved out, and her room's available. Aunt Bev and Patty, her granddaughter, are staying with us. Patty is 5. I don't know that I can say with assurance that she'd love an elder sister, but I do think she'd love a playmate."
"I really appreciate this. I've actually been more worried about that than I have about the marriage all day."
"You could have texted me about it. Then I could have been thinking about this instead of the marriage, and then maybe I wouldn't have changed my clothes 5 times."
"Are you serious?"
"As a tombstone."
"That's a nice thought before we have to walk into the church." They grinned at each other, and Candace thought that maybe he wasn't quite as serious as what she thought after all. He'd smiled a good bit today. Chapter 13. They walked around the church to the side door where the pastor had told him to enter. As soon as Jefferson opened the door, they could hear children screaming. They both froze, their gazes locked, their eyes big.
"Maybe now isn't a good time?"
Candace said, questioning, but also a little humor in her voice. He liked that she wasn't upset, but seemed to find it funny that their wedding was going to be attended, whether they wanted it or not, by screaming children. "I didn't know about anyone else but the pastor and his wife being here," he said, wanting to clarify. She nodded.
"Sounds like this could get interesting."
"I'm sorry. I know this wasn't the wedding of your dreams, and this could make it worse." He didn't know too much about women, but he'd heard more than one talking about dresses and flowers and food and being a princess for a day. Candace didn't really seem like the princess type, but surely she had dreams too.
"Maybe they're leaving, but really, I don't care."
She took a breath.
"That's going to be our house soon."
She walked into the church, and he had to shake his head a minute before he followed her. That was going to be their house. Like, they were going to have a house that they shared. There was going to be a child in it. More children if Oliver and Lisa came. He wasn't usually the kind of person who jumped into things without thinking about them, but he'd gone from being single and mostly content to almost being a family man. Except not really, since he was going to marry the woman and then leave her. She was going to be the one dealing with the kids and the farm and the family while he would be out doing what he always did. Except he'd be married. Not that that really changed anything. The only time they had downtime was if it was raining, and sometimes Sundays. Considering that they were in a different town every week or two, there was never any opportunity to meet anyone or to date. He followed Candace in, the coolness of the church contrasting with the screams that hadn't stopped. Someone was throwing a royal fit. They went down the short hall and into the room the pastor had said to meet him in. When they opened the door, Candace walked in and went straight to Miss Ava, the pastor's wife, her arms out. Miss Ava looked like she was holding on to her last nerve with both hands, and the kids, a boy and a girl, looked like they were standing on it, or biting it.
"I'm sorry,"
Miss Ava said above the noise of the children, which had slightly quieted as they looked at the strangers who had walked in the room. Pastor Tom stood with his Bible and another small book in hand, looking completely out of his element.
"I didn't mean to have the children here today, but my sister was going on a trip for her wedding anniversary and her babysitter got sick and canceled. I found out this morning, just before she dropped them off, and I've been taking care of our mom who has broken her leg. She can barely walk. It's in a huge cast. I have medicine to pick up later, and I'm exhausted and overwhelmed."
Miss Ava truly looked exhausted and overwhelmed, and the screaming of the children didn't help, no doubt.
"It's okay. You don't need to apologize, and it sounds like you've had a really hard time."
Candace looked at the children, then back to Miss Ava, and smiled.
"Actually, it might be a good thing. I'm going back home after we get married, and I can take the children with me. I can pick up the medicine when I bring the children back in this evening before bed. Will that help you some? I think you just saved my life.
And our marriage, the pastor said from where he stood off to the side. Although I can pick up the medicine and the children if all I have to do is put them in the car. Jefferson almost laughed at that. The idea that Candace had proposed marriage as a business arrangement, and here she was saving the pastor's marriage. Of course, he was probably mostly joking. Mostly. Also, Candace should be overwhelmed herself. A farm that was going under, 2 children coming to her own home, and their marriage. Not to mention being pregnant. And yet, here she was solving someone else's problems. While he was thinking, she had slipped her purse off of her shoulder and pulled out a bag of M&Ms. She lifted her eyes at the pastor's wife, and Miss Ava nodded her head, the expression on her face saying, "Do whatever you need to do in order to get them to stop fussing." Candace knelt down in front of one of the child-sized pews. "Would you guys like to split this bag of M&Ms? Jefferson was no judge of children's ages, but he didn't think either one of the kids were old enough to be in school. But they were old enough to know what M&Ms were, since they both nodded their heads eagerly, their tears and whatever it was they were screaming about completely forgotten at the sight of the candy. Both of them walked over to the pew where she knelt, while she took the bag and ripped it open. "Now, I'm going to split these into 2 piles, and we're going to see which one of you can sit here and take the longest to eat it, okay?" The little faces looked up at her. The oldest one nodded, but the youngest one looked a little baffled. "You don't want to eat them all first. You want to wait for your brother to eat them all before you do, and then you win," Candace said, and the little eyes lit up. Apparently, the sweet little girl was slightly competitive and wanted to beat her brother. Maybe she was smart enough to know that this was something she could actually beat her brother at, unlike a foot race or something to do with how strong she was. Jefferson didn't know. Whatever it was, they both were quiet and watched with rapt fascination as Candace put the little candies into piles. "You are a miracle worker," Miss Ava said, standing behind Candace and shaking her head. "No, I just happen to have the right ammunition in my purse. Maybe I should start carrying M&Ms around in my purse. It was mostly because sometimes I feel a little woozy with this pregnancy, and I keep the M&Ms in my purse because eating something helps. I don't know if it's low blood sugar or blood pressure, and maybe I just imagine that the M&Ms are helping. But whatever it is, I eat them and I forget about it." "Maybe you should tell your doctor about that," Jefferson said. "Maybe," Candace said, lifting her shoulder as she stood to her feet. "I just haven't thought about it, and it hasn't happened enough for me to get worried about it." He felt a little better that she wasn't avoiding the doctor, and he had to admit he was kind of proud of her as she quieted the kids and brought organization and peace to the room. "Are you guys ready to get started?" Pastor Tom stepped forward with his Bible and book in hand. "I have the feeling we ought to take advantage of this window of quietness." "I'm ready," Jefferson said, his eyes still on Candace. "I'm ready as well," she said, sounding calm. She didn't seem like she was nervous or upset. She didn't seem like she was having second thoughts either. The pastor stepped up, opened his book, and began. Jefferson listened hard to the words, trying to commit them to memory. He had not paid much attention to the other weddings he'd attended. Not to the vows, anyway. But he wanted to know what he was promising to do. He was saying it before God, and he wasn't making the promises lightly. He noticed that there was a promise in there to love, and he figured he'd better figure out how to do that. Honor and cherish shouldn't be too hard. They didn't really concern his feelings, and if God expected him to love his wife, maybe that didn't concern his feelings either. He wasn't sure. Regardless, by the time he was finished making promises, he figured he had a lot of work to do to keep them. And it wasn't just for the next hour or for the next week. It was for the rest of his life. He promised for the rest of his life. That last thought sank in, slowly, like tar running down his backbone, pooling in the pit of his stomach. He'd never made promises before that he'd expected to have to keep for the rest of his life. It was a scary feeling, especially when he wasn't entirely sure whether he was going to be able to keep them or not. "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride." Pastor Tom looked at them with a benevolent smile. He was a young man and possibly remembering his own wedding, which had to have been recent. With the kids, both sets, Oliver and Lisa, and the ones on the floor in front of him now, and all the chaos, he'd totally forgotten about the kiss. He didn't have a clue as to what he was going to do about it. He should have talked to Candace earlier. Just asked her what her preference was. After all, he'd only been speaking to her for a matter of days. It seemed a little early to kiss her. But he definitely thought there should be a kiss. What was a wedding without a kiss? So he took a step toward her, closing the distance between them and putting his arms around her waist. She looked up at him, her eyes wide, her face a little scared but not repulsed. She wasn't trying to pull away. That was a good sign, anyway. He lowered his head, and she lifted hers. Maybe this wasn't going to be quite as awkward as what he'd been afraid of. He was just going to brush her lips with his, lean back, and smile into her eyes. It would be easy. But then, a crack reverberated throughout the room, and a split second after that, a scream rang out. Now, normally Jefferson would be paying attention to these kinds of things and wanting to know if the church ceiling was falling down on top of him or something. But since he knew it was probably the kids and that the pastor and Miss Ava would be taking care of them, he figured he should finish the kiss before he started a new task. But Candace wasn't reading his mind. She wasn't thinking what he was at all, apparently, since her head jerked around. Somehow it threw her forward. Maybe she was off balance because of the baby. Her hand slapped on his chest to catch herself, and she gasped as her head turned back to look at him. Except they were too close. He, still intent on the kiss, hadn't pulled back when she moved, and with her falling forward, their mouths just kind of met. No lips in sight. It wasn't the kind of kiss he was expecting, but once it had begun, he didn't hear the crying of the child or the movement of the pastor and his wife as they went to comfort her. All he heard was Candace's soft breath, almost like a sigh, as she settled more fully into him, her hands moving from his chest to go around his neck, while his went around the small of her back, one sliding up to dig into her hair and hold her right where he wanted her. He hadn't expected to kiss Candace and have it feel so right. To have the world fade away, even the cries of the child, and just focus on the feel of her in his arms and the way she moved against him. The child had stopped crying, and he finally realized the church had been silent for a while. And maybe it wasn't the first time the pastor cleared his throat when Jefferson finally raised his head. He lifted his head only a little, opening his eyes, staring at the woman he'd just married, just kissed. Her eyes opened, slowly, and there was almost a dreamy look on her face as their gazes met. He could almost read the emotions as they crossed her face. Confusion, surprise, and then an awareness of where they were and what they had just done. He wanted his lips to curve up, to give her a smile and have her share it, make it a tender moment. But he couldn't seem to get his expression to obey, and he knew his look was stern, serious, and probing. He wasn't sure exactly what the kiss meant, but he was trying to figure it out. Her eyes swept over his face. Maybe she saw the unyielding of his expression, and her eyes flinched with a little bit of hurt. That tiny little flinch, the little pain in her eyes, made him want to do anything to take it away, to heal that, to make it so she didn't feel it. There was another part of him that was aghast and upset that she was feeling it because of him. So he didn't really think, but he just said, "I've never been kissed like that before." Her eyes widened, and just like he'd hoped, like he'd seemed to know instinctively without thinking about it, those words erased that hurt, and she smiled, just a little, the corners of her mouth curving up. "Neither have I," she said, wonder in her voice. Then they did smile, their grins broadening together, as both of them seemed to be understanding that maybe the idea of a business partnership wouldn't be so bad after all. Maybe there would be something else, something more. Not that a physical attraction was necessary for love, but it was there. Pastor Tom cleared his throat one more time, and then he said, his voice seeming unnaturally loud in Jefferson's opinion, "Interesting that you two are having a child together and you've never kissed." That wouldn't do. He didn't want to lie. He wasn't going to tell anyone the baby was his, but it would be best for Candace if people assumed that. "Never like that," Jefferson said, his eyes still on Candace. Her eyes trembled just a bit, and he thought maybe he said the right thing. For once. He seemed to be on a roll today. He took a breath, allowed his fingers to stroke down Candace's neck as they dropped away from her hair, and they stepped back from each other together. "I guess if we're taking the children with us, we ought to get them packed up." He looked over at Candace. "I was going to take you out to eat." She smiled. His eyes dropped to her lips, and he felt a spark of something possessive, maybe, because they were a little swollen. "I'll have to take a rain check on that. I'm sorry. I offered to take the children, and I'd completely forgotten that we were going to eat before you went back to work." "It might be for the best. I have a lot of work to get done." Her eyes clouded just a little at that, and he supposed maybe it was because he was implying that he'd rather get his work done than spend time with her, which was not the truth at all. It just needed to be done, and when work needed to be done, he'd been brought up to do it. He didn't walk away from a job. Over the next 30 minutes, he was surprised again and again by how much work it was to pack up 2 kids for an afternoon. There were 3 bags, 1 backpack, 2 car seats, plus the children themselves. The children fell asleep in their car seats on the way home, and maybe it was because they were falling asleep, but Candace and he didn't talk much. They were almost to the farm when she said, "You're going to be making all these trips out here today. Sorry about that." "It's worth it, and I don't mind." "Worth it?" He thought of the kiss, but instinctively he didn't want her to think that that was the only reason he wanted to be with her, because it wasn't, and he didn't want to make a bigger deal out of it than what it actually was. "I just enjoy being with you." And those words were true. They made her happy, if the sparkle in her eye was any indication. Interesting, because he was finding that he would do or say or be pretty much anything to make her smile. And he didn't want to just speak it. He wanted to actually be the man she thought he was. To be the man she needed. Maybe that's what all those vows were about. Less about things he needed to do, and more about who he needed to be. Maybe a mixture of both. But he knew he was far from what he wanted to be for her. "I made a lot of promises today, promises that I hadn't really thought about until I was saying them."
I've always loved the wedding vows. Sometimes at weddings, I cry just because they're so beautiful. It's dumb, I know, and I try not to let people know I'm doing it, because it's embarrassing.
Yeah, I didn't have any desire to cry, but I did know that I'm probably not going to be perfect at them at first. Although I wanted you to know I'm going to try.
Thank you. I guess if you can give me grace, knowing I'm not going to be perfect either, I can do the same for you.
Deal. Maybe that's the only kind of business arrangement we need. She smiled, and then she said,
I think you might be right.
Chapter 14. Candace straightened, stifling a sigh, and put a hand on the small of her back, stretching a little to try to ease out the kinks. Gordon and Ginger colored quietly at the table. She had soup on the stove and bread in the oven. Despite the inauspicious beginning and the fact that both of them had woken up from their naps when they'd stopped at the farm to get them out, and neither of them had gone back to sleep, the kids hadn't been too bad. They'd loved helping to make the bread and the soup. And now Patty sat at the table, coloring with them. Aunt Bev had gone for a nap, and Meg had gone out to do the barn work. Somehow, Candace had managed to go to town, get married, come home, and not tell anyone in her family about it. She blamed it on the kids, or blamed it on the fact that she had told her family that they might have 2 children coming to live with them, and Meg had spent the afternoon cleaning out some bedrooms for them, while she watched Gordon and Ginger. Esther's own bedroom would work for one. It had just needed the sheets washed and eventually a bed made. The other bedroom had taken a little more time, but Meg had handled that with aplomb while Candace entertained the children in the kitchen. Thankfully, playing with the kids had involved making supper, so she didn't have to do that in addition. She laughed a little at herself since she'd combined 2 jobs and hadn't really meant to, but she wanted to give herself some credit for being smart. Maybe that was to offset the fact that she'd been too much of a coward to tell her family that she'd gotten married. The sound of a motor pulling in indicated that Jefferson was probably arriving with Oliver and Lisa. He had texted earlier in the day and said that he would not be coming straight after school, since Miss Matilda had talked to the ladies at the church, and they were gathering clothes and some toys and other things for the children, and he'd be bringing them all out. He hadn't said, but Candace assumed that he would need to go back to work, too. After all, the crew was leaving for Texas in just a few days. She washed her hands off in the sink, smiling at Patty as the little girl showed Ginger how to hold her crayon properly. Ginger was trying, but her chubby little fingers were just too clumsy. It was fun to see how patient Patty was with her, and not for the first time, Candace wished Patty had a normal family with younger siblings to whom she could be a big sister.
The world is so messed up, Lord.
The thought had no sooner gone through her head when she was reminded that she was part of the world being messed up. Look at all the mistakes she'd made in the last year. Now she was married to a man who didn't even know all that she'd done. She really needed to sit down and tell him. He deserved to know. Not that she necessarily thought that he would hate her, but marriages shouldn't have secrets. The kids were playing happily at the table, so she didn't say anything as she walked to the door and opened it. Jefferson was still at his truck, with the back door open, a tall, lanky teenage boy beside him. It looked like Jefferson was working on a seatbelt, and sure enough, soon a little girl hopped out and grabbed her brother's hand while Jefferson snatched a booster seat out of the back and handed several large bags to the boy before shutting the door. Thinking that there might be more to carry in, Candace closed the door behind her and hurried down.
"Can I help you with something?"
she called as she went down the walk. Jefferson's head snapped up, like he'd been deep in thought and hadn't realized she was on her way out. His face split into a grin when he saw her, though, which made her happy. It also made her lips turn up in an answering smile. Something warm flowed in her stomach. It was dumb to be happy just because he smiled seeing her, but she couldn't deny that she was. "I can get it," Jefferson said without stopping. The boy beside him wasn't smiling and almost looked like he wanted to run, but the little girl bounced as she walked and looked cheerful. Her hair, black and curly, was held up in happy ponytails on either side of her head. She laughed and chattered, although when Candace spoke, she stopped and looked at the strange lady the way a child looks at an adult that they're not afraid of, but curious about. Candace couldn't help but smile at the little girl. She looked precocious and sweet, and Candace thought that she and Patty would get along beautifully. She didn't argue with Jefferson. He wanted to treat her well and was not belittling her or saying she couldn't.
"All right, then. How about you guys come on in? We have Ginger and Gordon here along with Patty. They're all at the table coloring." "I like to color,"
Lisa said, her voice a happy, high-pitched little girl's voice. It was crazy that a little girl who had been through so much could be so happy. Candace had reached the door, and she looked over her shoulder at Jefferson. His eyes seemed to say he was thinking the exact same thing.
"Are you guys hungry?"
she asked as they walked by. Oliver turned his head, and interest flashed across his face before he was able to close it down again. Candace tried to meet his eyes, but he wouldn't look up and he didn't stop. Jefferson wouldn't be bringing anyone who he thought might be a danger to them, but the boy was definitely not as happy and bouncy as his sister.
"Is he normally this quiet?"
Candace asked as Jefferson came up beside her. She hadn't even noticed, but as she spoke, she realized that maybe he had been going to kiss her, but he'd stopped at her question. She kicked herself. She was married now, and maybe her husband would want to greet her with a kiss. She supposed she shouldn't have been so focused on the kids, but that seemed to be easier than focusing on her own problems? Was that the word she was looking for? "Yeah, he looks a little belligerent too, but I think he's just scared." Jefferson stopped on the porch, keeping his voice low so it didn't travel inside. "His main focus is protecting his sister, and are you okay with them?" He blurted out.
"Of course."
"I'm sorry. I guess the idea of me housing a teenage boy didn't seem intimidating at all, but I'm dropping him off with you. I never thought that might be something that you're maybe not prepared for."
"Because I'm not a boy?"
she asked, curious as to what exactly he meant. Maybe she misunderstood. A teenage boy could be intimidating, difficult to handle. "I guess, just the fact that you're a woman and sometimes teenagers can be hard, and Oliver's been through a lot."
"I think I'm safe. I guess you're probably a good judge of character. You wouldn't have them here if you thought there was any danger."
He nodded. "Thanks. That's kind of what I was trying to get at, but wasn't saying it very well." They stared at each other for just a few more seconds before she moved toward the door. She didn't want the kids to be in there without her welcoming them, but also, she had just married this man a few hours ago, and she felt like she ought to be saying more than just discussing the children. But there were so many things to say, and nothing felt right to start with. She decided she'd just let it go and went to move past him when she felt his hand on her arm. "If you don't mind, I'm not staying. I can come back if I need to, but we're pushing to get everything done. Monroe's wedding kind of stole a couple of days from us, and now we're down a man since he's on his honeymoon."
"Of course,"
she said, trying to swallow her disappointment. If you don't mind, I'll bring most of my stuff out when I come back." She lifted her head and blinked. He was coming back? Unless you don't want me to move in, he added, looking at her face and seeming to read something on there he wasn't sure about. Like her surprise. She shook herself.
Of course. Of course your stuff belongs here. Bring whatever you need.
Nodding, he said, I'll let Lisa get settled, make sure she's okay. Then Oliver's coming back out with me. I promised him he could work with us after school and we'd pay him. He's pretty set on earning money, but he wanted to come out and make sure his sister would be okay.
Of course. After what he's been through, I don't blame him at all.
She started to take a step, but then stopped.
He went to school today?
Jefferson nodded. We were able to get the school to take them after explaining the situation. I guess maybe we're blessed to live in a small town because they were happy to have him. But obviously we're going to have to do something about his guardianship or something. Just hoping we can get it straightened away without him being forced to go back. Actually, I think he'll run before he lets anyone take him. And he'll be taking Lisa with him.
It's obvious from just the few seconds I laid eyes on him that he loves his sister. I agree.
They went in then, and to no one's surprise, Lisa was already sitting at the table, coloring book in front of her along with crayons, and she and Patty were chatting like old friends.
Ginger's just visiting, but I have to help take care of her, and I played with her all day after school, and you and I can teach her how to color, because all she does right now is scribble. It looks like you do a nice job, though. That's what Grandma says I have to do. I have to be careful and color in the lines. These crayons are much better than the crayons I used to use, and they're much better than the crayons in the church. Those are old, and there aren't any that don't have the paper ripped off of them. But they were still fun, even if I didn't have a coloring book. I just had notebook paper that Ollie gave me.
Candace shook her head and looked at Jefferson, who was grinning at the little girl's chatter as well. Oliver stood with his hands in his pockets, glaring at the girls, but not nearly as stiff as he had been when he had walked in. Maybe it was Candace's imagination, but he seemed to be sniffing the air, and she thought she heard his stomach growl. She was a terrible wife because she hadn't even thought her husband might be hungry.
Would you like some soup and bread before you go back?
She checked the time.
The bread should be done in another 5 minutes. It'll take us that long to clear off the table and set it.
At the idea of food, Oliver's head came up, and he was staring at Jefferson as though willing him to say yes. What do you think, Oliver? Should we make time to eat? The belligerence faded away, and Oliver's head nodded up and down. I guess we'll stay. What can I do to help? They worked on getting the crayons picked up and the books put away. Candace had the children help them set the table. She'd texted Meg to tell her they'd be eating, and Meg had texted back that she would be over even though she wasn't finished. Candace happened to be slicing the bread at the counter, which was beside the door, when Meg walked in from the mudroom into the kitchen, and her eyes landed on Jefferson. Her brows furrowed, then she lifted them a little as she looked at Candace before she turned back and said,
I met Ginger and Gordon earlier, and I already know Patty, but I'm not sure I know the rest of you. This is Oliver. He's the one for whom you've been cleaning out the room all afternoon.
Oliver jerked his head from where he was already sitting at the table, and Meg said,
Nice to meet you, Oliver.
Oliver didn't say anything, but Lisa piped up.
I'm Lisa. I'm Oliver's sister, and I'm going to stay here too.
Her ponytails bounced as she spoke, and she kept talking.
And I already love it here because your crayons are the best crayons in the whole wide world. And Patty and I are going to be best friends, and sisters too.
Her little brows went down, and she looked at Oliver.
Right?
Oliver was a typical teen, and he looked irritated.
You talk too much, kid.
Maybe he had to be gruff because he wasn't sure how to react to the smiles and general lack of conflict in the room. Candace supposed he wasn't used to it. He was probably also afraid they were just pretending. Maybe he'd never get over that.
And Jefferson, what a surprise to see you here,
Meg said, and Candace kicked herself 1,000,000 times for not saying something to her earlier. I live here, Jefferson said easily, his eyes going to Candace. It was a good thing, too, because he missed Meg's shocked look. She recovered quickly, though, and gave her sister an indecipherable look.
Interesting.
Candace held her breath, wondering if Meg was going to ask if she needed to clean out another bedroom, but she didn't, much to Candace's relief. Chapter 15. After Aunt Bev hobbled in, the meal went fairly smoothly, with Patty and Lisa doing most of the talking, while Candace made sure everyone got enough to eat and the children had help buttering the bread. Jefferson left as soon as they were done eating, apologizing for not staying to help clean up. No one had expected him to, but Candace was surprised at the emptiness she felt as he walked out the door. She told herself she'd better get used to it since he was leaving for Texas in a few days and he wasn't going to be there at all. The thought made her unexplainably sad, especially considering that she'd been with him less than a week. Pastor Tom came to pick up Gordon and Ginger, and Meg didn't have a chance to say anything to her until after they had left. Patty and Lisa were having a great time in the living room playing with dolls, with Aunt Bev sitting on her chair watching. The dishes were done, the bread put away, and the table wiped when Meg dried her hands on the dish towel and said casually, "Jefferson lives here." Candace knew it was coming, and she set the meat she had just gotten out of the freezer into the sink before she crossed her arms over her chest, for protection more than anything, and said, "We got married today." At least 20 seconds of silence ticked by in the kitchen as Meg stared at her. "Candace, you've done some crazy things this year, but married? Have you been seeing Jefferson?" Meg was concerned about her. She loved her and wanted the best for her. And that was why she was saying the things that she was. Not because she wanted to give Candace a hard time, and not because she would begrudge her any happiness. "No, the first time I spoke with him was just before Esther and Monroe's wedding. I heard you were outside with him, but I didn't realize—" Her voice trailed off. Then she seemed to get a hold of herself. "That was the first time you spoke with him? 2 days ago. And now you're married?" "Now we're married." Candace blew out a breath, looking down at her hands. There really wasn't anything she could say to make this acceptable, so she decided to just tell the truth as best she could. "We need someone to work on the farm. We're going to lose it if we don't do something. You and I can't keep up with everything, and I'm going to be busy with the baby come July." "But marriage? Like, he's living here. I'm not getting another bedroom ready. You couldn't have said something about it?" "Honestly, I wasn't sure he was going to move in. He's going to Texas with the harvest crew at the end of the week." "How can he help save the farm if he's not even here?" "He couldn't leave his dad in the lurch. He had to go, although he has told his dad, and his dad is looking for someone to replace him." "And then he's coming here?" "That's right." Meg didn't need to ask any more. She knew good help was hard to find, and she also didn't need to have it spelled out to her that not just anyone could work the harvest crew. It had to be someone who could run the equipment, combines, trucks, and tractors at least. Someone dependable enough to be left alone, as well as trustworthy, and someone the other guys could get along with. "Does anyone else know about this? Am I the last person to know?" Meg's voice held hurt. "Other than the pastor and his wife, and whoever they might have told today, you're the only one. I don't even know if Jefferson has told his family."
I can't believe you feel like you need to save the farm, so you just grab someone and marry him?
Candace explained a little more about the farm and how what she basically proposed was a business agreement. It didn't make things any better, but it did help Meg to understand.
So I guess I see why you did it, but I don't really understand what your relationship is. Friends? Friends who share a room?
Okay, now she was prying a little, and Candace became defensive, more because she couldn't really answer that than because she was actually upset.
I don't know. I guess he said he wanted children, so I just don't know. Oh, Candace, you've always been such a mother hen. It's gotten worse since our parents passed away. I want to strangle you, but I'm going to hug you instead, because I know you did this because you love Esther and me.
Meg stepped forward and put her arms around her sister. They hugged for a while, and then Meg stepped back, her hands on Candace's shoulders, and she looked into Candace's eyes.
I know this is nuts, and I should be berating you and insisting that you get an annulment and not allowing you to do this, but after my initial shock, I have to admit I have an okay feeling about this. Not a great feeling. I'm not excited exactly. I just feel like this isn't as crazy as it sounds. Or maybe it is that crazy, but I feel like it's all going to work out.
Meg finally said the last bit in a confident, satisfied way. Her head nodded, her eyes filled with love.
Thank you. That means so much to me. So much more than what I can even tell you. I'm scared and I'm nervous, but I feel the same way. Like this isn't a mistake. I don't know if I can call it God's will exactly, but I just feel like I'm making the right decision. I'm not a big believer in living by your feelings, but I also think when you're doing something wrong, the Holy Spirit convicts you of that. I'm not feeling convicted. I'm feeling peace. I think that says something.
Candace nodded. Meg had just put into words exactly what she believed. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe she was delusional, but it was too late now. The deed was done, and she wasn't going back.
I suppose the old adage is correct. Time will tell.
She had a feeling that time would be very generous with her. Chapter 16. Jefferson closed the door to the shop. It was after 9, and he hadn't meant to be this late. But his brothers and his dad were still in the shop working, and he hated to leave before the work was done. Finally, at 9 o'clock, he'd announced to his family, during a lull in the conversation and a time when the air gun and air compressor weren't running, "I got married today." Typically, the only time they stopped working was when it was time to eat. But when he said that, his dad had slowly straightened from behind the corn head where he'd been tightening a bolt. Truman had walked out from the back of the pickup he was loading. Lincoln had slid the creeper out from underneath the combine, leftover donut in one hand, and Franklin had set his pen down on the toolbox beside the notebook he'd been writing notes in, and they all stared at Jefferson. Finally, Truman spoke. "I thought I heard you say you got married today. I know that can't be right, but I can't figure out what it was you actually said." "That was right." If this weren't so serious, he'd be laughing at his brother's reactions. They were funny. The disbelief, the total shock, the narrowed eyes trying to figure out if he was joking. He wasn't worried about any of their reactions. They might tease him and think he was crazy. He couldn't argue with them because he wasn't sure himself. He might not have even told them, but he needed to get home. It hadn't been a very good wedding day for his wife, and him working until midnight wouldn't make it better. Although she might already be in bed. What good was it if he showed up at 9:30 and she was already in bed? They hadn't even gone out to eat. I think you're serious. Franklin tapped his pen on the notebook in front of him. You really did get married today. What'd you do? Go over to the courthouse over lunch? The pastor married us over lunch. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if you're divorced tomorrow, since I know you didn't spend the rest of the day with her. Lincoln still lay on the creeper, and after he said that, he shoved the donut that he was holding into his mouth. Never one to let a break go to waste, he always had food handy. That's why I'm leaving now. That's why you quit the crew. His dad's voice came from beside the cornhead where he stood, accusation heavy in his tone. Yes. There was no point saying anything else. There was nothing else to say. Have a good night, Lincoln said, smirking a little before he shoved the last of the donut in his mouth, hooked the edge of the combine, and rolled himself back under it. Maybe that was part of the reason he was eager to go. He wasn't really sure how they were going to work things out, where he was going to stay, what she had told her family. I'll be back at the regular time tomorrow, he said, nodding at Oliver, and they both walked out the door. By the time he pulled into Candace's house, he decided that if she was in bed, he'd sleep on the couch. They never showed you where your room was, did they? He said to Oliver, who stood beside him. The kid needed to shower, too. He'd already sat at the garage and done his homework immediately after school. Jefferson was sure at least that much was done. That's okay. I just need a corner. Oliver's words were tough, but the kid had trouble keeping his eyes open, and Jefferson knew he was exhausted. That's another reason you should have left earlier. He was new at this and hadn't been thinking. He wouldn't make that mistake tomorrow. Oliver needed to be home in time to get a shower at least before he collapsed in bed. It didn't hurt the kid to work. It would be good for him, but he needed to be able to get enough sleep for his growing body. And maybe a little catch-up, considering that the kid was as skinny as a rail, which was probably because he'd been stretching his money and making sure his little sister got all the food she needed. If Candace isn't up, we're going to have to figure something out. But I see a light in the kitchen, Jefferson said as he shut his pickup off and opened the door. The porch light was on as well, and he appreciated the fact that she'd left the lights on for him. He stepped in the kitchen, which still smelled deliciously of soup and warm homemade bread, and his eyes fell immediately on his wife, who was sitting at the table. She finished the words she was writing before she looked up. I wasn't sure you were coming home, she said, her voice cool, her eyes not exactly cold, but it wasn't hard to tell she wasn't happy. I'm sorry I'm late. It's my fault. I should have left earlier. Everyone else was still working when I walked out. She tilted her chin but didn't say anything more to him. Her attention went to Oliver. The bathroom is upstairs. Go straight at the top of the stairs to the end of the hall, and that door's the bathroom. It should be open and the lights on. The room that you're going to stay in is directly to the left of the bathroom when you come out. I washed the clothes that were sent for you, folded them, and set them on your bed. If you can find something out of all that stuff to wear tonight and something to wear to school tomorrow, that's perfect. If you have the energy and want to try on the other things and set the stuff that you want to keep in one pile and the stuff that doesn't fit in a different pile, you can do that too. Her eyes slid to Jefferson before they went back to Oliver. This weekend, when we have time, I'll take you shopping, and we'll get everything you and Lisa need. Her expression softened, and she smiled a little. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat before you go upstairs? Oliver's eyes lit a little at the idea of eating, but he shook his head. No, thank you. I'm tired. Just take a shower, and I'll let you sleep as long as possible tomorrow morning. How long will it take you to get ready for school?
I want to go to the garage and help before I go to school.
Candace's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Jefferson, who met her gaze with a level one of his own. He wasn't going to keep the kid from working. It was hard enough to get kids to do anything, and a kid who was driven to work was going to get encouraged in his house. Candace's lips thinned, but she had looked to him and wasn't saying anything. That look was like a crack of sunshine in his soul. She was letting him decide. She wasn't going to fight him about it. "School is most important when you're young," he said. "I know a lot of successful business owners, successful people, a lot of men who've worked hard and been monetarily successful in their lives, but every single one of them had a high school diploma. Some of them have college degrees, but that's not something that's necessary unless you have a specific career that you want to be in, one that requires a degree. Otherwise, it's a lot of wasted money. When you get older, we can talk about those decisions if you'd like." He was making a lot of assumptions there, he knew. But he wanted Oliver to know that he wasn't going to push him to do college if that's not what he wanted or needed. "College isn't for everyone. It's silly to pay to go to school or have someone else pay for you to go to school when you don't even know what you want to do with your life. And you're not even sure if you'll use your degree. It's just a bunch of money wasted for you to go and have a good time." He glanced at Candace, whose lips were still flattened, but she wasn't interrupting him, wasn't disagreeing. He was speaking common sense, and sometimes common sense flew in the face of what the rest of the world believed. Oliver seemed thoughtful despite his tiredness, although he didn't seem fully convinced. Jefferson didn't want the boy to give Candace a hard time about school, so he added, "But every single man I know who is successful in business has a high school diploma. I'm not saying every single successful businessman has a diploma, but I'm saying that whatever you want to do, it's probably going to take one, unless you want to be a drug dealer." He said that last line a little flippantly, shrugging one shoulder and thinking about Oliver's mom. The kid didn't want to have anything to do with drugs because he'd seen what they did to his mom. He had the opportunity now that he was here to be completely out of that lifestyle. Candace and he could offer the right environment for him, but ultimately, it was going to be Oliver's choice as to what he wanted to do with his life. All they could do was try to guide him the best they could.
"But if I want to work before school, I can?"
"You may, as long as you keep up with your schoolwork, and we'll do our level best to make sure that happens." He paused and thought about what he'd said to Candace earlier, that he wasn't used to having to talk to someone before he made a decision. He was going to take a chance and say something that she might not agree with. "How old are you?" he asked first.
14. I'll be 15 in July. That's when the baby's due. What day?"
Candace finally spoke.
"The 17th.
Oliver said, without hesitating. Jefferson figured that was a win since it indicated he was becoming more comfortable with them. "I think you're old enough to buy your own clothes." Jefferson phrased it more as a suggestion than a command since he hadn't talked to Candace about it, and he watched to see her reaction. As he thought, her face tightened, but she didn't look angry. She spoke.
"I think that's an excellent idea. It will teach you responsibility. But I think that will start next month. In the meantime, you want to be given the opportunity to earn money for a bit so that you have some saved up to use. I think—"
Her eyes went to Jefferson's, and he read almost exactly on her face what he had just been thinking. She was going to make a statement she hadn't talked to him about.
"I think that you might not believe that everything that we're saying is true. That you're welcome here. That Lisa is too. That we'll take care of you, feed you, and that we care about you and will love you and try to be whatever you need. So a month might give you an opportunity to settle in and see if we mean what we say."
Her brows were lifted, like she was questioning how Jefferson felt about it. "That sounds good to me." At their words, Oliver's chest had puffed out a little. Maybe because they were treating him like an adult by having him buy his own clothes, or maybe because he knew he was going to be getting paid for the next month. Neither of those things had a tendency to make a man feel good about himself, and a boy was no different. "Now, we can talk about this more some other time," Jefferson said, thinking that he wasn't going to be here much longer and it might be a long time before he talked about it again. But no matter how he was trying to hide it, Oliver was tired. "Right now, I want you to go up and get a shower, and that's a daily requirement, by the way." He grinned a little when Oliver scowled, but Oliver nodded too, so Jefferson figured he understood. "And once you're done with your clothes and what Miss Candace asked you to do with them, if you'd like to come back down, I'm sure she'd be happy to set some food on the table for you."
"Okay, if I'm not too tired, I'll be down."
"Sounds good." Jefferson waited until Oliver had left and his footsteps had faded up the stairs before he turned to Candace, who was still seated at the table. "I'm sorry today was so terrible." He shook his head. "No, let me be specific. I'm sorry that I spent most of our wedding day working. I'm sorry we didn't get to go out to eat. Sorry you ended up working most of the day and had extra work because of kids I wanted to bring here." He wanted to say he'd make it up to her, but the rest of the week looked to be as busy as today had been, and he really wasn't sure he'd be able to. Not without making things difficult for his dad, and he felt like that was unfair since he'd made the spur-of-the-moment decision, and his dad shouldn't have to pay for it. It wasn't being a responsible worker.
"It's okay,"
Candace said, and he remembered what she'd said about her feelings being the least important of anyone's, since she was the reason all the bad things had happened. He figured that was probably what she was thinking now, that she didn't really deserve any of the nice things that she should have had on her wedding day. "I have a feeling," he said as he walked over to the table and sat down beside her, "that the longer we're married, the more I'm going to regret today. The more I'm going to think that I should have just forgotten about my responsibilities at my job, left my dad in the lurch, and made sure that I took care of you today." That was almost certainly true. As the years passed, if their marriage went the way it was supposed to, Candace would be the most important person in the world to him, and his dad would just be part of the periphery for the most part. He should have treated her with the importance she deserved.
"Maybe we'll look back and laugh,"
Candace said, smiling.
"because I didn't treat you any better."
"Well, I have it in my head that when I come back in July, I'm hopefully going to be able to start then as I mean to go on."
"You'll have so much work to do that you'll probably end up sleeping in the field in the tractor."
"Maybe you can be with me," he said, and it was a comment that he really hadn't meant to say and that should have had a smile and a wink-wink to go along with it. But it came out a little differently. A little more like he sounded like he wanted her with him, which was the way it was. The more time he spent with Candace, the less he wanted to go to Texas, and the more lonely and long the days looked between now and whenever he would be coming home.
"I didn't clean out a room for you. Honestly, with the kids and everything, I never even gave you being here a thought."
Her eyes raised to meet his, and he tried to make sure that he didn't show the idea that she'd forgotten him bothered him. After all, he'd forgotten her earlier today. It didn't make him feel good that she'd completely put him out of her mind. She'd probably felt the exact same way. She kept talking, not noticing anything amiss with his expression.
"It's fine. I want you here. This is where you belong. But I guess I'm just saying you'll have to sleep in my room."
"I figured I'd sleep on the couch, if that's okay. We'll figure out something else for when I come back from the harvest crew. Hopefully you'll have a couple of days to prepare." That really wasn't what he wanted to say, but that was him putting her first and figuring that considering she hadn't even known him a week, she wasn't going to want him in her bedroom taking away the last of her privacy. If he wasn't mistaken, there was relief in her eyes. "Is there a bathroom other than the one Oliver's using?" He wanted to sit and talk with her, but he was also tired and knew that tomorrow was another busy day and he'd need to be up early.
"There is. I actually have the one room in the house with a master bath, and you're welcome to it. It's the first door on the left at the top of the stairs."
"Thanks," he said. I brought most of my stuff with me. There are a few odds and ends still in my room at the garage, but I'll bring the rest of it tomorrow, if you're sure this is okay."
"It's okay. This is your home."
A look of horror crossed her face, an expression so bad he actually looked behind him to see if some kind of wild animal had come out of the woodwork.
"We never signed the paper,"
she exclaimed, her eyes wide, her hands on the table like she was going to push back away from it to do something now, at 10 o'clock at night. He laughed. "I guess, if you leave me, I'll be upset if I lose the farm, but I'm fine without signing the paper. Maybe I shouldn't trust you. Maybe I'm being naive, but I just feel like whatever happens, happens. With the farm, at least. Because I want to be more deliberate about our relationship. I feel like that's the more valuable thing." Her expression had gone from horrified to almost happy, and now he couldn't quite read whatever look was on her face. Some kind of tenderness, maybe. But he meant it. Meant that nurturing their relationship would be his priority once he was free from his previous responsibilities. He wasn't ever going to have a responsibility that was going to make him put his marriage second again. And maybe he should have waited to get married until he could have put her first from the beginning. Regardless, he pushed back away from the table and was going to walk away, but he stopped and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm not sure what made you decide to approach me. There were a lot of single men at the wedding, and any one of them would have jumped at what you offered. I don't want you to regret your choice." She didn't say anything, and he didn't really give her a chance. He allowed his hand to slide off her shoulder, brushing across the bare skin of her neck first, before he walked over and picked up his bags, heading upstairs. Chapter 17. The week flew by quickly for Candace, and it was Friday before she knew it. She knew Jefferson was planning on leaving with the equipment Friday afternoon. He had mentioned earlier in the week that he might be able to get off a little early and they could go somewhere together, just to eat or talk, or both, he'd said. Lunchtime came and went, and he didn't make it home. The bus typically dropped the children off from school at 3:30 p.m., and Aunt Bev usually tried to time her afternoon nap so she was getting up when they were getting off. Meg was out in the field, planning, so at 3 o'clock, Candace changed her clothes and got ready to go out to do the barn work. She just finished up in the kitchen, checking the crock pot to make sure that supper would be ready when she got in again, and was on her way out the door when Jefferson pulled up in his pickup. Normally, he pulled in slowly and carefully, but this time, he was going a little faster than normal, which made her stop and stare, wondering if there was something wrong. He had seen her and stared at her as he shut the pickup off immediately and jumped down quickly. His strides were long and his walk fast. "I'm sorry. I wanted to get off earlier, and it just didn't work out."
"Not a big deal."
It wasn't like they were madly in love and were dreading being separated for months. They were married, yes, but it was a business arrangement, and they had hardly seen each other all week, so it wasn't like their relationship had grown into anything more, although the idea that he was leaving left a cracked glass feeling in the pit of her stomach. One she didn't want to examine too closely. One she wished wasn't there. "It was a big deal to me. I'm leaving, and Dad's no closer to finding anyone to replace me than he was at the beginning of the week, and I don't know how long I'm going to be gone." He looked down at his hand on the banister, then looked back at her. I'm going to miss you. I guess it's okay for me to admit that, isn't it? He was sincere, and she appreciated it. Even if he only planned on being gone a week, the idea that he would miss her while he was gone made her heart happy. It warmed her soul, and she felt like maybe he really did care about her. A man doesn't miss a woman he doesn't care about. He forgets about her. There were definitely times during the week when she'd felt like maybe he was forgetting about her. But he had been careful to text her every day, at least letting her know what time he would be done and if he was taking off for lunch, which he'd done on Wednesday. That was the only day. When she'd mentioned to him one evening while they were eating late that she enjoyed getting texts from him, she noticed he started texting more. "Can we walk for a minute? Truman is coming out to pick me up, but hopefully not for at least 20 minutes, he said, and there was hope on his face, like he truly wanted to walk with her. His eyes went over her, noting the old t-shirt she wore that stretched over her stomach and made her want to put her hand in front of her, hiding it. But she didn't, down to her barn boots. "I don't want to hold you up."
The work will still be there when we're done walking, she said, and nothing's going to starve to death in the meantime.
A pleased smile brightened his face, and he held out his hand. "You're ready?" She looked at his hand for a moment. They'd been washed, obviously, but there was still grease under the fingernails and more staining on the tips of his fingers as well. A working man's hands. Someone who took his responsibilities seriously. They weren't the hands of the man that she'd expected to end up with, but she appreciated what those hands represented, what that grease said, what the calluses meant. And she smiled as she took it, sliding her fingers alongside his as he clasped his around hers, and stepped off the porch and fell into stride beside him. He turned in the direction of the barn rather than going down the driveway, and she followed him easily. "I feel like all I do is apologize to you, but I really am sorry that I didn't have more time to spend with you."
I appreciate that you fulfilled your responsibilities. To me, if you keep your word to someone else and you do what they're depending on you to do, it says that you'll do the same for me.
She said her words easily, but his stride slowed, and she turned her head to look at him. There was a little wonder on his face, definitely a glow, a happiness that hadn't been there before. "My brothers keep telling me to expect you to be angry, that I'm neglecting you and that you're going to leave. They don't mean to be negative, and they're not saying anything bad about you. I guess they just remember Mom, too. And I keep thinking to myself each day that I'm going to do better, but then Dad's short-handed and he is depending on me, and I feel like I can't let him down. I feel like I gave my word to him first, before I gave my word to you, and I need to fulfill that responsibility before you become my main consideration. Maybe that's backwards." She appreciated hearing that he'd struggled, that he'd wanted to be with her, and she believed what he said.
If we'd been planning our wedding for a year, maybe even 6 months, or 3, where you had some idea and could let people know that, hey, you're getting married and your priorities are shifting, I'd say you're backwards. But last week this time, you had no idea that you'd be married. So you're right to do the things you said you were going to do, in my opinion.
His hand tightened around hers, and he swallowed loudly, looking straight ahead again. She loved the idea that maybe what she'd said had meant something to him, that her admiration and respect for his character had caused him to get choked up with an emotion he couldn't voice. Especially since she was being as sincere as she could be. He made something stir and grow inside of her, something sweet and tender but strong, at the idea that he appreciated her feelings, her admiration and respect. You can act like you feel a little bit sad that I'm leaving and not be quite so okay with it," he said, humor lacing his voice. But she felt like there was a serious undertone there. He wanted her to miss him. He might not even know it. She felt the same, but she definitely knew it, and her feeling was focused solely on him. She hadn't really ever thought about whether or not someone missed her, not really. But with Jefferson leaving, she wanted him to struggle to go. She wanted him to not want to leave her. And not just because he had responsibilities. She wanted it to be because of his feelings for her.
He's not a touchy-feely kind of guy.
She knew that. She didn't need her brain to remind her, but it seemed to take pleasure in it. That rational part of her told her she was crazy to expect or hope for anything more than pure business.
Is it weird that just in this week I've kind of gotten used to the idea of you coming home and being here in the evening, even if it hasn't been for very long? She said, just looking at the ground in front of them and trying to keep her tone light. She didn't want to go too deep. "I suppose that's no more crazy than me getting used to coming." He kicked a rock, and it scuttled down the road in front of them. "I've never not looked forward to going out on crew. I've always been excited about getting started, even though I know the days are long, the work is hard, and I'll be exhausted more than I'm not. I've loved it. But I really don't want to go this year. I wouldn't be the slightest bit upset if my dad called right now and said that he found someone. But maybe he's looking and I haven't seen him, but it feels like he's not." "Do you think he would not replace you?"
Candace asked, a little shocked. He'd told his dad he wanted to quit, and she just assumed that his dad would be doing his best to find someone to replace him. But maybe his dad would play on Jefferson's sense of responsibility, knowing that he wouldn't walk out, so he wouldn't try to find anyone. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Not when I asked, but I guess it has a couple of times this week.
"Do you think your dad thinks that you're not really serious? That you love it so much that you really couldn't quit?"
"That's possible. I know that's how he feels about it. And maybe I did feel that way at one time, but—" There was a long pause there, and Candace just let the silence stretch between them with only their feet crunching the gravel underneath. Finally, when she wasn't sure he was going to continue, he said, "But I've been doing a lot of thinking this week." His voice kind of dropped on the last word, like he was embarrassed to even be talking about it. "I hadn't really thought much about being married or about what would be required of me. But one thing I do know, I don't want to have a marriage like my dad had with my mom. Regardless of whose fault it was that it didn't work out, or it likely being a combination of everything, I don't want my kids to go through that. I don't want my wife to feel like I don't care."
"I know you worked hard this week, but I haven't felt for a single instant like you didn't care."
Maybe she was interrupting him, but she felt like it was important, he knew. "Thank you. That's important to me. I guess the only thing I have to go on is what I saw with my parents. I've been coming to grips with the fact that I can't control what you do."
"I'm not leaving."
She interrupted him again and didn't mean to, but she had to make sure he understood. "I know, and I know you're a person who keeps your word. I just need to come to terms with the fact that I have to do what I can do the best I can, and I have to leave the rest in God's hands." They reached the corner of the first hog barn, and he kept walking back along the side of it, so she did too. "I can't help what my dad does, and I'm pretty much okay with the fact that if he doesn't find someone, I have to go. It bothers me some because that's not really the way I wanted to start out my marriage. Not that I ever actually thought about it, and even though we didn't start out the conventional way, I'm fine with that. I know there are things I need to do in order to make sure we stay married forever. That I keep my word, then I treat you right, then I take responsibility for my family. And I can't do that if I'm not here.
You get points for wanting to.
Thanks, but I guess you know I'm an action guy.
I didn't know that. I'm actually kind of surprised you're talking to me about this. I didn't take you for a word guy.
I never paid attention too much to anyone who ever talked about marriage, but somehow it got burned into my brain that communication in a relationship is important. I guess I've been thinking about that, and you already know I've struggled with talking to you before I make decisions.
I struggled with the same thing.
Yeah. He grinned at her, and she felt like even though it was a serious conversation, they were on the same page. I appreciate you admitting that instead of getting angry at me.
That would be silly, although sometimes we're silly.
I suppose silly equals emotional, for me anyway. Sometimes I get upset about things that I know I shouldn't be getting upset about, but I can't seem to make my emotions do what my brain knows is the right thing.
I don't have that problem, but I can kind of understand. Just in the context that sometimes I know I'm doing something I shouldn't be, but I do it anyway. It's not usually an emotional decision, but it would be even harder if I had to fight that as well.
Pregnancy makes it harder. He stopped and turned to face her, still holding her hand and twisting their fingers so that their palms met. I don't think I want to hear about that right now. Not when I'm leaving for days, weeks, I don't even know. Worst case, it might be a month or two. But I want to talk to you while I'm gone. I want to... He looked off in the distance, over her shoulder, like he was searching for his words. And she appreciated the fact that although this conversation wasn't easy for him, he was having it anyway. I want to have a relationship, even if we don't fall in love with each other. Love. I don't even know if that's a word I want to say. Not because I don't love you, just because I don't really know what it means. But regardless, I want to have a relationship with you, and I want it to be a good one. I want it to involve this. He held up their hands, clasped together, and she smiled and nodded. She wanted that too. But I also want it to be that we can tell each other things, where we discuss things, where we're not just living side by side in the same house, with you in your separate quarter and me in mine, and where I come home to get fed and you take my paycheck and provide for the kids.
I would love to have something more than that,
she said, her voice trembling just a little, because when she had proposed marriage to him, that's exactly what she thought she would be getting. She would never have thought that Jefferson would want more. Or not necessarily even want more, but to know that a marriage should be more and want to work toward that. Maybe it's good that I'm going away, because I'll text you, call you when I can, and we can just get used to talking to each other. Say the things a normal married couple would say. And then, when I come home, we'll figure everything else out.
That sounds perfect. Even though I don't want you to go, it makes it a lot easier to know that you're going to be reaching out to me and making sure we talk. That, and that we're both thinking about building something that's going to last for the rest of our lives. I appreciate that.
I was hoping you would. I was hoping that this wasn't something that I was going to do on my own, but it was scary to bring it up because it really wasn't what you talked about.
I didn't want to reach for too much. I thought by asking you what I did, I was taking a huge risk, but I couldn't demand or even suggest that the marriage be anything but a business relationship. It would have been too presumptuous to do anything else.
Then I'm being presumptuous.
You didn't propose the marriage, so we're both proposing something, and I think that makes it a little bit more fair. At least it does from where I'm standing.
I didn't have the marriage idea, that's for sure. but I guess I can't say that I think it's a bad idea." A truck rumbled into view, and Jefferson's lips flattened. "That wasn't nearly long enough, but I don't want to keep him waiting. The guys are going to be rolling out when we come in." He didn't look over at the truck, but his thumb ran over her hand, just a light, soft brush, one she felt the whole way up her arm. "I'm leaving my pickup here. Use it for whatever you need to. You can't hurt it."
"Thanks. I appreciate that. That actually means a lot, that you trust me with your truck."
She laughed a little because she'd been around enough guys to know that a lot of times their truck was their prized possession. No one touched it. He laughed, his eyes knowing, and they shared a moment of humor without words. Gravel crunched under the pickup as it pulled in the drive. "There's no need for him to get out or turn his pickup off, so I'm going to run. I wish I could tell you when I'll see you again, but I can promise you I won't be leaving after I get back. Not to go on the harvest crew again. I'm not leaving you here." She'd already figured out that Jefferson wasn't the kind of man who made promises easily, and she nodded. She expected his hand to pull out of hers. Instead, he stepped closer, putting his other hand around her neck and lowering his head. His lips touched hers, just a brush, lightly, and her eyes fluttered closed, her whole body feeling warm, and she wanted to hold on to that feeling, cherish it and let it grow bigger. But he straightened and whispered, a little roughly, "Take care." Then his hand slipped out of hers, and he turned, jogging to his brother's truck and meeting it as it pulled to a stop. His brother was backing up before Jefferson even had the door closed. Candace swallowed against the sadness that tightened her throat, and maybe she would have been okay. But as the truck backed out of the driveway, she could see Jefferson, his hand up in a short salute, and she raised hers to wave back, waving and not touching her lips like she wanted to. But her eyes pricked, and she had to blink, pushing her shoulders and straightening her back against the tears that wanted to come. She had never been emotional, and she had never been a crier, and she wasn't going to start today over a man she barely knew, even if she was married to him. She told herself that, but she brushed the tears off her cheeks before she stepped back in the house. Chapter 18. Jefferson leaned back in the combine, phone in hand. He didn't exactly have his feet propped up, but he had the GPS set, and he'd made 2 rounds around the field. The combine had the coordinates, and unless something broke, he shouldn't have to touch the wheel or do anything other than ride along until the bin was full. Lincoln was already waiting along the edge of the field with the truck and trailer for when he was ready. Because it was Lincoln, he also probably had a mid-afternoon snack ready as well. He put the phone to his ear. Hopefully, Candace would be home. He'd missed her yesterday. He'd called, but she'd not answered, then texted that she was at rehearsal for the end-of-the-year school program for Oliver and she couldn't talk. He hadn't had a chance to call again, and he'd missed her. There hadn't been too many days when they hadn't talked. He made sure of it, even though he wasn't able to call her at the same time every day. There were just too many different things going on. It wasn't like they had a regular schedule.
"Hello?"
"Hey, girl. Missed you yesterday."
"I'm sorry. I probably should have stepped out, and I would have if I'd realized you weren't going to have a chance to call back."
"I didn't know I wasn't going to, but Dad's truck broke down and we ended up working under the lights to fix it."
"It's running today?"
"It is, but we're even more behind."
"That seems to be the norm, running behind."
Some years we don't have enough work to get behind, so not complaining." He took a breath. "How did your appointment go?"
Everything's still normal.
She paused, and then she said,
I gained 3 pounds, and they gave me a hard time about it. So I'm supposed to eat more fruits and vegetables and less carbs, but I'm really craving carbs. Bread especially. And if it's warm and has melted butter on it, I can eat the entire loaf.
I feel like I need to mail you some bread. She laughed and said,
The kids loved the last package you sent. I'm not sure what all of that stuff was, though, so next time you pack stuff up, you'll have to label it.
Probably the stuff you didn't recognize was flaxseed. Truman brought some back when he came back down in Canada last year.
Maybe I'll tell the kids. They weren't sure what it was, and they want to plant it in the backyard. I told them it might not grow.
Or it might. Keep it watered. I think it needs to be cool, though, so it might be too late for it to grow this year. Or plant it in shade.
Maybe I'll suggest that to them.
How was Oliver's practice?
It was amazing. You wouldn't believe that the kid was homeless in January. He's not singing a solo, but he's in a trio, and he's doing a really great job. I took some videos, but I haven't gotten a chance to send them. I'll do that when we hang up.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. She'd been so careful to try to keep him informed and up to date with pictures and videos, and he'd tried to make sure to write things down so he knew all the dates of the important things for the kids. It hadn't been perfect, but he'd been able to be a little involved. Because of Candace. They chatted every day, and the transformation in the children had been nothing short of miraculous. Lisa and Patty were best friends and called themselves sisters. And although Oliver was still protective of Lisa, he had taken Patty under his wing too. But he had started to trust Candace and Aunt Bev to take care of them, because he'd started doing some extracurricular activities after school in the spring. No sports, but he joined the debate team and choir. Thanks, I appreciate it. I've been hoping to get home in time, but you know the guy that Dad hired to replace me said he didn't want to work more than 8 hours a day. He wanted weekends off. He laughed. We worked 16 hours the first day and 14 the second, which was a Saturday. He quit Sunday morning. Candace didn't say anything, but he could hear her sigh over the phone. She hadn't given him a hard time at all, but it had been one thing after another, and his dad still hadn't managed to hire anyone to replace him.
I'm sorry,
she said, and he figured there really wasn't much else she could say, nothing that would help anything. I'm the one that should be saying that. I had no idea I was going to be gone this long when I left. However, I know I did the right thing. It just wasn't easy. Still isn't, and I'm frustrated, to be honest. Anyway, you already know all that, but what you don't know is that I know Monday is your birthday, and I'm driving home for it. I was kind of hoping you might be interested in going out with me for your birthday.
You can't drive the whole way home. It'll take an entire day for you to get here, an entire day for you to get back. It's too far.
Are you saying you don't want me?
No, actually you said that, and I can't believe how excited I am even though I know you can't. It's crazy that I'm so excited to see you, but I can't let you do it. That's too much.
I want to. It was a simple sentence, but it was the truth from the whole way down in his soul. More than anything else, he wanted to see her, be with her, and be with their family that she had been taking care of all this time. The very least he could do was give her something special on her birthday.
Well, I guess I'll be here if you want to come, but it's an idea.
He could hear her intake of breath, and then she said with excitement,
Wait, I can meet you somewhere. I don't mind driving, and if I drive for 4 hours and you drive for 8, it wouldn't exactly be the middle, but it would save you 8 hours of driving.
He hated the idea of her driving so much, but he'd have more time to spend with her if she met him. And she was a grown woman. She didn't want him treating her like she wasn't capable of driving so far. "I'll take you up on that. We can figure out where a good spot would be that's around 4 hours from you, and I'll drive there, wherever it is. I already told Dad when his last dude left that I was going home for a day or so, and I do think he feels bad because he told me I could use the red truck." Since he didn't need his hands for the wheel, he put his phone on speaker and pulled up the map. It took a little back and forth discussion to figure something out, but they finally found a town by the name of Arrowwood in Nebraska that looked like it would work. "If we plan on meeting at 12, you can get the kids on the bus before you go, as long as Aunt Bev is okay with getting them off."
"I'm sure that'll be fine. Are you going to try to drive home then?"
"Yeah, I figure I can spend a couple of hours with you, then drive home. It'll be after midnight when I get there, but it'll be worth it." He couldn't believe how much he longed to see her again. He'd never missed someone like this before. Of course, he'd never had someone he talked to every day before either. He'd had a couple of long-distance relationships, a couple of springs when he'd left on Harvest Crew, but he'd never had anyone who lasted the whole way through the season. They'd always gotten tired of not seeing him, he supposed, or tired of him not being involved in their lives. Candace was still around. That was because she was different than the other girls he'd been with, but he still wanted to treat her right. In fact, it was even more important to treat her right, even though she'd be more forgiving of him treating her badly. They finished making their plans and chatted a little more about the kids and where the crew was going next before the kids got home from school, and he talked to them for a bit before hanging up. He was going to see his wife in just a few days. He couldn't wait. Chapter 19. Candace pulled into the town of Arrowwood, looking for the Dogwood Cafe. The internet had made it easy to see what the town had to offer and for them to pick something out. Neither one of them were fancy, and the Dogwood Cafe had sounded perfect. She really didn't care if they were serving moldy bread and rotten vegetables. She just wanted to see Jefferson. After months of just talking to him on the phone, she wanted to see him for real. And she loved that he had wanted to meet her too, that he had suggested it, and that he had remembered her birthday. In fact, she hadn't thought to ask him how he even knew when it was. But now that the time was getting closer, she was nervous. Her stomach twisted, and her hands were sweating on the steering wheel as she pulled into the parking lot of the Dogwood Cafe, which seemed like a cute place. The town wasn't that big, and it wasn't very busy either. Just 2 other cars and a big red truck in the lot. That would be Jefferson. Sure enough, when she pulled in, he got out of the cab, and she had to remember to watch where she was going and not watch him. He looked a little skinnier, his legs just as long as ever, with the plaid shirt he wore tucked into his jeans. There was a cowboy hat on his head, and he wore sunglasses. He looked good, while she had almost canceled because she looked a lot different than she had the last time he'd seen her. Much more ungainly, much bigger, not the slightest bit feminine. He was at her door before she turned her car off. Careful to move the flowing skirt that she wore out of the way, she put her hand in his, looking up into his smiling face and finding herself smiling back at him. He didn't seem to notice the girth of her stomach or any of the other changes. "Happy birthday." He helped her stand and closed the door for her.
"Thank you. It just got a lot better."
"FaceTime is great, but I like to be able to touch you," he murmured as his thumb ran over the back of her hand the way she'd remembered so often over the last few months.
"Me too."
"I'm sorry you had to drive so long on your birthday." It was pretty inconsiderate of me to suggest we meet and then suggest you have an 8-hour drive for your special day.
Worth it.
Her words were simple, but she meant them. Even if they didn't do anything but stand here and talk, it would have been worth it.
This was the best birthday present you could have given me.
I guess this counts as my birthday present too, because I feel like I'm the one who got the valuable gift. He grinned and leaned down, brushing her cheek with his lips before he stood back, grabbing her hand. Come on, you've got to be as hungry as I am.
Probably not. Have you stopped?
No, I drove straight through. In that thing, I don't even need to fuel up.
I should be able to make it home before I need gas.
We haven't even sat down to eat yet, and I hate the idea of not driving you home. Feel like that's what I should do.
I'll be fine. And you're right. We don't need to think about that for at least an hour. We'll be in the restaurant that long.
Yeah, we can take a walk later. That's the reason we came here, because it had such a pretty park. He'd insisted on there being more than just a restaurant, and now she knew why. She hadn't really thought they would take a romantic stroll, but she liked the idea. They didn't say much as they walked into the restaurant and chose a table by the big picture window that faced the sidewalk. It was a typical small-town restaurant, with one harried-looking waitress and an open window where patrons could see the cook in the back. They had barely sat down when the waitress came over with menus and silverware. She took their drink orders, and they didn't say much as they looked at their menu. Candace realized she was starving and was pretty happy when the waitress came back quickly and took their order. Sorry they don't have warm bread with melted butter. Or are you craving something else now? He asked, his eyes sparkling at hers.
I think you're making fun of me. And I'm sure women down through the ages have said this over and over, but it's really not fair that women have to be pregnant and you never get to experience it. You really don't know what cravings are until you've been pregnant.
I guess I'll have to take your word on that one. And just for the record, I believe you. She twisted her hands a little. She didn't want to ruin her birthday, exactly, but she thought it was well past time for her to talk to him about the baby's father and what she'd done.
You've been patient with me, and I appreciate it.
His brows furrowed, and he tilted his head a little. I'm not sure what you're talking about. She took a deep breath, knowing she was kind of jumping into this and he wasn't expecting it. But she'd been considering it for a while, and had been tempted to talk about it over the phone, but hadn't wanted to not do it in person. This was her opportunity.
I didn't want to tell you about the baby's father, but you deserve to know. And you didn't push me. You gave me time.
It was the right thing to do. We barely knew each other.
We've been talking every day, and as much as I thought it might be a bad idea for me to say this when we're going home in exactly opposite directions, it's better than talking on the phone, I think.
She knew her expression was worried and unsure. Her hand, which had been playing with her napkin on the table, was warmed when his came down and covered it. He squeezed. I won't deny I'm curious, but I don't like that worried look. You don't have to tell me today.
I want to. It's been eating a hole in me. I just want to tell you so you know. And maybe this is me being a coward, but I actually thought since I'll get to go home, I won't have to stay and face the music.
There won't be any music, I promise. Maybe he was speaking too soon, but she didn't say that. The farm's been in trouble for a while, almost from the time Esther got sick. She looked down but didn't try to pull her hand away. Maybe it was cowardly of her, but she liked that he was holding it. It gave her comfort. Comfort that she couldn't have from just talking to him on the phone.
I'd been in Fort Dodge several times in a week. They'd mixed our feed order up, and I had to go back for some parts that we couldn't get in Prairie Rose. Just odds and ends jobs for the farm. and I ran into someone on the sidewalk. Literally, he knocked me down.
At the time, she thought it was kind of funny, but now she just wished she'd picked herself up and kept going.
He offered to buy me dinner to make up for it. I don't usually accept invitations from strangers, but I did with him.
Because you liked him? There was a bit of an edge to Jefferson's voice. Not a hard edge, just like maybe he was a little jealous.
No, not really. I guess. I mean, I suppose, like anyone, I was looking for someone to settle down with, and...
She hesitated over this next part. She didn't want him to feel bad.
I've just always liked a man in a suit, a businessman. Not that I hate the farm, because I don't. I love it. Obviously, I've wanted to save it for a while, but I don't know. Maybe because I didn't grow up in that life, it's always held a fascination for me. And he was dressed like he'd just come from a business meeting. So I said yes.
I'm never going to be a man in a business suit, he murmured, and maybe he should have said it under his breath, but he didn't, and she heard him.
I don't think it matters what a man wears. Same for a woman. It's what's on the inside that counts. That's what we always hear. It seems so trite and cliché, but it's the truth. It's who you are on the inside that really counts.
So you had dinner with him?
Yes, and he was interested in more. But he explained to me that there was a big thing going on with his dad and his company, and his dad was trying to set him up with some girl, and while I was definitely interested, because he told me even from that first time we met that he wanted to find someone and spend forever with them, he didn't seem like the kind of guy who was just out for a good time.
She felt herself saying that like a question, like she wanted him to understand that she wasn't that kind of girl, even though she was pretty sure he knew it. She just wanted to see him agree. Needed that reassurance. He nodded, but he didn't say anything, and it made the ball in her chest drop to her stomach and harden.
Anyway, the way he explained it sounded completely reasonable. But looking back, I'm pretty sure he made everything up. Anyway, he wanted me to look like I was in some kind of relationship so that we could meet each other under business pretenses, and his dad wouldn't question it. He said he had to toe the line because his dad was handing certain aspects of the company over to him and blah, blah, blah. I felt important, which now makes me feel like a stupid country bumpkin after all. Maybe that's why I like men in suits. It makes me feel less like a farm girl, more like a worldly woman, one who's savvy and smart.
I wouldn't call you worldly, but I would definitely call you smart. His words were said without the low murmur of affection that had been threading through them up until she started talking about Devon.
So that's why I got Monroe to be with me. I think he thought I was in danger, and that wasn't the slightest bit true, but I knew it would work to keep him with me. Not that I was using him because he knew that I just needed someone so that it looked like I was in a relationship. Anyway, I saw Devon on the side, and he got an apartment in Fort Dodge so I could go there more often and would have a place to wait for him if he couldn't be there exactly when I was. I even told my sisters I was getting a job in Fort Dodge. I guess he kind of played mind games with me because he'd be there, and then he wouldn't be, and when he was there, he would guilt-trip me if I wasn't as affectionate as he wanted me to be.
She stopped, because affectionate wasn't exactly the word that she wanted, but maybe there were certain details she didn't want to include. Jefferson didn't need her to spell out what she meant. He wanted you to sleep with him.
I told you I made some bad decisions. You can see that.
She glanced down at her stomach, mostly hidden by the table.
Devon asked me to marry him, but it wasn't anything special. We'd just gone out to eat, and I was getting ready to walk into my apartment when he asked. I didn't even notice that he didn't get down on one knee, didn't even have a ring. He definitely didn't go out of his way to make a big deal about it. He just said, "Would you marry me?" And of course, I was excited and I said yes because I knew that if I married him, the problems of the farm would be over. And even if I didn't love him, I figured we had enough in common that we could make it work.
You didn't love him? Jefferson's words were carefully neutral.
No, not at all. But I did consider him a friend. He was a friend. Anyway, after he asked me to marry him, he wanted to know if he could come in. I knew I should say no, but I didn't.
Jefferson nodded, but didn't say anything. She didn't need to explain that night any further.
He left in the morning, and later that day, his secretary called me and told me that he wouldn't be seeing me anymore.
Wow, he had a secretary do that? And the next morning? His voice held shock. That's how she had felt. Like she totally failed. And like she'd totally been played.
Yep, made me feel about 2 inches high. Like a piece of trash that he was throwing away. And a lot of guilt. A lot of self-loathing.
She sighed.
I was still on the farm, but I told my sisters I was moving to Fort Dodge and getting a job. Mostly because once I knew I was going to have a baby, I didn't want to do that on the farm because then I would have to explain everything. And I didn't want to tell everyone how stupid I'd been. Not to mention, a paper he had me sign, back when he told me that his dad was taking over the company and we had to be in different relationships, was supposedly something that I needed to sign just to cover his backside in case his dad asked about me.
That paper wasn't what you thought it was?
No. I unknowingly promised to never give his name out to anyone, to never say that I had ever been in a relationship with him, and I also promised that I would never sue him for money, up to and including child support.
You didn't read them?
No. I thought he was my friend. I trusted him.
She shook her head.
I know that was stupid. I've never been around someone who was so centered on himself. I mean, I can't imagine anyone that I actually know in Prairie Rose who would treat anyone else that way.
Yeah, I guess we're pretty sheltered. He didn't sympathize with her, didn't give her words of comfort. But he hadn't taken his hand away, even though the waitress had set the plates down and walked away.
Sometimes I think that maybe he really did like me, and it really was his dad that made him break up with me. At the cookie exchange around Christmas time, I thought I heard his voice bidding on my cookies, but I didn't turn to look, and Monroe didn't let him win. That's the last I saw or heard anything of him.
You don't think he'll try to take the baby?
No. You can look at the papers his secretary emailed me when she called to tell me that he was breaking up with me. It's pretty clear he severed all ties. He actually severed all ties before we even broke up, which is funny in a way but makes me feel even more stupid.
I don't think you're stupid. I think you trusted someone because you think everyone is like you. Honorable and upright. You can't imagine deceit and wickedness because that's not who you are, and it's not the way you think. It's not the way you live your life. So it's really hard for you to see that in others. That's what I think. Her breath was wobbly, and her chest felt heavy. He was defending her. Even though she had just admitted how stupid she'd been, how she'd been completely deceived by someone for more than a year, how she was carrying his baby now. Jefferson had every right to be upset. He had every right to think he was married to someone who was gullible and weak. Instead, he was defending her.
I think that's the best birthday present you could ever give me.
Some pretty words about your character? He asked, and his words sounded lighter than they had a few minutes ago.
Knowing who and what I am and believing in me anyway. Making me feel special. Making me feel valuable and cherished. That's how you make me feel. Cherished.
It's pretty hard to cherish someone from 2,000 miles away. He sounded a little bitter. More bitter than she'd ever heard him sound.
Then you're talented because you've done it.
He lifted her hand to his mouth, turning it over and kissing the edge of her palm. It's nice of you to say so. I guess I have to believe you, but I feel like I'd be better at it if I were closer. It's hard not to be frustrated that I'm not. I hate that you're doing all the work by yourself, that you've been carrying around all of this by yourself, and I don't know how to tell you how much I appreciate you trusting me with the story, but I do.
I thought telling you would make me feel worse, but the way you reacted makes me feel better. And I know it's a true reaction. You're not just giving me a line.
Maybe I already feel like it is water under the bridge. Maybe I already figured that he really didn't mean much to you, but even so, I'll admit there have been a few nights I've lain in bed and wondered if you wish you were with him instead of me. At least, if you were with him, you'd have a real-life husband beside you. But after your story, I think maybe not.
Definitely not. He would have been a terrible husband. I was stupid to think that anything else was possible. I think part of the appeal was that we kind of snuck around. That always makes things exciting. It makes you long for more. It's like an adventure and passion and secrets all rolled in one. It definitely appeals to the emotions, but my brain could see that crash coming a mile away. I just refused to listen. I think we all make mistakes like that, and we all learn from them. Well, one thing that I've learned is that I definitely prefer a guy in jeans and cowboy boots over a man in a suit. Any day. Jeans and cowboy boots don't equal character, he said, smiling a little, but his eyes were serious, like he dealt with people who weren't honest, and they walked away in their jeans and cowboy boots. Just then, a flash of lightning lit up the sky and made the streets, which had been slowly dimming with the dark clouds that had rolled in, bright and flashing before the dimness took over again. Thunder clapped and boomed so close it shook the table. It had barely faded away when the lights went out. Maybe it's not going to matter that we have a park to walk in, he murmured as he looked out the window at the first fat drops of rain that splattered on the sidewalk. That's okay. I don't really care where we are as long as I'm with you. I think that's a romantic line. His lips stretched up. I like it. I happen to feel the same way. They ended up never going on their walk, but dodged the raindrops and went out and sat in her car and talked for 2 hours. By the time he kissed her lightly on the lips and got out, she knew it was the best date of her life. Easily. She hummed the whole way home with a smile on her face. I might be falling in love with my husband. The thought shocked her in a way because this certainly had not been what she was expecting when she had proposed. Yet, in another way, she felt like it was inevitable. There wasn't a single thing about Jefferson not to like. How could a woman be the center of his attention and not fall for him? Chapter 20. For the beginning of July, the day hadn't been too hot. Still, it had felt hot enough when they had been working on baling straw, which had been hot and hard, but worth it because the price of straw being so high. They'd finished up a week's worth of work at noon, and Candace had given Oliver the rest of the day off. Of course, being a teen, he hadn't wanted to not do anything, so he talked Aunt Bev into rolling the big rubber ball they had and playing a game of kickball with Patty and Lisa, who had begged until Meg and Candace had joined them. Candace had driven the tractor while they were doing straw,
although getting in and out, it felt like she needed a forklift. Now, she stood on second base and waited for Patty to kick the ball. She and Meg and Patty were on one team, with Oliver and Lisa on the other. So far, Oliver and Lisa were winning since Meg was the only one on their team that seemed to be able to play with any type of skill. Her stomach tightened, and just like each contraction for the last hour, it hurt. Maybe she shouldn't have been running from first to second base. She wasn't due for another 10 days and hardly thought the contractions were more than Braxton Hicks. But maybe after this inning, she could talk the kids into taking a break and sitting on the front porch and drinking some tea. She was probably a little dehydrated.
"I'll roll it slower this time, okay, Patty?"
Aunt Bev called as Patty stood at the paper plate that served as home base. Patty nodded up and down, her chin hitting her chest with each move of her head. She missed the ball twice and had to do her own catching, rolling it back, and missed Aunt Bev both times. She had to run out to the field to pick the ball up and carry it to Aunt Bev. She seemed to be having a good time and was happy that the adults were back paying attention to her, instead of having to ride around in a tractor or truck. This time, Patty stood on the base, waiting for the ball to get to her. Aunt Bev had rolled so slowly that it stopped right in front of Patty, and she drew her foot back and kicked as hard as she could. Her aim was a little high, and she almost missed the ball completely, but managed to just graze the top of it. It stopped about 3 feet in front of her. Oliver had preempted that his sister wouldn't kick the ball very far, and he was standing almost beside second base, which was approximately where she had kicked it the last time. Candace started out, running as fast as she could, which was more of a slow jog, running toward third base and hoping to get there before Oliver got to the ball. He had pretty good aim when he threw it, and she would be the last out. But when she reached third, she saw that he had gone after Patty and had his back completely turned to her. Maybe she could make it home.
"Go on,"
Meg said, leading off second a little. That was all she needed to make her decide to go for it. She lumbered from the piece of plastic frisbee that she was standing on toward the paper plate home base. She probably would have made it, too, if she hadn't had a contraction right in the middle of running home. This one so bad she had to stop and double over. But she had so much never quit in her that her feet stopped for an instant, long enough for her to double over, get her center of gravity, and keep running with her arms around her stomach as a contraction pulled and tightened and twisted and hurt like everything. If these were just fake contractions, she couldn't imagine what the real ones felt like. The ball hit her on the shoulder when she was just 2 steps from home base, and 1 step before her water broke. Chapter 21. Jefferson sat in the combine, one booted foot up on the dash, the other flat on the floor, flipping his phone end over end on his leg. He loved wheat, loved harvesting it more than corn even, just loved the smell, loved the way it flowed through the chute, the haze, the golden straw that spread out behind him. He just wanted to love it in Iowa, not Colorado. His dad had managed to hire someone else. It was the 4th guy he'd tried to get to replace Jefferson. He probably would have worked out, too, if he hadn't fallen off the combine and broken his leg. Anyone could fall at any time, something Jefferson always had in the back of his mind, although he didn't get scared about it. He couldn't work scared. But that dude just caught the tread of his boot on one of the non-stick grooves of the combine and couldn't get his hand wrapped around the rail to catch himself as he was tumbling off. Freak accident. A freak, painful accident. Jefferson had tried not to be frustrated. His dad was truly trying, but they were getting closer to Candace's due date, and he'd already told him on the 1st of July that he had to go, whether he had a replacement or not. His dad had been understanding. It had been 3 months. Jefferson had worked for longer than anyone could have expected. His dad wasn't happy, of course, which was the reason Jefferson was still thinking about it at all. He hated to disappoint his dad, and there was always that voice in the back of his head that said he wasn't doing what he said he would, that he was leaving before the job was done, leaving and making things harder for the people who had given him a job, the person who had given him work for the first almost 3 decades of his life. But he knew his dad didn't expect him to miss the birth of Candace's baby. His dad might not have been around for any of his children's births, but Melinda, his new wife, was firmly on Jefferson's side, and his dad had conceded, with a bit of grumbling under his breath, but that was to be expected. He had a lot of work to do, and they'd been behind all year. His phone buzzed, and he assumed it was his brother Truman letting him know he was back with the wagon. Truman, though, would probably have used the two-way. He picked up his phone, his heart speeding up a little, hoping it was Candace. Sometimes she texted him, and he might have mentioned a time or two that he really liked getting her texts, liked getting her calls, liked it any time she thought of him, but he tried not to go on about it. He didn't want to make her feel bad or feel like she had to take time to cater to him, since he knew she was busy with her own stuff. When he flipped his phone over, he smiled when he saw her picture and her name. Glancing out to make sure everything was still good with the combine, checking the stats on the big screen, making sure he wasn't going to overflow the bin if his attention was on his phone for a bit, he figured everything was okay and unlocked his phone. "I'm in labor, headed to the hospital." His heart seemed to freeze in his chest as his fingers gripped his phone so tightly his knuckles turned white. Finally, hardly able to text because his hands were shaking so bad, he sent back, "I'm at least 11 hours away. Be there as soon as I can." Almost immediately, her answer came back. "You don't have to. I know this was unexpected." "I want to be there. I'm coming." He went through all the scenarios in his head, what vehicle he could use, where it was sitting, how he'd get it, and where he would park the combine. His next step was getting on the two-way radio and saying, "Dad, Candace is on her way to the hospital. I'm grabbing the red truck and headed back to Iowa. The combine will be where the truck is now." He never, ever left in the middle of a job. Not because he was sick, not because he was tired, not because of anything. But he was going to do it today. He hooked the radio back up to the visor where he kept it before pushing a couple buttons, bringing the combine to a stop and backing up. The grain head spit broken stalks of wheat out onto the ground as Jefferson tried not to be in too big of a rush. Lifting the head off the ground, he turned and went toward the side of the field where, thankfully, the red truck was parked, not hooked to anything. He wouldn't have to take the time to unhook a trailer. Everyone on the crew would have heard his message, and someone would be around to pick up the slack. They were going to be shorthanded, and he felt bad about that, but not bad enough to stay. After parking, he grabbed his lunchbox and the gallon of water he had in the combine with him, threw his long-sleeve flannel shirt over his shoulder, and let the combine sit, key in it. 13 hours later, he pulled into the hospital parking lot. There had been an accident on I-80, and he sat in traffic for an hour, or he would have been there sooner. He wanted to put his flashers on and drive up along the berm, but he didn't want to risk anyone's life or get in the way of any responders going to the accident. It had been hard to wait. He jerked the truck to a stop and jumped out, jogging to the hospital doors. It wasn't quite 8 o'clock, and they were locked. He looked in the glass, trying to see if anybody would let him in, but the chairs were empty, the information area dark. The helicopter sat on the landing pad, running, the blades moving slowly over the top and blue-coated figures running around it. The noise of the motor had drawn his attention, and then he saw the emergency entrance over to the right, around a big circle where ambulances could pull in and back up. That door was open. He jogged to it and went right in. No one was watching the door. He stood in the emergency room area. He definitely did not look like he belonged, in his dusty jeans and sweat-stained t-shirt, the one he'd put on yesterday morning. Maybe he should have stopped and gotten cleaned up, since he didn't really want Candace to see him for the first time since her birthday looking quite so disgusting, but he just felt an urgency to get to her. Maybe he was overreacting, but he felt driven to do whatever it took to be beside her, and he wasn't going to fight that urge. He didn't want to be his dad, didn't want to be the man who wasn't there for his wife, didn't want his wife to end up doing all the major events in her life alone. What was the point of being married?
"May I help you, sir?"
A brisk, businesslike voice said behind him. He turned and looked into the eyes of a stern and almost angry nurse. "My wife is in labor. The last text I had from her was 4 hours ago. I was combining in Colorado. I've driven all night. I need to see her." Her face softened by the time he got into his third sentence, and she nodded.
"You want the maternity ward. You need to go out through those big doors, turn right again, go straight. Look for the signs on the wall. They'll lead you to it."
"Thanks," he said, unable to keep the relief out of his voice. He'd had no idea how to find Candace in this hospital, and he was more afraid he was going to get kicked out than anything. Grateful for a better outcome than expected, he hurried to follow her directions. The signs were on the wall just like she said, and he finally pushed through the maternity doors. It was eerily quiet. No sound. There was no one at the nurses' station, and he guessed that maybe shift change had just happened, and the new nurses might be checking out their assigned patients. He wasn't sure how those things worked, but seemed to recall Catherine and Melinda talking about something along those lines. He hadn't paid attention. Anyway, he walked by the nurses' station and glanced in an open doorway. There was a baby in an incubator, naked except for a diaper that seemed too big for his little body, covered in tubes and wires, a blue light shining down on him, with his little arm taped to a board, with more wires coming out of that. Some poor parents had a lot of issues they were going to be dealing with, was the thought that went through his head, just briefly, because that wasn't his baby, and his wife wasn't there. He kept walking. The blinds were pulled on the nursery windows, and he couldn't see in. The last text Candace had sent him was her room number. When they'd talked earlier in the summer after she'd toured the hospital, she told him mothers labored and delivered and stayed in the same room. Apparently, in some hospitals they moved the mother around from place to place, but in this one, the mother was assigned to a room, and that was hers throughout her stay. Jefferson hadn't cared one way or the other at the time, but now he was grateful. After all, it would help him find his wife easier since there seemed to be no one in the hall at all. When he found room 112, the door was partially closed, but the rooms were all private, according to what Candace had said when she had taken the hospital tour, so he pushed gently, opening it. His heart crashed to the floor as his hands clenched at his sides and his body froze. Candace sat at the table, tears streaming down her face, while a woman in a white lab coat with her back toward him held some kind of chart in front of her and was talking, saying words Jefferson had never heard before. And then she mentioned heart surgery, and Candace started crying harder, and Jefferson couldn't hear anything. They'd been married for 3 months, but he'd only spent 4 days with his wife, and even though they'd texted and talked every single day that he'd been gone, he didn't feel like he knew her well. not well enough to walk in, put his arms around her, and have her know that he was offering comfort and expect her to turn to him for it. He didn't want to be rejected in front of the doctor, didn't want her to turn on him, yell at him, tell him he had no business in this room. But he didn't want her to be alone, so he took the risk. Striding into the room, he had his arms around her before she even looked up.
"Jefferson,"
she said, gulping down a sob before she wrapped her arms around him and held him tight. It looked like he'd made the right decision. He ran his hands up and down her back and he murmured in her ear, unsure what he could say to make her feel better, just knowing that he could hardly stand seeing her like this, so obviously heartbroken. The only thing he could think of was that their baby was going to die. It felt like a minute or two went by, but maybe it wasn't that much time before the doctor sitting across from the table, which Jefferson had kind of forgotten about, cleared her throat gently and said,
"I assume you're the father?"
"I am," he said, no uncertainty in his voice, and he didn't let go of his wife. Didn't stop running his soothing hands over her back, feeling like she needed him. She needed something from him, whether his strength or just his presence, whatever. She needed it and he wanted to give it to her. Whatever it was, as much as he had, everything he had, he'd just give it all to her.
"She mentioned you were on your way. You came from Colorado?"
the lady asked, and again his voice was confident. "Yes, I came as soon as she texted me. This was a little earlier than what we were expecting."
"Babies have a way of doing the unexpected, which your daughter did. Not just arriving early, but she's got a little problem that we're going to need to take care of."
"A little problem," he said, and he felt Candace's arms loosen around him. She drew back, looking up into his face.
"They're going to life flight her to Des Moines. They don't do heart surgery here, not on newborns."
"Heart surgery?" He looked at the doctor and she nodded, picking up the chart that she had laid down and using the pen that was in her other hand to point at the picture of the heart that was on the paper. She started explaining what exactly was wrong, using words like pulmonary artery, shunt, aortic coarctation, and NICU. And she said that heart surgery thing again, and all he could think of was one question. So when she was done speaking, when she had said they were not entirely sure and she'd need to have a chest echo done in Des Moines to confirm the diagnosis, but that's what all the signs were pointing to, he asked his question. "Is she going to die?" Chapter 22. The doctor smiled gently.
"Only God knows that for sure, and I am not he."
"Thanks, but I wasn't confused," Jefferson said, his smile matching hers, slow and little and slightly sad. But there was always room for laughter. Always.
"But normally babies don't. If that's what this is, there is a slight risk of there being a heart valve defect as well. Depending on how serious that is, we could be looking at a much more serious surgery, a much more dangerous one. And that will change the projections, but most babies do absolutely fine once we get the narrowed part of the aorta out and fuse it back together."
"When is the surgery going to happen?"
"I know you'd like to have a timeline, but that's not something I can give you. You'll have to ask about that when you get to Des Moines."
"How soon can we go? And have they taken the baby already?"
"They were waiting to get the clearance to fly, but I think they also might have been hoping that you'd make it in time to see her before she goes."
"We can't drive after her?"
"Oh, you can, but Candace's OB/GYN needs to come in and discharge her. Usually, they do that rather quickly when they know the mom needs to go to follow the baby. I'll get right on that as soon as you guys are satisfied."
She paused, her face full of compassion.
"Any more questions?"
"Where is she? I'd like to see her." He looked down at Candace, who was leaning against his chest, her head underneath his chin. "Have you held her?"
"A little when she was born, after they cleaned her up. I was able to feed her once, but when they took her, they didn't give her back to me."
"I see." He felt the urge to do something. He wasn't the kind of guy who just sat around waiting for other people to solve his problems. There wasn't anything for him to do, so he pushed the itchy feeling aside and said, "Do you have any questions for the doctor?"
"No,"
she sighed, her breath trembling.
"I asked her a few questions before you got here, and that was the second time I heard her explanation, and I understand what's going on. I wasn't expecting this. I thought I was going to have a healthy baby, and I'm a little shocked and scared."
"Of course. I'm a little shocked and scared myself." He looked over at the doctor and said, "You said the OB/GYN would discharge her. Is that safe?"
"Yes, she'll give you instructions and mostly tell her to just take it easy. But it will be more stressful for Mother to be separated from her baby, and that would be worse for her than to not allow her to go."
"Can she fly with the baby?"
"No, she can't. There's a weight limit, and we have the pilot, the co-pilot, and 2 specially trained nurses. That's what you want, people who know what to do if there's an emergency in flight. You don't want to take one of the nurses off in order to put the mom on. They will take good care of her, I promise."
The doctor talked to them for a little more, making sure they didn't have any questions. Then she left to go find the OB/GYN, telling them that they could go over and see the baby before they took her. After she walked out, Candace buried her head in Jefferson's chest and cried softly.
"I'm sorry. Normally I don't cry, but this is just so overwhelming. I wasn't expecting it."
"Of course not." He didn't know what else to say, but he held her close, wishing he had whatever words she needed in order to make this right, but knowing somewhere in his mind that there probably weren't any words. All he could do was hold her.
"I've been afraid to go see her. I started to, but then I saw all the wires, and they have her arm taped to a board."
She started sobbing again and buried her head back in his chest. The baby that he'd seen, it was theirs. That baby that looked so sick, whose parents he had felt bad for. They were the parents. He wondered if the doctor had told them the truth about whether or not the baby was going to die. He felt like with all the tubes and wires and everything that had been coming out of her that she had to be a lot sicker than what the doctor was letting on. Maybe she didn't want to scare them. Just like he didn't want to scare Candace by asking that question. It turned out that he didn't have to.
"I named her Rose, just like we talked about, by the way."
Her voice was soft against his throat. "I wondered. Just haven't had the presence of mind to ask." Candace took a breath.
"I don't think she was telling us the truth. I think she wasn't leveling with us about how serious this is. I mean, she said heart surgery. We could be in the hospital for a long time."
"I wondered the same thing," he said honestly. There wasn't any point in him giving her platitudes that he couldn't back up with facts. He thought maybe it would somehow help her if she knew he was scared too. "But it doesn't matter. God has Rose in his hand, and whatever he decides to do with her is up to him. What we get to do is choose how we're going to handle it." He wasn't exactly sure where those words came from. Maybe years of Bible study. Maybe those words just bubbled up from the many times he'd studied the Bible, read it, tucked the truths away, trained his brain, and then, when something like this happened, the words rose up and he was able to comfort himself and possibly the people around him.
"You're right,"
she said, her head lifting as she looked him in the eye, recognition dawning over her face. like she hadn't thought of that before. She took a deep breath. It still trembled, but the pure panic on her face was gone.
In my heart, I just want to beg God to heal her, but in my brain, I know that He wants me to just hold on to His hand and walk forward, showing the world that I trust in Him, no matter what happens.
I don't think it's wrong at all to beg God to heal her. That exact thing has been going through my head like a mantra since the doctor opened her mouth. God, please heal her. But at the same time, you're right. I don't want to walk out of this room looking scared, like my God isn't big enough to take care of me. He huffed a little. I don't want to put on a fake show either. I want to walk out of this room believing that my God is big enough to take care of me, not just acting like it.
That's exactly what I needed to hear. Exactly. I know that God is big enough to take care of me, and I know that if Rose doesn't make it through this, I'll see her again in heaven. It's just...
She took a breath.
It's just scary. But God has us, and He has Rose too. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that I need to act out my beliefs, because I do believe.
I'd say you're welcome, but I don't know if the words would have come out if you hadn't been here. You just made me think that I needed to dig a little deeper than what I usually do because it's not just me. It's you, and now Rose, too. And I'm not enough for both of you. Scary thought, but true. But God is. He's enough for all three of us. He could feel the tension and stress drain out of Candace. It made him feel good that he'd been able not just to say what she needed to hear, but lean on the Lord with her.
I feel so much better. I mean, I'm not exactly ready to laugh, or maybe I am.
Her brows drew down a little bit, and she truly looked like peace had settled over her soul. Her face was happy, even if there were still tear streaks down both cheeks. He lifted a hand, using his thumb to wipe them away. Don't think that you can't cry. Don't think that you can't be scared. Don't think that I expect you to look like you're strong every second. Because I don't. Because it's okay for you to be scared and cry just as much as you need to.
I don't need to anymore. All I needed was to hear what you just said. I just needed reminding of the truth that I know. And now...
She shrugged her shoulders.
Now I feel like I can face this.
Then she smiled a little lopsided smile.
But I want you beside me,
she added hurriedly. You're not going to be able to get rid of me. Not at all. I'm home and I'm here to stay.
Your dad found someone?
No, but it doesn't matter, because I'm staying. She nodded. They'd talked about it, and he'd said even if his dad didn't have anyone by July, he would have had enough time to find someone. He was leaving, and he wasn't going back. He stood up from where he knelt on the floor and helped her out of her chair. I didn't even hear how the labor and delivery went.
It sounds like we'll have plenty of time on the ride to Des Moines to talk about it.
I want to hear it.
I'm not sure there are parts I want to remember.
That bad? He said as he took her hand, then changed his mind and dropped it and put his arm around her shoulders. She tucked in beside him nicely, and that's how they walked over to the room, slowly stepping in to where the baby, their baby, Rose, lay under the light. The tubes and wires still seemed to be everywhere, but she rested peacefully despite the board that was taped to her arm. Hard to see that board, he murmured.
I agree.
No one said we couldn't touch her, he said, but I hate to wake her up.
Me too. If she cries, I'm not sure we can pick her up.
They stood there for a while, his arm around her shoulders, and they watched Rose's little chest rise and fall. He admired her perfect little nose, the delicate skin over her cheeks, and the little tufts of light hair on her head. Hard to believe he was responsible for her. Hard not to be scared of that, but what he'd said to Candace came back to him. It was too much for him, but it was not too much for God. Barely 10 minutes later, the men in the blue suits that Jefferson had seen outside came in, detaching Rose from the machines that were stationary in the hospital and reattaching her to the portable ones that would go in the helicopter. He and Candace stepped out of the way and watched as they got her ready to go. The men chatted a little, answered a couple questions, and seemed friendly but serious and intent on their work. It reassured Jefferson that they seemed to know what they were doing and worked with confidence. "All right, Mom, we're going to move her out. Do you want to give her a kiss before we go?" The fellow that seemed to be the senior of the two nurses looked at Candace. Candace's brows shot up, and she drew in a breath. She hadn't expected to be asked that, and then her eyes flew to the baby, and he saw that the reality that they were going to wheel her baby away from her had hit home. He could feel her start to tremble. He tightened his arm around her, and when she started to move forward, he moved with her until she bent down, placing her lips on Rose's forehead, and then stepping back before they closed the incubator lid, said goodbye, and wheeled her away. They both watched until she disappeared beyond the doors, and they closed.
"That was harder than I thought it was going to be,"
Candace said, her voice squeaking just a little, but she wasn't crying. "I agree. I feel like I'm going to be the kind of father who doesn't want to give his kid over to just anyone. Sorry, maybe I'm a little possessive, protective. A helicopter parent, maybe." He didn't really mean to make a joke, but it was out there. Candace grinned, and he thought she almost giggled.
"That was a good one. I think I'd rather laugh than cry. Anytime you want to crack a joke, I'm down for it."
"That one was an accident, but I'll take credit for it."
"Did you bring any clothes with you?"
she asked, looking at him, maybe for the first time. "No, I'm sorry. As soon as I got your first text, all I could think of was that I needed to get to you. I didn't go back to the camper and grab anything. This is all I have."
"It's not that far to the farm, and all your clothes are clean and put away. We can grab some before we go."
They'd barely decided that, neither of them voicing that they didn't know how long they'd be gone, when the OB/GYN stood at the door, asking for them to go back over to the room so she could go over the discharge papers and get Candace discharged so they could be on their way. An hour later, they were on the road, their car pointed toward Des Moines. Chapter 23. The hospital in Des Moines was bigger than any either of them had ever been in, and it took them a while to find the NICU. Then they had to scrub up, putting on gowns and hairnets and booties before they were allowed in to see Rose. She hadn't arrived too far ahead of them, apparently, since there was still a team of doctors around her discussing her care, while a nurse attempted to use a vein in her head to put in yet another IV. Candace could hardly stand watching them since after the first prick, Rose started screaming, her little face turning red, her little mouth open, and the most terrible little baby sounds coming out in great big gulps of air. The doctors didn't say much, just explaining that she had a chest echocardiogram scheduled for the next day, and they would decide about surgery after that. Candace was allowed to hold her whilst seated in a rocking chair, although she wasn't allowed to feed her. Jefferson had changed, and he stood beside a rocking chair, his arms crossed over his chest. Every once in a while he would pace a bit, then come back, like he just couldn't stand still. She wanted to tell him how much that meant to her, that he was right there with her, that he wasn't leaving her, that he had come with her, come to her, brought her to the hospital. If she had had to try to get in by herself, still in pain, still exhausted from the previous night's labor, where she hadn't gotten any sleep, she wasn't sure what she would have done. Probably sat on the hospital step and cried, at least until she got some sleep. But thanks to him, she was sitting here holding her baby, as content as she could possibly be under the circumstances. At 7 o'clock, the nurses informed them that for the health of the parents, who needed a good night's sleep, they would ask them to leave. They pointed them to a social worker, who found a room that was usually used for postpartum but was open, and she got permission for them to use it for the night. It had a shower and a bed, a somewhat lumpy one, but a bed nonetheless.
"If you want to go home, you can," she said to Jefferson as soon as he closed the door behind her.
She wasn't sure exactly what he would want to do. He hadn't said. "I'm not leaving." Okay, maybe he had said that.
I don't want you to be tied here."
"I've longed to be with you for the last 3 months. Maybe I've mentioned it to you a time or two."
"Maybe you haven't used the word longed," she said.
"It's applicable. This is where I want to be, where I belong. Unless you're going to kick me out, I'm staying. I can sleep on the floor if that's what's bothering you."
No, that's not bothering me at all. In fact, I guess I'm really looking forward to not being by myself. You can hold me all night, and I think, if you don't mind, I'd really like that."
He smiled a little and walked toward her, the palm of his hand touching her cheek before he put it around her shoulders and drew her to him. "It would be my pleasure." His words were sincere and heartfelt.
"I don't think I can tell you how much I appreciate this."
Her words were soft against his chest, but he heard them. His hands moved along her back, and his arms squeezed, pulling her even tighter against him. "I'm sorry. I suppose you think that because I wasn't here for the last 3 months, I feel like I have somewhere better to be. But I don't. I haven't felt that way for 3 months, and I don't feel that way now. Wherever you and Rose are, that's where I want to be. Once we have Rose fixed up, then we'll figure out how her schedule will look, but it's going to involve me being home every night. I can guarantee you that."
"That's what you've been saying every time we've talked, but I guess you have the opportunity to prove it now, and you have."
"When you asked me to marry you, which feels like a really long time ago," they laughed a little together, "I kind of figured I might as well because it wasn't like I was going to fall in love with someone. I thought those emotions were kind of silly. It was for other people who ran on emotions and their feelings, and I kind of looked at them as weak, I guess." Candace stiffened, but she didn't really think he meant that. At least, she didn't think he felt that way anymore. She stayed silent, and he kept talking. "So I've already told you that while I'm working, combining crops, driving, I have a lot of time to think, a lot of time to read. I guess I could play on the internet, but I try not to, because that's not where I want my brain to go. And anyway, one of the things I've been thinking about is that maybe I was wrong about those old feelings and emotions and the love thing. At least where you're concerned. I wondered if I think about someone so much, if I can't seem to get them out of my mind, that every time I wake up I wish I were with them, and every time I go to bed I wish they were there. That every time I'm sitting around wanting to talk to someone, they're the first person I think of. And even when I'm busy, I wish they were with me, just because I want to be with them. When I think about—" He ran his thumb over her cheek, putting his fingers around her neck, wrapping them in her hair. "When I think about touching her,
about just being close to her, when I can't wait to hear the phone ring, hoping it's her, can't wait to hear my phone buzz, hoping that her picture comes up. And every time something happens, I want to pick up my phone and tell her about it. I wondered if, I know this wasn't part of your business arrangement, but I'm in love with you. I think I knew it when I saw you for your birthday, but I was too big of a coward to say anything. I guess I wouldn't really even have admitted it to myself at gunpoint. But it's true. I love you.
All of his words had fallen around her like soft, warm rain. Sweet, soothing, exactly what her battered soul and body needed to hear. They soaked into her heart, made it feel full and happy and sweet, like it could burst, but burst in the very best way.
I love you too.
She lifted her head and looked into his eyes.
I've known for a while, but I didn't think that you'd ever feel that way about me, and I spent most of my time trying to talk myself out of it, knowing that I would never tell you because I didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
Say it again. You're making me feel the furthest thing from uncomfortable.
I love you. I want to be with you as much as I can.
That's my goal, too. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other, and she thought about her family and how concerned Jefferson had been for her and Rose, and how he had kept up with everything Oliver was doing, and included Patty and Lisa in their conversations. They seemed to have a ready-made family, and he seemed to be okay with it.
I didn't mean to come with so much baggage,
she said, and his eyes held hers, but they crinkled a little when he smiled. I don't think about them like baggage. I think about them more like gifts. We might have a ragtag family, but I think they're perfect for us.
I agree.
I've thought about being with you a lot, but I've thought about that kiss at our wedding a lot too, and I want to kiss you now. Those words made her happy, and her smile grew wider. The knowledge that he could see she wanted him to was reflected on his face, but she said the words anyway.
That would be really nice.
He kissed her then, and eventually they took showers, and true to his word, he held her all night. She found peace, a total calmness, that whatever happened with Rose, everything would be just fine, and she didn't spend another second worrying. And it turned out God took care of everything. Chapter 24. 6 months later.
It's a beautiful tree,
Candace said, looking at the tree they'd decorated that evening. I don't know about the tree, but I know the woman's beautiful, and I don't really want to be bothered to take my eyes off her just to look at a tree.
You seem to have a good time working with the children and decorating it this evening.
While you and Rose supervised? He grinned. I think Rose is going to have her mother's good taste and artistic talent.
I think she's going to have her father's confidence and his intelligence.
Maybe we should hire her a tutor now.
You're silly.
Candace thought back over the last 6 months, how the surgery had gone without a hitch. The recovery had taken only 3 days before they were discharged, and the way Jefferson had settled onto the farm like he was born on it. They were in the process of buying the farm to the north, and she had been very surprised when Jefferson had announced to her that he had a stash of money to put down on it and didn't need her 1/3 equity in the farm. Lisa and Oliver's grandmother had signed the paper, so while they didn't have custody, they had permission, and no one had come trying to take them.
I suppose there will always be a part of me that is worried that someone will try to take Oliver and Lisa from us.
I understand. That thought crosses my mind more often than it should, because I told the Lord I was going to leave it in His hands. Thing is," he huffed out a breath, "I tell the Lord I'm just going to let Him handle it. Then I feel like I need to go back and check on it every once in a while. You know, worry about it a little bit, just in case God isn't paying attention. How silly is that?"
"That's funny. That's exactly what I was just doing. I love how you always have the words I need. Not to tell me what I'm doing wrong, but the ones that show me what I need to do right. Thank you."
They turned back toward the tree, their arms around each other, and watched the lights for a bit before she said,
"I also wanted to thank you for all the traditions that we started around the holidays. Just seeing the looks on Oliver and Lisa and Patty's faces as we went on the holiday hayride, as we all picked out a tree together, and as you strung popcorn, and just how you made sure you spend time with them. It meant a lot. It felt like we were really having family holidays and not a business arrangement."
She smiled at that last part, and he shared her grin. They teased each other about their marriage being a business arrangement because it had been anything but. Maybe they hadn't been in love before the wedding, but certainly, when he came back from Harvest Crew, their marriage had been just like one that had started out based on truth, if there was such a thing. She had a tendency to believe that love was more like what Jefferson did than maybe what he felt, although that seemed right too. But every action that he took, every decision he made, every job that he decided to do, was based on what was best for his family. More than once she had assured him that he was the furthest thing from his father. He was a true man who put his family first. It wasn't what she had expected when she had asked him to marry her. It was far, far more. "I think, Mrs. Connally, it's time to go to bed."
"I think, Mr. Connally, you're right about that."
They smiled at each other, the silly smiles people in love often give each other, as they turned out the lights and walked slowly up the stairs together. Epilogue. Rose's 1-year birthday party. Meg sipped her water and watched her niece totter around the yard. Rose had walked early, and maybe thanks to her big sisters and brother, she was unafraid of anything or anyone, walking up to guests. Most of Jefferson's brothers had made it home from the Harvest Crew to celebrate, since his dad had deliberately scheduled work in the area so they could, with no fear. Meg felt a little pang in her chest as she watched Candace and Jefferson whisper together, his head bending down to hers as she spoke in his ear, followed by the shared smile and soft kiss. Both of her sisters had found someone, and while she was happy for them, it made it hard to be happy being single when she really wanted to have someone as well. Preston Emerson stood over along the periphery, alone as well. He was such a great man, but it really wasn't a secret that he'd probably never marry, since the girl he'd fallen in love with had married someone else in haste and had spent a decade and a half repenting but staying true. She fingered her cup, smiling as Rose toddled over to Candace and held her hands up to be picked up. What a sweetheart. Turning toward the food table, she saw that the ice bowl was empty, so she grabbed it and hurried in the house, glad to get away from all the people for a moment. Maybe she should give the guy who had contacted her on social media a chance. He claimed to be a farmer outside of Fort Dodge who was losing his farm. Not in bankruptcy, but eminent domain. The city had voted to put a new airfield in, and they were taking the farm that had been in his family for generations. He was getting a lot of money for it, so that wasn't an issue either, but he was looking for a new place. And a mother for his 4 children. She'd checked out the story, It was right there in online news reports. How Fort Dodge was taking property for a new airport and how this farmer had been fighting them in court and lost. With Candace and Jefferson set to move to the farm they just bought to their north, taking their family with them, she would be here all alone. Unless she agreed to this man's offer. This man she'd never met. She supposed she could make that a stipulation. She'd need to meet him first and make sure they could at least talk to each other. Maybe she wouldn't have a marriage like her sister's, but at least she would have someone who would work alongside her. And kids. She'd have children, too. After the party, after everyone left, she'd return his message. What did she have to lose? This has been Heartland Holidays, a Heartland Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 6. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by Jay Dice. Executive production and cover art by Julia Gussman. Editing by Heather Hayden. Copyright 2022 by Jesse Gussman. Production copyright by Jesse Gussman.